Good morning. Can everybody hear me? This is Mia.
Good morning, Mia. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
You bet. I'm gonna mute and wherever all those things are.
Yeah, we'll get started in just a few minutes. Thank you.
Got it. Thanks.
Good morning. Welcome and thank you for coming today. I'm John Oglesby, Chair of the SDLF Code Advisory Committee. I'm calling this meeting to order at 9 a.m.
There you go.
Straight up. 0900 on July 16, 2024. Kevin, would you call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. Good morning, everyone. John Oglesby. Present. Sharon Goey. Absent. Gwyneth Searer.
Here.
Thank you. Yihao Clark Shen. Absent. Shahen Akalan.
Here.
Thank you. Gary McGavin.
Here.
Ara Sargsyan.
Present.
Morning, Ara. Thank you.
Good morning.
Martin Ledesma.
Present.
Thank you. Ja Wayne Connolly. She's not here yet. Jack Anderson.
Here.
Thank you. And Eric Wolf. He's not here yet. Okay, Mr. Chair, we have a quorum. And just a reminder, we did take roll call for our original committee members. The original local building government official and chair Sharon Goey let us know in advance that she would not be able to participate. So John Oglesby agreed to be the committee chair. And also we had one of our structural engineers, Yihao Clark Shen, indicated they would be absent. So fortunately we had a couple of personnel changes that were able to help out. Shahen Akelian is our second structural engineer. So Shahen, we just wanted to thank you again for stepping up at the last minute. And also Ara, thank you so much for agreeing to be our alternate local government building official. We appreciate your participation and thank you. And yeah, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Kevin. We do have a quorum for the meeting. At this time, I'd like to remind committee members participating remotely to disclose whether any other individuals 18 years of age or older are present in the room at your remote location, and the general nature of your relationship with any such individuals pursuant to Senate Bill 544, Chapter 216, Statutes of 2023. Kevin, would you read the instructions?
Okay. All right. If there's no updates there. So yes, once again, good morning, everyone. My name is Kevin Day. I'm Deputy Executive Director of the California Building Standards Commission, and I will be assisting the chairperson throughout the meeting. I would also like to introduce the other CBSC staff in attendance. Barbara Tresley will be helping run the Zoom webinar and the YouTube webcast, and will also help us with the public comments received during the meeting. Other CBSC staff are on Zoom, including our new Executive Director, Stoyan Bumbalov, as well as our Supervising Architect, Irina Brosman, and Architectural Associate, Timothy O'Malley. This is an open public meeting of the CBSC Structural Design Lateral Forces, or SDLF, Code Advisory Committee. The purpose of this meeting is to ensure public participation in the development of the proposed building standards and to ensure adequate technical review and recommendations to the Commission and the state agencies on the proposed building standards submitted for this committee's review prior to being evaluated by the CBSC commissioners for adoption. Mr. Chair.
Any member of the public that would like to be recognized, please use the raised hand feature in Zoom, and any phone participants be ready on the phone. Barbara, please check Zoom and then the phone for public members to introduce themselves.
Yes, first up we had a T. Perry.
Yes, good morning, board members. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sound okay, great. That's excellent. So, hi, my name is Tom Perry. I'm a building official for the town of Mammoth Lakes and Mono County, California. And I'd like to spend just a few minutes with you this morning to discuss our proposed change to the 2025 California Building Code. It's specific to section 1608.2. And in short, we are proposing an exception.
Oh, Tom, I'm sorry to interrupt. We're going to get to that at agenda item 3. This is just an opportunity for folks that are on the line that want to be recognized, just on the record that they're present.
Okay, sorry for that.
I'm sorry, we'll get to that in just a moment.
Clear what item. Okay, you bet. You got it.
Thank you, Tom. Anyone else from the public like to be recognized for the record before we proceed?
Yes. So next we have Bob.
Hi, this is Bob Raymer, representing the California Building Industry Association, California Apartment Association, the Business Properties Association, and the Building Owners and Managers Association of California. And like Tom, I'll be speaking on item 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Next we have Kathleen.
Go ahead, Kathleen.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had a little phone call came in. Yes, my name is Kathleen Cage. I'm a private sector structural engineer whose primary area of practice has been in the east side of the Sierra, and I'd like to speak to you on agenda item number 3 as well.
Great. Thank you, Kathleen.
Mhm.
Next we have Brennan.
Yeah, name's Brennan Bean, Utah State University with the ASCE Rain and Snow Loads Committee. Same item that everyone else has talked about.
Okay. Next we have Paul.
Good morning, everybody. Paul Armstrong, representing the American Wood Council. Thank you very much.
And that was our last hand. As far as phone participants, we don't have any. Oh, I'm sorry, we have more hands. Mark, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Mark Carney. I'm an attorney for Altera Mountain Company, and I would like to speak on item 3 as well.
Excellent. Thank you, Mark.
Okay. I believe that's our last hand, and we don't have any phone participants.
Great.
Kevin, would you read the rest of the meeting information and the instructions?
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the proposed building standards are required to comply with specific criteria listed in Health and Safety Code section 18930, commonly known as the 9-point criteria. The committee members can find the 9-point criteria listed in the Code Advisory Committee meeting procedures and references provided as part of the materials for the meeting. The members of the public can find the 9-point criteria posted on the Access CAC Meeting webpage. I'm sorry, that should be SDLF CAC Meeting webpage on the meeting agenda. Committee recommendations are restricted to approve, approve as amended, disapprove, or return for further study. For positions to approve as amended, disapprove, or return for further study, the commenter must identify which one or more of the 9-point criteria the proposed code change has failed to satisfy and provide your rationale. Comments must be restricted to one or more of the required 9-point criteria. This meeting is being held remotely, consistent with Senate Bill 544, Chapter 216, Statutes of 2023, which remains effective until January 1st, 2026, and allows alternate requirements for state boards, committees, and commissions, or state bodies, opting to conduct meetings and other proceedings by electronic means. In part, this statute allows a state body that is an advisory body to participate remotely as specified. As a reminder, CAC members participating remotely must always remain on camera. If at any time a committee member needs to turn their camera off for bandwidth or other issues, please notify the chair. Today's meeting can be viewed in the Zoom webinar and on the CBSC YouTube channel linked on the meeting agenda. I would like to remind the YouTube viewers that there's an approximate 45-second delay. Real-time closed captioning is available via automated live transcriptions in both Zoom and YouTube. The public may provide comments on each agenda item by calling in on the Zoom teleconference number provided on the meeting agenda or by using the raised hand feature in Zoom. Instructions are provided on the CBSC webpage. If you have difficulty with the technology, please call the CBSC office at 916-263-0916. I will now read the public comment and Zoom instructions. If you wish to make a comment on a specific agenda item, Please listen for the committee chair to ask for any comments from the public. The chair will first go through the Zoom participants that have raised their hands. Then the committee chair will take comments from the public on the Zoom phone line. Also, if any folks show up in person in the room, we currently don't have any members of the public, but if they do, we'll probably go to them first before we go to Zoom. So at this time, please take yourself off of mute. You may choose to announce your name and who you're representing before making your comment, and then please mute yourself when you're done commenting. The chair will continue through the call queue until there are no questions remaining. Staff will summarize any written comments that were received by 5:00 p.m. Tuesday, July 9th, 2024. The committee will then proceed to the next agenda item. If possible, please call from a landline using the telephone handset only. This enhances the committee's ability to hear your comments clearly. Calling from a speakerphone or a cell phone reduces the quality of the audio and makes it much harder for your comments to be heard clearly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We can now proceed to the next agenda item.
Agenda item 2 is an overview, meeting schedule, and housekeeping. Staying on schedule is everyone's responsibility. Please honor the time limits when they are identified. I will call for the state proposing agency to address the committee and explain the proposed building standard. The committee will discuss each agenda item, then I will call for public comments. Please avoid duplicating comments in their entirety. Support or non-support may be expressed for specified comments. Following all comments and discussion, I will call for a motion and a second to recommend action on each agenda item relating to proposed building standards. A roll call vote will be taken for each motion. Please stay on the subject matter being discussed and avoid sidebar conversations. Extraneous discussions disrupt the flow of the meeting and can be hard for persons on the telephone to understand who is speaking and what is being discussed. Please be respectful of others' time and opinion and avoid interruptions. We will take a lunch break around noontime, and the committee will decide on a good stopping point as the meeting progresses.
And Mr. Chair, just a really quick update before we proceed to agenda item 3. I did notice that the two ex officios are present, Wayne Connolly and Eric Wolf. So I'll update the roll call. So thanks for joining us, John, Eric.
Agenda item 3 is comments from the public on issues that are not on this agenda. Comments not on this agenda may be briefly discussed, but no action may be taken. At this time, I'd like to remind the public who wish to speak on the agenda item 3, put yourself in the queue by using the raised hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. If you would like to identify yourself, please clearly state your name and who you represent. Barbara, would you please check Zoom and then to the phone?
Yes. So first hand up is going to be Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. I'm Bob Raymer, representing CBIA, CAA, CBPA, and BOMA, California. Over the past 2.5 weeks, it's been brought to my attention that there may be an issue with the 2024 IBC. Specifically, there may be an anomaly in the updated mapping technique used to determine snow loads. By now, you should have all received letters from at least 3 structural engineers and 2 building officials, all of whom have separately documented the anomaly, producing estimated snow load values that range from 50% to 150% above the current values derived in the 2021 IBC. Over the next 3 years, it's a safe bet that these numerous groups will participate in the development of the 2027 IBC and address this issue at the national level where it should be addressed. However, for the next 3 years, those who design, build, and inspect buildings in the Sierra Nevada mountain range are going to have to figure out how to make do. While BSC and HCD have very limited authority in dealing with technical problems encountered with these national codes, I would respectfully request both agencies to consider inserting an informal informational note in CBC section 1608.2, which will serve as a reminder that allowable methods of compliance include site-specific case studies and section 1.8.7 alternate materials and methods of construction, providing they are approved by the building official. Ultimately, the best way to administratively deal with this today would probably be to look at BSC item 10 under the CBC and HCD item 20 under the CBC, and suggest returning for further study section 1608.2 under criterias 3, 4, 5, and 6. That concludes my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Bob. Just a reminder to those who stated earlier they were going to comment on this agenda item. If you had your hand up and you left it up, I put it down. So just remember to raise your hand and lower it after speaking. So there we go. Okay, thank you. Next is going to be Tom.
This is Gwen. I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Gwen.
Do these, I mean, we're on item 3, which is items not on this agenda. Should this be under 5, which is BSC?
We put this under agenda item 3, Gwen, because no state agency has proposed amendments to building code section 1608.2.
Okay.
So there's really no action to be taken by the agencies because there's no amendments there. So,
Okay.
you know, we
So
do
this
want to
is
hear the
the right-
comments. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, go ahead, Tom. Sorry about that.
Oh, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Tom Perry here, building official for the town of Mammoth Lakes and for Mono County, California. And I do want to speak, following up from what Bob said, I do want to comment on a letter I submitted last week that is, in short, a proposed exception to the 25 California Building Code, section 1608.2, which would basically carve out an exception or allow local jurisdictions to continue to use local case studies to establish their own snow loading criteria. In short, we believe that the structure of ACE 7-22 somehow will mandate or force local jurisdictions to use what's known the hazard tool, which, as Bob had mentioned, radically increases snow loads across the board for just about all snow load or snow jurisdictions in the Intermountain West. We do believe that there of the 9-point criteria that we have in the Health and Safety Code, section 18930A, 4 of which are not being met by this hazard tool and the disallowance potentially of not being able to have a case study as we've used for many years. The first criterion that I would mention is section 3, which is basically the public interest requires the adoption of the building standards. The public interest includes, but is not limited to, health and safety, resource efficiency, fire safety, seismic safety, building and safety system performance, and consistency with environmental, public health, and accessibility statutes and regulations. In short, we believe that the proposed standard is not in the best interest of the public. We believe that it is overly restrictive and would inhibit development of affordable housing, expansion of commercial and recreational facilities. You'll likely be hearing more on this point from other speakers, from some of the colleagues I've been working on this topic for weeks, if not months. They'll provide more detail on it, but as an overview, we believe that it'll be very detrimental to future development, both private sector and public sector, especially with regard to public workforce housing projects that we're in the middle of constructing here in the town of Mammoth Lakes. We also believe that criterion number 4, which is the proposed building standards are not unreasonable, arbitrary, unfair, or capricious in whole or in part, is also not being met. We believe that imposing the new code standard with the associated ACE 7 hazard tool is unreasonable, as local case studies for many years in our jurisdiction have established a safe snow load. To illustrate this point, Having been a longtime building official for both the town and a longtime county employee, I can safely tell you that buildings in this county, and particularly in the town of Mammoth Lakes, built between the late 1960s and the early 1980s, were conducted during an era where there was three bad things basically going on. There was an inadequate snow load criteria of 135 pounds per square foot, which is not even close to being adequate for the snow loads that we experience here in town. In addition to no enforcement locally of it by way of no plan review and also no inspections. Having been a long-time building official, I know a contractor who personally did work on condominium complexes, over half of which of our 1,000 units here in town were constructed during that time frame. He said that inspections were simply conducted over the phone between him and the building official in Bridgeport, California, which is an hour north of Mammoth Lakes. They would simply tell him that they're ready for installation and drywall, and the building official in Bridgeport would say, "Go ahead, proceed, and give me a call when the job's done." So there were no field inspections for many of our buildings during that era. In addition, plan reviews were essentially rubber stamped by county staff back in those days. Having worked for the county since 2008, I talked to longtime county employees that told me that the building official back in that era would simply look at the plan submitted for a condo complex and make sure they had a stamp from an architect or an engineer and would rubber stamp them as approved. So this lack of enforcement for both inspection and plan review, combined with a very inadequate snow load design back then, basically led to a lot of the failures that we experienced. In fact, almost all of the roof failures that we experienced during the big winters of 16, 17 and 22, 23 were all constructed from the late 60s to the early 80s, when we had these very flawed processes with inadequate snow load design. Ever since we incorporated better snow load or more accurate snow loads that we have to this day, based on a thorough analysis that was conducted on our local criteria, combined with very rigorous plan review inspection processes, we've had very few, if any, failures since then of our roof structures here in town. Basically, during the big winter of 23 and 22, many damaged buildings that we observed had construction defects, such as discontinuous king studs that weren't continuous all the way to the header and things like that. Many construction defects were revealed during the damage investigations during that winter, where those would have been caught and corrected had there been a competent and complete inspection process back then. So to be able to us to be subjected to the hazard tool and subject to these radical snow loads when our buildings have fared very well that were constructed after we had adequate snow load design, in addition to good inspection and plan review process, simply stated, would be very unfair and totally unreasonable. With regard to criterion number 5, the cost to the public is unreasonable based on the overall benefit to be derived from the building standards. We believe that the cost would go up so dramatically in town that both public sector and private sector construction projects would be essentially crushed with no prospect of being able to afford them. The town of Mammoth Lakes is currently in the midst of sponsoring a massive 300+ unit workforce housing project known as the Parcel. If that project, which we still have 2/3 of it ahead of us, were subject to the hazard tool, there's no way we'd be able to complete this very important project to provide housing to our workforce, in addition to the $1 billion+ private side investment that Altera and Mammoth Mountain are proposing. You'll see and hear more of that detail likely coming up from other speakers after me. Then finally, criterion number 7, the applicable national specifications, public standards, and model codes have been incorporated therein as provided in this part where appropriate. We believe that Mammoth Lakes is an extreme case due to its altitude and snow load and needs to be assessed independently. We believe that a universal national model cannot address the extreme climate and circumstances of Mammoth Lakes. The proposed standard is based on limited data points and little or no study of Mammoth Lakes. As an example, we were able to determine that the entire state of Alaska still qualifies as a case study under the hazard tool, yet nowhere in the Intermountain West of the contiguous United States, Mammoth Lakes included, gets the benefit of that case study through the hazard tool. It has to be noted that many areas in Alaska have lower snow loads than the town of Mammoth Lakes. So those are my points that I would like to make to the commission this morning. I thank you for your time, for listening to me speak to you this morning.
Thank you, Tom. Next is going to be Mark.
Good morning, Chair Oglesby and members of the committee. My name is Mark Carney. I'm an attorney with a law firm of Riker Fowle and have practiced land use law in Mammoth Lakes, California for 36 years. We represent Altera Mountain Company, the owner of 17 ski resorts in North America, including 4 resorts in California: Palisades Tahoe, Mammoth Mountain, June Mountain, and Big Bear Resort. The California resorts serve and support several California mountain communities, including the towns of Truckee, Mammoth Lakes, and June Lake, the city of Big Bear Lake, and the counties of Placer, Mono, and San Bernardino. I'm joined today by Karen McShay, Altera's Vice President for Community Development, Public Finance, and Entitlements. Throughout the next decade, Altera plans to invest more than $2 billion in the California resorts and the mountain communities. So on July 9th, we submitted a public comment letter to summarize Altera's concerns over the proposed changes to CBC Section 1608.2. As we understand it, that code change would prevent local building officials from using the critical and time-tested tool of site-specific case studies to determine ground snow loads in mountain communities. If that happens, then the economic and societal impacts on the mountain communities could range from significant to staggering. As shown in the graph attached to our public comment letter, if case studies are eliminated, then ground snow load values at Mammoth Mountain, where Altera intends to develop major structures built in the 1960s, including the main lodge and Mammoth Mountain Inn, will increase by between 45 and 79%. Ground snow loads at Palisades Tahoe Village will increase by 80%. They'll increase in June Lake by 120%. Now, Altera has not quantified the percentage increase in construction costs that these huge increases in snow loads will trigger, but Altera believes that those cost increases will be significant and that any economic impact analysis that the agencies have conducted or will conduct as part of the rulemaking process will bear that out. Not only will these increased costs impact Altera's projects, it will increase the cost of all public projects in the mountain communities, including workforce housing, schools, hospitals, fire stations, and community centers, projects where any increased cost is significant. And as it turns out, these increased snow loads and increased construction costs are not even necessary. You heard Mr. Perry talk about his audit of roof failures in Mammoth Lakes in 2022 and 2023. A similar study was conducted by Douglas Godow, a structural engineer for Lynchpin Engineering in Truckee.
How are you? Hey, I'm great. How are you doing?
He told me that he had investigated more than 100 roof failures in and around Truckee and concluded that every single failed roof that he investigated was installed on an unpermitted structure and or a structure constructed before 1995. Not one roof on a permitted structure constructed after 1995 failed. Those investigations confirm that case studies have kept communities safe in the mountains for more than 30 years, even during the most extreme snow conditions in recorded history. Altera is not aware of any evidence to the contrary. Consequently, any code change that would eliminate case studies in mountain communities simply cannot meet criterion number 5 of the 9-point criteria, which requires that there must be a benefit from the proposed change that outweighs the cost to implement it. Since the benefit from the proposed change is indiscernible and speculative, and the economic and societal cost to the mountain communities could range from significant to staggering, the proposed code change cannot meet criteria number 5. Therefore, Altera respectfully requests the committee to please find some way to continue to allow local building officials to use case studies upon site-specific objective criteria. The California resorts and the mountain communities are depending on it. Thank you for your consideration of Altera's request, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mark. Before I move to the next one, I just wanted to note that Mr. Shen is present.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So next comment is going to be from Kathleen.
Switching to the interview. Great.
Go ahead, Kathleen.
Oh, thank you. So again, I'm a private sector engineer. I specialize in work over in the east side of the Sierra, which is high snow load, high seismic design work. I do work for commercial, multifamily, residential, primarily wood frame construction in this area. I've been doing this since like the late 80s. So I want to give you a couple of examples of some technical problems with the ASC's hazard tool that the IBC the ASC 722 requires to be used to identify your ground snow load for which you use to design your roofs. And the first is just a couple of elevations. So I took a couple of spots. One is June Lake, California. For the input elevation of 7664, the output, which is 125% increase of snow load, is output for an elevation of 8,446 feet, which is 1,182 feet higher than what June Lake is. So that's just, I mean, that's a real technical problem. It's just not correct. And then I have similar numbers, well, not quite as high. That's the most egregiously different in elevation. I have similar differences in the town of Mammoth Lakes, both up at the main lodge and down in town, 360 feet difference of input and output elevation. So I don't know how many of the CAC members are structural engineers or how familiar you are with snow load design, but it's a very specific area of structural engineering design. Not a lot of people specialize in it. I do. So this current round of ASC 7 goes into a lot greater detail on how to deal with drift, which is a real technical area of like what buildings next to what and how high and how close and how proximate, and then what your drift is. The truth is, the Sierra is exactly the same way. Any mountain range has those same snow characteristics of drift that vary based on where your valleys are, where your snow depositions happen. And those of us that have been working and practicing there, we're not just a bunch of yokels up here. You know, we know we're in really high snow load areas, and we've done a lot of work, both public and private sector cooperation in understanding the areas where we have to engineer. And I think this area has done a phenomenal job in identifying the correct nodes that balances safety with cost effectiveness. And as an engineer, that's your job. You know, we're supposed to do things safe, but you know, we're not gonna get a $500,000 car from Detroit that causes no automobile accidents because nobody can afford a $500,000 car. Same is true with buildings. We could make buildings so that it could sustain a nuclear blast, but you know, no one could afford that. So our jobs as engineers is to find the balance of what's safe and what's effective, and then what's affordable. The other technical aspect of the hazard tool, which is difficult to understand, is that it appears that it only used one snow monitoring site in the town of Mammoth Lakes. Now, the town of Mammoth Lakes is highly instrumented. Mammoth Mountain Ski Area alone has 7 different sites. And I'm not talking about sites that just measure snow depth so they can report it for marketing purposes. These are sites that are from UC Santa Barbara, cooperating with the Army Corps of Engineers. They're very highly scientific sites. We're also monitored by Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. All the snow that melts from up here is water owned by somebody else. And so they monitor it highly. None of those data sites were incorporated into the software that's used to give us our number that we're required to use from the ASC 722. So right now, if you adopt the IBC without modification, we're going to be stuck with these egregiously high and I think technically undefendable numbers that we have to abide by in our building designs. So I think those 2 areas address the, the 9-point criteria of number 4 about technical unreasonability. And then my last comment is about cost. And this is a cost that no one else has really mentioned. I do a lot of work for insurance repairs. And And so particularly because of, snow loads, we've had, and a number of people have mentioned the snow year of 2023. What's important to mention is that was 3 times the normal snow load. 3, not 2, 3 times the normal snow load. So it was highly tested. There were a lot of failures. There were older buildings, no deaths, no, that type of thing. But they were older structures. But here's the cost aspect that I want to address that deals with item number 5 of the 9-point criteria. It has to do with insurance coverage. Most buildings in California, since they're super high value, I don't care if they're commercial, private, homes, residents, doesn't matter, are insured. Under an insurance claim, the insurance company will pay to rebuild what was there before. Now, if we have this new criteria that says anything new that is rebuilt has to be built to the current code, which is how the existing building code works if it's snow damage, these super high roof snow loads are going to cause the rebuild of the entire structure. And I'm going to say that again. You can't go up to 2 times the snow load on a roof repair where you have a major roof beam, fail or something, and then think that all those loads, you have to carry all those loads to the foundation. If you're doubling the snow load on the roof, you're not going to be able to just repair your roof. You're going to have to tear down the whole building and repair the foundation or do underpin foundations or things equally unaffordable just so you can be technically correct to address how you rebuild a damaged structure that's insured. Nobody in California, nobody in snow load country is going to have enough code upgrade coverage. So the way insurance claim would work, they would pay to rebuild what was there. You can't rebuild what was there because it's not code compliant. When you bring it up to code compliance, then they book that additional cost to your code upgrade coverage. No one's going to have enough. We're going to have structures that can't be rebuilt because nobody can afford it with these kinds of super huge increases to snow load. And so because of that aspect of the cost as well, I think it does not meet the criteria number 5 about the cost being reasonable to the public. So thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Kathleen. Next is going to be John.
Hi, my name is John Dunteman. Thank you, the Code Advisory Committee, for allowing me to speak today. I am the current chair of the ASCE 7, ASCE SEI Snow and Rain Subcommittee, both for the 722 cycle as well as for the previous edition, the 722 edition of ASCE 7, which is specifically the subject of this meeting today, or at least the snow loads of that document. Also with me today is Brennan Bean, who developed the data set that serves as the basis for the snow load provisions in ASCE 7. I actually met with I attended the ICC code hearings and spoke on behalf of ASCE 7 SEI when IBC or the ICC code structural committee adopted the ASCE 722 loads, and it was instrumental as part of that process. We just learned of this meeting last week, and I just became aware of some of these or a number of these concerns that have already been expressed. And it was after the deadline for the written statement, so we were unable to produce something in writing for consideration by the committee. Hence, we'd like to at least be able to speak here today and present our perspective of this. So with that introduction, we'd like to request the Code Advisory Committee, to delay any vote on the acceptance or rejection of the ASCE 722 ground snow load values until more information could be provided to the committee about the rationale behind the new snow loads. The current arguments for rejection of the ASCE 722 ground snow loads seems to be primarily focused on the fact that the 722 loads are higher than what is currently being used in the mountainous regions of California. We believe that a discussion about differing snow load requirements is critically incomplete without an understanding of the reasons why the values are different. In ASCE 722, care has been taken to ensure that the design snow load values meet the reliability targets set forth in Chapter 1 of ASCE. Any difference in value must be discussed in the context of those reliability targets. For example, current design practices in the mountainous areas of California use snow load values that predate the modern 1980s notion of structural reliability, as has been the foundation of ASCE 7 and the IBC code since its of ASCE since its inception, and is a fundamental component of the IBC code. We believe, based on our exploration of these values, that the current California loads are lower because they were not designed to meet those reliability targets. We further believe that any exception for case studies in the region must also come with the responsibility of showing how the values in that case study satisfy the ASCE reliability targets. To allow the specification of a design load without also showing how reliability targets are achieved is to undermine the very foundations of ASCE 7 and the IBC. The ASCE 7 Rain and Snow Load Subcommittee would like the opportunity to explain the rationale behind the ASCE 722 snow loads before a decision is made regarding their use. Doing so will ensure that the Code Advisory Committee is making an informed choice by providing critical context currently lacking in the ongoing discussion about these loads. We further offer our willingness to provide such an explanation in a virtual or in-person meeting at a later date. I'd like to just add a couple other comments related to some of the comments I just heard here earlier and that are memorialized in some of the correspondence that has been produced. It's very important to understand that when you're looking at the ASCE 722 data set, the so-called hazard tool, that information, those ground snow loads are in fact, they are increased relative to what existed prior to ASCE 722. But again, the basis of that is that these are reliability targeted loads, effectively strength loads or ultimate strength loads. And when that mapping or that data set was developed, we also reduced the load factors or the corresponding load factor in Chapter 2 of ASCE 7, which was adopted by IBC, so that instead of a 1.6 load factor, it's a 1.0 load factor, similar to what was previously done in ASCE 7 with wind loads. So again, you have to look at both the ground snow loads and those, that information, and also know or understand that in fact the load factors that are applied to those snow loads are less than what previously existed. Also, the statement that ASCE 722 does not allow for case studies is just factually incorrect. If you refer to the document, section 7.2 on ground snow loads, it's very specific that case studies are allowed and subject to the approval of the authority having jurisdiction. So again, ultimately, the local authorities have control over the final values. And then finally, there was a reference, I believe, to the application of ASCE 722. In fact, there was multiple references of applying these new loads to existing structures or in the process of evaluating existing structures. And while that can be done, it is not the intent, and there's no provision within ASCE 722 that requires the application of the ASCE 722 snow loads to existing construction. With that, that's what I have prepared here today. And I'm hoping that Brennan Bean also a member of the ASCE 7 Subcommittee on Snow, will have the opportunity to speak and elaborate on these points.
Thank you. Next, we have Brennan.
Well, that was good timing. I won't repeat anything that John Dunneman said besides that I support it. I think what I can provide is a little bit of a response to some of the arguments that have been made ahead of John and I. One of those is this discussion about the balance between cost and safety. And that has been defined. That balance has been defined with the reliability targets that are in Chapter 1 of ASCE. And for a typical structure that's also sometimes called risk category 2, it's defined based on probability, and it's a probability of failure due to excess loading of 0.13% in a 50-year period. And so for context, that would mean that in about 1,000 50-year periods, we would expect to see failures due to excess loading in one of those periods. And so to use the fact that we haven't seen failures for buildings from 1995 on, there's really no basis for that, because the probabilities of failure that have been targeted by ASCE are so low that observations alone can't determine that. We can know when we're wrong, but we can't know when we're right. And so on that basis, we need to think about whether, in my view, if a wholesale rejection of the ASCE 722 snow loads is really a rejection of Chapter 1 of ASCE, because we can't menu pick and say, well, we can use whatever loads we want because it's worked for the last 30 years, and also simultaneously say that we are satisfying the reliability targets set forth in Chapter 1 of ASCE. So that's what I'd invite the Building Commission to consider in regards to this notion of the probability of failure. In response to some of the other comments regarding smoothing, the map intentionally produces elevations that are different than the exact location that you put on the map. And the reason why is that the map is providing values on an 800 meter square grid. And so the elevation has to then be averaged based on the surrounding locations. So when you're in topographically complex places, the elevations don't match exactly. And this was intentionally provided to the engineer so that they would know and be able to use engineering judgment if the elevations had a large discrepancy, that there would need to be some adjustment made on that value. And this goes back to what John Dunneman said about the authority having jurisdiction, being able to use this as a foundation to describe rational loads that meet reliability targets, which everything that we've seen in the snow load studies that have been used in these regions do not meet the reliability targets based on the rationale that they use to define those loads. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Kathleen.
I'm sorry, thank you. I just wanted to provide a couple of comments to respond to some that were said earlier. The previous speakers had mentioned that codes were not to be applied to existing structures. Oh, yes, they are. Under the California existing building code, if you have no damage due to, you have, I think that the structural damage for substantial structural damage, the existing building code requires any repair to meet the current code standards of all sites. So that's how the California existing building code works with what's going to be proposed for the new snow load area. So that's, and then Brennan Bean mentioned that, you know, we're allowed to use engineering judgment when we see results where the elevations are different. I don't see that anywhere. There's no code provision for doing that. You know, we have to abide by the code. And under section 1.18, a local building official is allowed to make local amendments to the code, but only if they're more restrictive. So in what universe is a lower snow load more restrictive? So as it stands right now, there doesn't appear to be code defense for being able to use a different snow load. And when I get a result as an engineer for a spot that's, you know, 1,100 feet higher than the location, I don't have an option. I don't have an option. Thank you. That's my comment.
Thank you, Kathleen. And just a quick point of order. For agenda item 3, we're taking public comments from folks on items not on the agenda. So once we've already heard a comment, it's not, kind of a comment. This isn't an opportunity for comments on comments and responses to comments. So we'll be calling on folks that haven't spoken already. So thank you. So with that in mind, who's next that has not commented yet? Barbara?
I have to be honest with you, I can't remember who else commented.
I know we've heard from Tom. So Joseph Rice from Stantec and Paul Armstrong have not commented yet. So
Okay, so let's go with Joseph. He's next.
okay.
Hello, good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Joseph Rice. I'm a structural engineer with Stantec Consulting Engineers. I'm a licensed SE in the state of California and a senior associate for Stantec's US West Buildings practice. I'm here today to voice my opinion on the snow load provisions that we've been discussing, Chapter 16, Section 1608.2 of the 2024 IBC. I have also conveyed similar information in my written comments that I sent last week. As corroborated by my colleagues today, we have also found that in California mountainous regions, the snow load increases under the new code are significant. On top of having some of the highest snow loads in the nation already, partly due to the moisture content of our snow, in many locations, snow loads are increasing by 50% and some by over 100%. These figures already consider the changes in load factors that have been discussed by others today. Also, in some instances, we have found that the mapped ground snow loads are highly variable over short distances, even on a flat uniform site. A large site may have significantly different snow loads for buildings such as on medical campuses or school campuses. In practice, engineers would need to design for these higher loads. Some materials and methods of construction that are common today may no longer be feasible at these higher elevations where the loads have increased significantly. One common example would be wood light frame trusses commonly used in residential construction. There are limits to these materials. Additionally, the increased snow loads will lead to an increase in seismic demands that will also need to be considered. I can state, based on the increases that we are seeing, that there will be an increase in the cost of development in these communities, and it will be significant. The question then becomes, to what benefit? By adopting these new provisions, are we acknowledging that our current buildings, built to snow loads adopted prior to ASC 722, are at risk of failure? Or rather, are the new loads just more conservative and we need not worry about this risk? Point 5 of the 9-point criteria states that the cost to the public must be reasonable based on the overall benefit to the public. I will join my colleagues today in asking the committee to implement an exception to 1608.2 to allow for case studies to be used, or to clarify that they are allowed by the new code, returning for further study until it can be determined that this 9-point criteria is met. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Next is Paul.
Thank you very much, Paul Armstrong, American Wood Council. This has been a great discussion. I too want to encourage certainly the Building Standards Commission and our Code Advisory Committee here to continue this discussion. I do believe certainly that case studies are allowed also. However, it's not as clear as it once was. And as a result, I think some guidance needs to be provided. Bob Raymer came up with a note that sounds plausible to me too. However, I think we also need to address certainly the confusion or the potential, at least, in increased liability for our engineers out there in the case of a problem based on these snow loads. Obviously, they're topographically diverse areas, as we heard. The snow loads may be different than the use of a case study, and as an example that was discussed, June Lake, I think is prudent. However, we do need to clarify to the local authorities that it is allowed, and to the engineers and architects and others who practice in those regions, that they can rely on those numbers and feel comfortable moving forward in construction. And certainly the builders and others who are involved in these developments. We do want safe structures. There's no doubt about that, but we also want the criteria that we impose through the codes to also be minimum. And it's not always through the codes. Frequently, it's based on other research that is much more specific, because the codes have a much more certainly statewide or even national application. And so we have that ability to do that. We've had that for years. Again, please, I think, continue this discussion. Let's see what can be put out there to help certainly the industry deal with these new loads, and then certainly be able to understand and work with case studies in those areas that have worked for years. And I get the whole reliability issues based on ASCE 7. While I'm not involved with snow loads, it does build into other areas within our design standard there. And so we need to be cognizant of that. Please give us the information ultimately when the 2025 codes are effective, that our industry can use and design and build effective, safe and cost-effective developments moving on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tom, did you have something to add?
Yes, just a couple quick points relative to comments made by Mr. Brennan, Bean, and by Mr. Donovan. I'd like to point out to the committee that our proposed exception includes the reliability targets of section 1.3 of AACE 7. So there's no attempt to fully abandon that methodology in our proposed exception. If you read our exception, we're definitely rolling in the reliability targets of section 1.3 of ASC 7, or multiplying a factor of 1.6 times the 50-year MRI. So we have, when we discussed it amongst ourselves, we knew that we couldn't completely just part ways with the reliability-based target methodology of section 1.3. We're honoring that. And part of our exception has that in there. So we're honoring that. I'd also point out that the post-1995 damage, I want to clarify, yeah, there was damage to buildings and buildings that were constructed after 1995. I did not say there was no damage at all. There was. But if you look at ASCE 716, which is the current version, and all previous versions, in section 7.2, the code's very clear. It says that, quote, ground snow loads to be used in the determination of design snow loads for roofs, end quote. So when I said that most of the damage, or the worst damage we had, were these buildings from the late 60s to the mid or to early 1980s, that was roof structural failures. Buildings after 1995, their roofs fared pretty well, but we had other damage to like guardrails, maybe decks, potentially propane riser enclosure assemblies and that kind of thing. So I'd like to clarify that. And then finally, the case study in 722, basically, when you read the text in 722, it says that basically, quote, where the results from the geobase include a case study needs to be conducted for a specific location. Well, that means that you're only allowed a case study per the text in 722. You're only allowed a case study when the hazard tool says you can. So for areas like California and everywhere outside of Alaska, you don't have the benefit of a case study given the current language of ASCE 722, because the hazard tool doesn't allow it. So no, if you look at the language of 722 as it's written, we do not get to do a case study because the hazard tool does not assign a case study to the Mammoth Lakes area. And then finally, I want to say there's a comment about how the reliability-based target methodology has been in previous versions all along in ASCE 722 or in ASCE 7. That has not been my experience. It's always been, it appears it's always been the 50-year MRI and not the reliability-based target methodology. It seems that the reliability targeting methodology is new to 7-22. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. And I'd like to make a kind of a point of order and clarifying statement, but I see Mia Marvelli's hands up, so I'll go ahead. You can go first, Mia.
I think you were going to make the point that I was going to make about point of order. Yeah, this agenda item is to, briefly discuss and provide public comment. It's not a forum for a workshop or a debate. So I would recommend that if the folks have already commented that maybe, they've said their piece and move on.
Thank you, Mia. And yeah, just as a reminder, the Structural Design Lateral Forces Code Advisory Committee, their purpose here is to provide recommendations to the state agencies and the commission on the proposals before them that are on the agenda. And no state agency here has proposed an amendment to section 1608.2 of the International Building Code. Building standards law requires, the California agencies to adopt these specific model codes and then authorizes them to make amendments, based on their authority. But again, those agencies have not made any amendments to this section, so there's no action to be taken, not on agenda item 3, and there's no proposed changes that the agencies are making to this. So there's really nothing the committee can take action on, for this proposed change. That's not to say that there aren't options that can be considered going forward. Some of the testimony that we've heard, there are some suggestions there that the state agencies can consider. Mr. Raymer's suggestion for a non-regulatory pointer to existing sections for alternate means and methods. That's certainly something that can be looked at and considered. Other things that the Building Standards Commission has done in the past with model code issues like this, where the agencies aren't amending the model code. It's the model code that's required to be adopted by California. Is we could work with the agencies on a coordinated information bulletin to bring the issue to the attention of the regulated community and remind them of their options like alternate means and methods, and also like local amendments in their ordinances that might be able to address the issue. So just wanted to provide that kind of procedural background, and thank everyone for their testimony. Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Anybody on the telephone?
We don't have any phone participants at the moment.
Okay, well, thank you for your public comments. And have any written comments you wanted to summarize, or?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we did receive the 5 comments, but all 5 commenters provided their comments here today. So that'll be it for that one.
Well, this will conclude item 3. Thank you. Next on the agenda, we must elect, nominate, and choose a vice chair. So,
Mr. Chair, this is Sarah Sarkisian, if I may. Can you hear me?
Yes, go.
I would like to nominate Gwen Sears as the vice chair for the committee.
do I have a second?
This is Gary McGavin. I second.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
Or discussion on the motion?
Or
That was my motion, actually.
that's your motion. So
I
now
was
it's time
moving.
for discussion. We have a second.
I will accept if the committee will have me.
Thank you.
Call for the vote.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Martin Ledesma.
Yes.
Gwyneth Searer.
Yes.
Shehen Akelian.
Yes.
Gary McGavin.
Yes.
Ara Sargsian.
Yes.
John Oglesby.
Yes.
And Yihao Shen Clark.
Yes.
Great, vote is unanimous.
Congratulations. You are the vice chair. And moving on to number 5, California Building Standards Commission, BSC 0524, proposed the adoptions of the 2025 edition of the California Building Code, Part 2, Title 24. BSC, please please introduce yourself and present your proposal. Sir.
Thank you. Greetings, Chair and committee members. My name is Timothy O'Malley, Architectural Associate representing the California Building Standards Commission. Today I'm presenting the BSC 0524 Part 2 rulemaking package for amendment and adoption of the 2024 International Building Code into the California Code of Regulations, Title 24, Part 2, 2025 California Building Code. I can say it, mouthful. With me today is Irina Brosman, Supervising Architect, also with the Building Standards Commission. BSC proposes to adopt the 2024 IBC, the most recent edition of the Model Code, for codification and effectiveness into the 2025 edition of the CBC. This action is to meet the requirements of Health and Safety Code Section 18928, assuring adoption of the most recent edition of the Model Code within 1 year of its publication. In addition, BSC proposes to bring forward existing amendments from the 2022 Building Code for inclusion of the 2025 CBC without modification. We also propose new amendments shown in the rulemaking items listed in the CAM document in your rulemaking package. BSC proposes only minor updates, editorial revisions, and corrections coordinated with other proposing agencies to ensure that all changes proposed to the current edition of the 2024 IBC and the existing Title 24 Part 2 code language are non-substantive in nature. There's no intended change in regulatory effect, no other facts, evidence, documents, testimony, or other evidence on which CBSC relies to support its initial determination pursuant to Government Code Section 11346.2. There's no technical or theoretical or empirical study or report for similar documents used as the basis for the proposed adoption of the 2024 IBC with necessary amendments. Health and Safety Code Section 18934.5 assures that the California Building Standards Commission shall adopt, approve, and codify and publish the building standards for those occupancies for which BSC has authority. Per Government Code Section 11346.2, BSC has not identified any reasonable alternatives, including less burdensome and equally effective in achieving the purposes of the regulation in a manner that ensures full compliance with statute. The public is welcome to submit any information, facts, or documents, either supporting BSC's initial determining or finding something to the contrary. BSC respectively asks the SDLF CAC members to approve its package today, and thank you for your time.
This item is now open for committee discussion. Please indicate the CAM number, section number, and the IED page. Committee meetings, do you have any comments on the items in 524?
Is my hand up? I can't tell. Oh, there it is. Yeah. This is Gwen. Let me see if I can do this correctly. So I have no problem with item 9.9-1 or 11 or 12. I have a question on 9.2 and a comment on item 10. And so in the past, if no one else had, like, for example, I just named 3 sections that I don't have any issues with at all. And if no one else has no issues with them, we could have a motion to address those 3 and then go into the remaining 2. I mean, I'm open to however we want to do this.
Well, let's go through the comments, see if there's any other comments than yours, and then
okay, right.
Then we can take them as lumps. I'm very much in favor of that.
So my first, I have a question on item 9.2. This is page 4 of 8 on the express terms. And I'm curious why we're not, this is the solar panel, photovoltaic panels. and I guess my question is to Tim. I see where BSC is proposing to adopt the same changes that DSA and HCD has proposed in the past and is proposing again this time. I'm curious why not just adopt the IBC requirements as is? Is there a problem with how IBC combined with ASCE 7 addresses solar panels?
So the intention was to co-adopt what the other agencies, and it was a previous cycle. And so we're basically adding our banner to the to that section. And essentially we're correcting what we thought not necessarily was an error, but just basically reaffirming that we had adopted those particular amendments. That's my understanding.
Okay.
You can ask DSA if there was some other kind of reasoning or rationale for the particular changes that they made to the section.
Yeah, I mean, we probably have members from HD or HCI or DSA on the line. I'm just curious why we're taking a model code and changing it. So I'm trying to remember why that's being done, and I'm drawing a blank.
Yeah, so really we're kind of basically renumbering, but we're also adding our banner. So.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, if the DSA wants to chime in, then we'll, try to get on a consensus on that, and we can get back to you, during the 45 day.
Okay. All right. Item 10. I interpreted all the public comments that were provided in writing to be addressed in item 10. It wasn't completely clear, but I do want to talk about that briefly because I did my own research, and I mean, this is being recorded, so this is my opinion. I believe the IBC and ASCE 7 both provide adequate outs for building officials and designers to do site-specific studies. And let me lay that out. So in the IBC, section 104.7.3 talks about code alternatives and modifications. That's one. It's sort of like the alternate methods of design. There's different ways you can approach things. In the IBC, which will become the CBC, 1608.2 talks about site-specific case studies and says shall be determined in accordance with Chapter 7 of ASCE 7 and be approved by the building official. In ASCE 722, one of the speakers earlier talked about section 7.2 ground snow loads. And it says where the results from the geodatabase indicate that a case study needs to be conducted for a specific location, the ground snow load determination for the location shall be based on an analysis of data available in the vicinity of the site and shall meet the reliability targets set forth and be approved by the authority having jurisdiction. The language doesn't indicate that a case study must be conducted, but needs to be conducted. So in my mind, that's gives you a little wiggle room to say, well, I'm getting crazy results. Maybe the elevation's wrong or whatever. And so I need to do a case study. And I'm going to do that case study. And finally, and I think the most important, is that the maps, the printed maps in both ASCE 7 and the IBC, which would be the CBC, have a note that says areas shown in gray represent areas with ground snow loads exceeding 140 PSF, which would encompass this entire region of the Sierras. And it says ground snow load values for these locations can be determined from the geodatabase, the hazard tool. It's permissive. And that means they also cannot be. If you choose to go a different route, you're allowed to do that per the plain language of these diagrams. And so I would say to the people who are concerned, I understand your concern. The codes do seem to go up and up and up in value in terms of design loads, sometimes for very valid reasons, and maybe there is a mistake. However, there is an out that says you can conduct your own study. And if you're doing a big development, that would be wise anyway. You'd want to know what your best estimate of the hazards are. Anyway, I will get off my soapbox, but I don't see a problem here. I think we're actually okay on item 10. And items 11 and 12, I have no comment. Except item 12, I'm really happy we're just adopting it without making any changes. But thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the committee? Any comments from the public?
Yes. So our first hand up is going to be Bob.
Thank you. Bob Raymer with CBIA, CAA, BOMA, and CBPA. And I agree with what Gwyneth just said. And that is why I was suggesting simply a note that sort of brings both of those points home. It's good to sort of, put something into print that reminds the code user of both of those options. And I agree with Gwen that it seems clear that site-specific case studies are indeed allowed going forward. But also, it would bear noting that section 1.8.7 is also allowed. I don't understand why, but over the last couple of weeks, I've run into probably a half dozen individuals who are incredibly bright in terms of structural engineering and whatnot that had no idea about the alternate methods of construction allowance, which, it's been in the code, I think, going back to the early 80s, maybe even before. So with that, I agree with what Gwen said. And I think simply an informational note would be very helpful by both BSC and HCD. We'll put comments in the 45-day language, and we'll work with the agencies, because whether they want an information bulletin, a note, or both, we're good. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands, and there are currently no phone participants.
Do you have any additions? Well, that concludes the comment, and why don't we go items that I can see now. 9.1, 9.2. 11 and 12 as one motion.
Well, this is Gwen. I didn't have a problem with item 10. If there's someone in the committee who wants item 10 balloted separately, that's fine.
My thought is that if you wanted to add a pointer to it now for BSC, it probably would be a good time.
I dislike writing code on the fly, and I don't have language.
But it's not code, it's a pointer. Just saying, hey, if you need to do your alternate study, go find it here.
Yeah, I don't have language for that. Sorry.
Okay. Let me think. Bob read it in, and I'll write it now so you know what it is. A note, not a code change amendment, a note in this section that says allowable methods of compliance include site-specific case studies and section 1.8.7 alternate materials, designs, tests, and methods of construction, provided they are approved by the building official. It's essentially what you stated, but it gives somebody that's looking up, oh, okay, I can do it this way too. Because not everyone's as studied as as you are, obviously, and
I mean, my motion isn't going to be for that, but if someone wants to propose that, that's fine. I think the code's sufficiently clear.
Mr. Chair, it looks like Mitchell Baker with HCD has his hand up for comment.
okay.
Mitchell, go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Just another point of order. Because HCD will also be speaking on item number or chapter 16. There's nothing before the committee of amendments to sections, so proposing code language would be out of order, whether it's a note or not.
This is a pointer, it's not code language.
For HCD, it still would not have gone through the pre-cycle public interaction to discuss that proposal and whether or not it's a note and may have regulatory effect. Thank you.
Call for a motion.
I move that we accept items 9-1, 9-2, item 10, 11, and 12 as submitted.
Second,
Second.
call for the question.
Just a quick, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, just a quick clarification. Gwyneth, it was motion to approve 9-1, 9-2, item 10, and was there one
11
more?
and 12, 11 and 12, the whole of item 9.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay. And the second was, who provided the second? Sorry, I didn't hear who that was.
I can do second, Ara Sarkisian.
Oh, thank you, Ara.
Or someone else.
Any more discussion? Okay, call for the vote.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Gwyneth Searer,
Aye.
Shehan Akelian,
Aye.
Gary McGavin,
Aye.
Ara Sargsian.
Aye.
Thank you. Martin Ledesma,
Aye.
John Oglesby,
Aye.
and Yihao Shen Clark.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you too. And Mr. Chair, just a quick time check. It's 10:23, so I don't know if it's the pleasure of the committee, but if they want to take a break or if they want to keep proceeding. I just wanted to give you a quick
Well,
time
this is
check.
probably a good time to take a break and we'll run it till lunch.
Okay, so 10-minute break sound okay?
Sure.
Everybody? Okay. Folks, we're going to take a 10-minute break before the next agenda item. So thank you for your comments, and we'll resume at 10:35. Thank you. Okay, 10:35. We ready, Mr. Chair?
We are ready.
Okay. Here we are. Okay.
Are we good?
Yes.
All right. Next on the agenda is item 6, California Building Standards Commission. 624, proposed adoptions of the amendments to the 2025 edition of the California Existing Building Code, Part 10, Title 24. BSC representative, please introduce yourself and present the proposal for item 6. BSC has their commission matrix, easy for me to say. Please indicate the number, section number, and section name of the items presented.
Good morning, committee chair and members. My name is Irina Brausman, supervising architect with the California Building Standards Commission. And I'm here to present agenda item 6, which contains BSC's proposal to adopt and amend the 2025 California Existing Building Code. So BSC proposes to repeal the adoption of 2022 California Existing Building Code, which is based on 2021 International Existing Building Code, and adopt the 2024 edition of International Existing Building Code, the most recent edition of the model. And in addition, BSC brings forward existing amendments from 2022 edition to 2025 edition of the California Existing Building Code with some modifications. So the proposed amendments are mostly editorial in nature, with no intended change in regulatory effect. And they are to clarify structural provisions in Chapter 3 in coordination with TSA, remove model language that conflicts with existing California regulations, and provide references to other parts of Title 24. Co-adopt existing HCD amendments for consistency with other parts of Title 24, and adopt to 2023 edition of ASCE 41 for scopes within BSC's authority. So that concludes my overview, and I respectfully request the committee to recommend BSC proposal for approval.
Okay, with that completed, we're now open for committee discussion. Do we have any?
Yeah, so
I think once there.
yeah, I have no issues with item 1 and item 2. I have a question or comment on 3-2 and a suggested improvement on 3-8. I don't know, should we just do item 1 first? Let's do, rather than trying to combine items. Item 1-1 and 1-2.
We can do that. You have to open that up to public discussion.
Okay. I don't see any hands raised, and there are no phone participants.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
Move to accept item 1, which is item 1-1 and 1-2 as submitted.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second, Gary McGavin.
Okay, so the motion is to approve BSC 624 item 1-1, 1-2, 2-1.
No, my actually motion was just item 1, 1-2, 1-1 and 1-2.
Okay.
I think it's just easier. I mean, I've done this a few times. It may just be easier to go big item 1, big item 2. I don't know. I mean,
So,
whatever, but my motion was just for item 1.
Okay. So item 1-1, 1-2, the entirety of 1, it's been seconded. Call for the vote.
Okay. Gwyneth Sear,
Aye.
Shehan Akelian,
Aye.
Gary McGavin,
Aye.
Ara Sargsyan,
Aye.
Martin Ledesma,
Aye.
John Oglesby,
Aye.
and Yihao Shen Clark. Yihao? You lose him?
He's still on me, just
Oh.
saying he'll be back.
Oh, okay. We'll just leave that open. Okay. Motion carries.
Okay. Moving on to item 2.
Move to approve item 2 as submitted.
Second.
Gary
Do I have a second?
McGavin, second.
Okay. Discussion?
If I may, for discussion, Mr. Chair, this is Ara Sarkisian. This right way to do, nothing wrong with this, but for the sake of saving everyone's time and also to make sure that we have enough time for those items that want to be heard, I would suggest to go, if there is no any discussion, any question on items, to kind of like bungle and make a group motions for items. Those that have no any questions, no discussions, so just to save time, like the way we did for other committees. That's just a suggestion. It's up to the committee the way you want to go.
Point is well taken by the chair.
Thank you, Ara. And just a reminder, we do have a motion. We currently have a motion on agenda item 2 to approve, and it's been seconded. But I don't believe we went to the public comment on this one, so we might just skip back to that. Okay.
Back to public.
Any comments on item 2?
Item 2, there are no hands raised and no phone participants.
Okay, call for the vote.
Okay. Gary McGavin,
Aye.
Gwyneth Sear,
Aye.
Shehan Akelian,
Aye.
Ara Sargsyan,
Aye.
Martin Ledesma,
Aye.
John Oglesby,
Aye.
and Yihao Clark Shen. Yihao?
Aye.
Oh, thank you. Okay, motion carries.
Okay.
And yeah, just a point of order to come back to committee member Ara's suggestion. What we did at the Building, Fire, and Other Committee is, and again for the committee's consideration, we can discuss the entire agenda item, the proposal, and then discuss questions on specific sub items within there, and then the motion could come out following that discussion. And if it looks like there needs to be a split motion, like approve, items 1 through 10, but we're going to take a separate motion for items 11 and 12, you could do that. And that way we don't have to do a motion and a roll call vote, for every item or sub item within it. So that's something we might want to consider.
It'll go on now.
Okay.
Okay, item 3. Committee discussion.
So I'm actually fine with every item except 3-8. I think the wording in 3-8 is a little bit unclear.
Okay, and your comment on what it is?
Okay, so item 3-8. It's talking about prescriptive selection of the design method. And it says, it lists some things. It says are permitted to be used except under the following conditions. But then it has another sentence that follows right after that, which is not really a condition. Well, it is I don't know. Like it's just it's poor structure. So the way I would revise it is say, except if the building has one or more characteristics described in sections 319.7.1 through 319 .7.7, in which case method B shall be used. And I'll read that one more time. Except if the building has one or more characteristics described in sections 319.7.1 through 319.7.7, in which case method B shall be used. And then strike out the sentence that says method B per section 321 must be used for a building with one or more of the characteristics described in 319.7.1 through 319.7.7. And the reasoning would that be 9-point criterion number 6. It was a little bit vague as to what was being required with the proposed wording.
So we could hold a separate motion for item 3-8, and then, you know, if there's no other questions or concerns about the remainder, you know, take the balance in another motion.
Yeah, let's just wrap this one in. All right, so is there any discussion from the public?
From the public, we have no hands and no phone participants.
Okay.
We do have DSA.
Oh, Diane Gould, the DSA. Go ahead, Diane.
Hello, can you hear me
Yes, go ahead, please.
now? Okay, thank you. I was just going to thank Gwen for her suggestions to the language. The reason, and yes, we're a part 10 presentation later, but what we were trying to do was actually responsive to a comment we received last cycle that this language was confusing. So what we've done here is to try to clarify, but I appreciate your further clarification. And we'll, I presume that item would get 45 days. Irina has her hands.
Yeah, so what I would suggest, if committee agrees, of course, as this language is co-adopted between BSC and DSA, if you recommend further study maybe, then we will certainly consider this language and come up with a solution instead of approve as amended maybe, but that's, of course, that's up to the committee to decide. That's just my suggestion, to recommend this for further study maybe, if again, and that will be this, that will need to be the same motion for DSA proposal for the same item.
Thank you.
Okay, so there's no further comment. So can I have a motion from 3.1 through 3.7?
Move as submitted.
Do I have a second?
Second, Sean Akelian.
Okay. Call for the vote.
Gary McGavin,
Yes.
Gwyneth Sear,
Aye.
Shehan Akelian,
Yes.
Ara Sargsian,
Aye.
Martin Ledesma,
Aye.
John Oglesby,
Aye.
Yihao Clark Shen, Yihao.
Aye.
All right, thank you. Okay, so motion carries on 3-1 through 3-7.
Motion 3.8.
Move for further study to clarify that first paragraph.
Do I have a second?
Would be required 9-point criteria sequence
Oh,
6.
number
right?
6, yes.
Yeah. I'll second.
Okay. Call for the vote.
Gwyneth Sear,
Aye.
Shehan Akelian,
Aye.
Gary McGavin,
Aye.
Ara Sargsian,
Aye.
Martin Ledesma,
Aye.
John Oglesby,
Aye.
and Yihao Clark Shen.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries.
Okay. Moving on to item 4. And I have a question for the committee. Are there any other comments on the BSC submittal through all the way through item 19? I'd
Yeah.
like to take it as one thing. If we have to segment things out, we will now.
I have something on 4.2, 6.1, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 11. I'm actually, so I'm okay with, let me go back. I'm okay with item 5. I'm okay with item 10. I'm okay with items 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and all the way to 20.
Okay, well, let's get through 4 because you have some things you want to talk about.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, give me a
So-
second. Okay, item 4-2. So the proposal is to require compliance with the California Mechanical Code. And it says to adopt the California Mechanical Code. However, in the past, we've never adopted section 102.4 from the California Mechanical Code. And that 102.4 basically allows you to repair things and put them back the way they were. So I guess it's a question. Is section 102.4 of the California Mechanical Code being adopted this cycle?
So that I will need to check. And just to clarify that this language that we are proposing to adopt now is existing language in the California existing building code. It was just adopted by HCD. And what we are doing is adding our banner to that existing language. But I can clarify certainly with section 102.4 in the California Mechanical Code.
So I guess I have a point of order then. I just want to know, should I, because Irina can't, I'm not expecting you to know that, I guess, offhand. Should I, you can't advise me what to make a motion on, but like, should I make a motion to do further study just so you can clarify and make sure that you are adopting 102.4?
Yeah, I would be fine with that motion, of course.
I mean, I'm not opposed to it at all. Just I want to make sure we are absolutely adopting 102.4, which covers additions, alterations, renovations, and repairs to mechanical systems.
I have a question for Kevin. Can we let that section trail until after lunch and then bring it back up when you have your answer?
That would also be fine.
That might be, that's,
I mean, it's probably more productive for this meeting to have it for further study, I would suggest. And then we can explore that like off the meeting time, not waste our time here and come up, because we will need to respond to further study motion in the eyesore anyway, if we go with that or if we don't go with your with
Okay.
that.
I'm fine with the further study on that.
so any other comment from the committee?
Mr. Chair, this is Sarah Sarkison. I don't see any reference to that specific code section. The language there says California Mechanical Code. And currently I am just checking 102.4. Of course, it's adopted by California of a mechanical code. I don't know what's the reason for asking for further study for that specific code section, making sure that we are not adopting or adopting. I'm not clear. So personally, I don't feel that there is a need for this item to go to further study. It's clear to me, and it was just carrying over the last cycle amendments and adoptions.
So when I'm looking at the code adoption matrix, the matrix adoption table, it does not appear to have been adopted by BSC in the past. 102.4. It says there's an X that says adopt only those sections that are listed below. And it's not checked off. And it may be that there is a proposal elsewhere in another committee that is hearing this, and that proposal is to adopt 102.4. I just want to make sure that that doesn't get lost. And in the past, you never had a reason to adopt it because you were only adopting very specific sections from the CMC.
It's admin. So if you want to go to further study, that's okay. Yeah, I see your pain.
Yeah, and again, just to clarify, I'm fine with either motion, and I will check this anyway. If you recommend this for approval or if you recommend this for further study, I will check this. So up to the committee.
I'm willing to just do as submitted, and Irina can check in the time after.
Okay, we have any public comment?
Gary has a comment.
Gary's hand up.
Yes, are we only doing 4.4 here?
This is 4.2.
Because I have,
we're on item
4.2. Because I have an issue with 4.4 if we're not doing that now. I just want to make sure that I'm not going to miss it.
No, you won't.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're still on discussion. So and we're finished with 4.2. And Gary wants to go to 4.4, correct?
Correct. No.
Okay.
And Irina had explained to me why this was in here, but I just have a problem with doing something that's outside of our expertise, quote unquote, even though as an architect, it's supposedly not out of it. But it just seems like the agency that put it in here put it in the wrong place. It should have been back in the environmental issues, not in the structural safety issues. So if we keep this 4.4 in here, I'll just have to vote no is all.
Irene?
So I'm not sure if I need to repeat what I explained to Gary before, but I can. I mean,
I'd
so,
like to hear it. Yes.
yeah. So Gary asked why items 4.2,
No, 4.4.
4P and 4.4 were in this particular committee for structural instead of PME or green, where it can be more appropriate to vote on them according to expertise of the committee members. And what I explained is that we have those different committees with different types of experts in those committees, but it's with some proposals, they do not really require the expertise in the plumbing, in the particular plumbing issues. In this case, they are more about general understanding and familiarity with the Title 24, because these proposals in item 4, they do not really require anything new in the plumbing. They are pointers to other titles of other parts of Title 24. Sorry, and this structural committee has architects, building officials who know the code. It's not only about structural, it can be kind of to some different areas. And another complication that we have with PME and green CACs is that they are held way earlier than we submit proposals for parts of Title 24 that based on ICC model codes. That's a timeline. Codes that are issued by IAPMO, parts 4 and 5 are based on them. So they are published way earlier than ICC published their codes. And we have slightly different timeline to adopt those. And that's why PME and green are a little bit earlier in the cycle. And BF4, SDLF, and HF, that primarily about ICC based codes and the California only codes. They are a little bit later in the cycle. So there is a problem with the schedule, and I'm not really sure how we could get these particular proposals be heard during PME or green for that matter. So.
Okay, I have a question on how we take this up, Kevin. And basically, from 4.2 to 4.4, these would be, in PME, the plumbing, electrical, mechanical code, because they all refer to mechanical codes and plumbing. Can we take them up in this committee?
We can, kind of like Irina explained, in the past, historically, what we've done is, like the schedule she described, we have the PME and the green code advisory committees first. And because PME has all the agency's amendments to the plumbing code, that's when most of those are adopted. These ICC-based codes sometimes have, pointers like this that we need to, that deal with not just structural, design or lateral force issues, but also like plumbing, or if it's energy or something else where we have to clean up the code to point to another part of Title 24. The committee can, and has in the past, acted on, because we can't take pieces of Part 10 and hear it in PME, which was heard back in March. Yeah. Like ideally, it's, we can't kind of shred the parts of Title 24 and spread them out over. It would just be too difficult. So typically PME hears parts 3, 4, 5. Green hears part 11. And then, BFO, parts 1, 2, 2.5, 9, etc. So it's the best way and the most efficient way that we've been able to kind of organize these proposals.
Yeah, and even if not considering the difficulty, we could not hear this at the FIMI because FIMI was in March and our initial submittals for this part 10, it was in May.
Okay.
So
So it is properly before the committee and open for committee discussion and action. Correct?
Yeah, 4.2 I'm comfortable with because it's talking about structural in the exception. But 4.4, maybe a simple way to take this up is just have this as a separate vote, 4.4 a separate vote. That way I can vote no on it and everybody else can vote yes.
How did you know it was headed that way?
But it ought to be. But it's just my personal belief that I shouldn't be talking about toilets in this committee. Unless, except for like 4.2, where it clearly has a structural reference. You don't want to take and make a mechanical system so stiff that it affects, or so loose that it affects the performance of the structure of the building. That makes sense. This makes no sense whatsoever. So
But it is properly before us, so.
it's properly before you, so yeah.
Yeah.
So, and I can properly vote no. And everybody
And
else
do
can
it
vote
well,
yes.
I might add.
Thank you.
Okay, public, do we have any more comments from the committee? Public?
Okay. Going once, going twice, no hands, and no phone participants.
Well, let's call for a motion on 4.1 and 4.2.
No, what about 4.3?
I think we need to call that as in a separate motion.
Okay.
I think Gary has a disagreement here.
Move to approve. Wait, Gary, are you shaking your head? You're muted.
I'm trying to get to my unmute there. No, I didn't have a problem with 4.3. I only had a problem with 4.4.
Okay, because 4.3, that's fine.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
we get a
I'd like to
motion
make
for 4.1, 4.2, and 4.3.
Move to approve 4.1, 4.2, and 4.3. And I would request that BSC look at item or section 102.4 from the CMC, but we're going to approve it as submitted.
Do I have a second?
Isara, second.
Okay. Call for the vote.
Okay. Gwyneth Sear,
Aye.
Shahen Akelian,
Aye.
Gary McGavin,
Aye.
Ara Sargsian,
Aye.
Martin Ledesma,
Aye.
John Oglesby,
Aye.
Yihao Clark Shen.
Aye.
Okay, that motion carries.
May I have a motion on 4.4?
Move to approve item 4-4 as submitted.
Okay, sorry, point of order. I know we've had discussion on 4.4, but I think, is there any public comment?
We can check.
I need a motion first.
Will we go committee discussion, public, motion?
Going once, going twice, no hands from the public, and no phone participants.
Okay.
Move to approve item 4-4 as submitted.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Call for the vote.
Okay, Gwyneth Sear,
Aye.
Shahen Akelian,
Aye.
Gary McGavin,
No.
Ara Sargsian,
Aye.
Martin Ledesma,
Aye.
John Oglesby,
Aye.
and Yihao Clark Shen.
Yeah, aye.
Okay, motion carries.
Motion carries. So, item 5. the committee? Any discussion?
I have no issues with item 5.
Anyone else?
Shahan?
Hi, sorry, this is my first time serving in this committee, so let me know if I'm out of order. I do have a comment on item 5 itself, not 5.1 or 5.2. It's a advisory comment regarding a specific section that basically is proposed to adopt the entire chapter 5 except the changes. I do have a comment on a specific section, 506.5.3, that and my comment advisory is to do a further study on that section because I believe it violates criteria 4, 5, and 6. And I know, probably no one has that section open right now, so I don't know whether I can comment on it further or just leave it out there. I just want to raise a flag that that section should be looked at by the state agencies.
Which section?
It's
section.
open for discussion, so tell us what you see wrong with it.
Okay, so this is section 506.5.3, seismic loads. And previous code cycle, it was introduced and it wasn't addressed by state agencies. And the change was when you convert a group U or group S occupancy to anything other than group S or group U, you need to reanalyze the building and, if necessary, retrofit it. It doesn't clarify whether it's when it's the main occupancy as group S or U or accessory. I have had opportunities to speak with the proponent for the IBC change. And his intention is that even if you have, let's say, 30-story office building and you want to convert portion of a garage to an office, his intention is that you need to retrofit the whole building. So this is a big change that I think it should have been addressed before. And also it affects all the ADU projects that are being, that we're allowing in the state of California. Essentially, this section requires anytime you convert a garage to an ADU, you need to retrofit that building to code to reduce sections, to reduce loading or the main code. So I think it's further studies needed to possibly allow exceptions for smaller buildings or allow exceptions for small portion of the conversions. Let's say there's an exception for 10%, but it doesn't apply for this. So it allows you to go from risk category 2 to 3, for example, or 3 to 4, but it doesn't allow you to convert, let's say, an accessory garage in an apartment building to an ADU, regardless of what the main occupancy of the building is. So, there should be opportunity for the state agencies to consider amending this and not adopting us as in model code.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Shan, so the exceptions 1 through 4 they're not sufficient, is what you're saying?
Yes. So the main issue is that the code doesn't say whether this applies if you convert, let's say, a standalone garage to any use. That would have made sense. It's the way that it is interpreted and intended that any portion of a building, it could be an accessory garage, let's say, of a high-rise building, you convert it, you need to now reanalyze the whole building. And exception 1 specifically excludes group U and S occupancy to convert it to anything other than group U and S.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Do you have a comment on that, Aaron?
Just want to point that there are no amendments on this section for us proposed. So it's more like a suggestion for a future exploration, I guess. Is that correct? Yeah, and the second thing is if that's concerning converting garages to ADUs, that's and more for HCD to consider. And again, I would say for future use and for future consideration. So, yeah.
Mr. Chair, this is Ara Sarkisian. If I may, I agree with Shahan. In some places, there is a space for the building official interpretation. This doesn't have even that space for interpretation. The first part of the sentence talks about the building changing the category. Second part is just a change of use, not of the building or portion of building. And that's right. If you have like even 8%, 5% of the building being converted to different occupancy group, entire building will be kind of like subject to that retrofit. If that's the case, needs a clarification for all users. I feel that for further in the future to take into consideration, probably that will be a good thing to do. But I'm not sure procedure-wise we can do anything here right now or not. So that's up to Kevin and Irina to suggest us to.
Yeah, just to clarify, thank you, Ara. Again, like Irina mentioned, the Building Standards Commission has no proposed amendment to section 506.5.3. So it's something that can be looked at in a future code cycle. And then just to clarify that suggestions regarding residential are outside our authority, but could be addressed by HCD. I'm not sure what HCD's proposal for this section is, but we will hear that in a later agenda item. So, but yes, thank you, Ara and Shahan.
Thank you.
Any more committee discussion? Nothing. Public?
Public. No hands and no phone participants.
Okay. Do I have a motion on item 5?
Move to approve as submitted.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Call for the question.
Okay. Gwyneth Sear,
Aye.
Shahan Akelian,
Aye.
Gary McGavin,
Aye.
Ara Sargsian,
Aye.
Martin Ledesma,
Aye.
John Oglesby,
Aye.
and Yihao Clark Shen.
Aye.
All right. Motion carries.
Okay. Moving right along now, item 6.
So I have some questions and they're all related. They're all similar to item 6 through 9 and 11. So 6, 7, 8, 9, and 11. Let me see if I can. So BSC is proposing to not adopt chapter 6. But then we're also proposing to bring forward existing amendments to section 601.1, 601.1.1, and 607. My version of the 2022 CEBC doesn't show any changes. So I'm not. Anyway, and then, well, let me. So, in addition, section 602, which describes alterations level 1, 603 is alterations level 2, and 604, which is alterations level 3. Those are defined in the alterations level 1 through 3 are defined in 602, 603, and 604. So how does how do items 7, 8, and 8 and 9 make sense, which are the ones that follow, if we're not defining what alterations level 1, 2, and 3 are? Like, does that make sense? Like, I'm confused as to how we're not adopting the chapter. We have amendments that we're bringing forward that I was not able to find. And then 7, 8, and 9 refer to alterations levels 1, 2, and 3, but theirs are only defined in chapter 6, which is not, those sections are not being adopted. Like, it seems like it's a little bit of a mess. I don't know. Help me out.
Yeah, I can clarify and explain that. So PSC has several heads, as we call them. The one head is we propose amendments that are applicable to state buildings, UC, and CSU buildings. And we adopt code for those types of buildings. And then we have a different head that we wear when we remove conflicts from the code. And that can be applicable to all the occupancies. And the amendments in chapter 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11, they are those types of amendments when we remove conflicts. And for example, one of those types of amendments is about historical structures. Like in California, Part 8 regulates all the historic buildings and structures. But in IEBC, there is Chapter 12 that address those types of structures. And there may be conflicts with our Part 8. So we do not print Chapter 12 in the California existing building code. So we, under BSC, under our authority to remove conflicts, remove references from CEBC to Chapter 12 and historical structures. That's one type of those types of amendments. The second one is about energy conservation. Again, we have in California, we have Part 6 that has all the regulations about energy conservation. And IEBC has own sections about that. So BSC, under our authority to remove conflict, remove that model code language and provide pointer to Part 6. But under that authority, we just remove conflicts, and we do not adopt any of those chapters for our authority for state buildings and UC and CSU. So these are two different things that BSC kind of has authority for.
So is it because, so I'm looking at the adoption matrix for example, chapter 7, and it says alterations level 1. There is an X under state fire marshal that they adopt the entire chapter as amended. So this is the reason why you're making changes, because one of the state agencies adopted chapter 7. Okay.
Yes.
All right,
Yes.
then thank you. I spent a long time. Sure.
Thank you.
So I no longer have a problem with items 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, all the way through actually to 19, to 20. So I would be prepared to move the remainder 6 through 20, items 6 through 20. But the committee may have other questions.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Thank you, Irina. That really helped.
I say no. So do we have public?
Public. Going once, going twice, no hands, and no phone participants.
Who would like to make the motion from?
Move to approve items 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20 as submitted.
Second?
Second, Dara Sarkisian.
Call for the vote.
Okay. Gwyneth Sear,
Aye.
Shahen Akelian,
Aye.
Gary McGavin,
Aye.
Ara Sargsian,
Aye.
Martin Ledesma,
Aye.
John Oglesby,
Aye.
Yihao Clark Shen.
Aye.
That motion carries. And just a quick point of order, I think everything in our part 10, in the BSC part 10 proposal was approved, right? Even though it was separate motions?
It's all separate motions.
Okay. But there was no further study or anything. So if that's the case, we don't really need a global vote to capture anything else.
Look and see if I got any notes.
I think we approved it all
They're
just in
legible.
chunks.
Mr. Chair, I believe because of item BSC item 3.8,
I have
that was
item
further
3.8
study.
is for farther study.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
We need to do overall,
Yeah, so thank you, Ara. So because there was this, a non-approved motion, we just need to take a quick global vote on the entirety of BSC's part 10. Thank you, Ara.
What would the motion look like? Like, how do you word that motion?
It would be a motion to approve all of the committee's actions on BSC's part 10 agenda item 6. Yeah, sorry.
Move to approve all of the committee's actions on part 6, agenda item 6.
Do I have a second?
Second, Ara.
Call for the vote.
Gwyneth Sear,
Aye.
Shahen Akelian,
Aye.
Gary McGavin,
Aye.
Ara Sargsian,
Aye.
Martin Ledesma,
Aye.
John Oglesby,
Aye.
and Yihao Clark Shen.
Aye.
All right, motion carries.
Okay. Moving right along now.
So that's it for Arena. All right, thanks, Arena.
Unless you just want to stay and listen.
I don't want to freeze.
Just gonna go warm up.
Shape.
Thank you, Arena.
Thank you. Okay. Next on the agenda, HCD. Item 7. HCD 0524, proposed adoptions of the amendment to the 2025 edition of the California Building Codes, Part 2, Title 24. HCD, please introduce yourself and present the proposal for item 7. HCD has their commission action matrix table. Please indicate the CAM item, section number, and section name of the items presented.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is
Good morning.
Randy Enrico, and I'm a district representative with the State Housing Law Program, representing the Department of Housing and Community Development. Other members from HCD are in attendance and will assist in today's presentation as needed. Thank you for this opportunity to present HCD's proposed amendments to the 2024 International Building Code for the 2025 California Building Code. HCD's authority to adopt, amend, or repeal model code is found in Health and Safety Code sections 17.922 and 19.990. HCD has coordinated with multiple state agencies to develop the 2025 CBC building standards packages before the committee today. HCD is appreciative of BSC providing direction and insight in working on this building package, as well as the departments and stakeholders. This presentation will cover CBC CAM items 19 through 34 only. A quick overview of HCD's 24 CBC package for structural design and lateral forces is that it contains 14 chapters and appendices with no changes, where HCD either continues to not adopt or adopts without amendments. The code sections that are being renumbered due to modern code numbering, and 3 code sections with HCD amendments. At this time, HCD would like to thank the committee for consideration of this package and for lending your piece. How would the committee like to proceed?
Well, should probably start. We know we're going to have some discussion on item 20. So we might as well start at the beginning and a little overview of each piece, and then I'm sure we'll have some discussion on 20 as far as I can tell by the previous public comments.
Very well. So we'll go line by line.
Yeah, you can do a quick one on that.
Very good. Item 19, CAM item number 19-1. Excuse me. Section 1511.9.6, accessibility egress. In coordination with DSA, HCD proposes to repeal the model code reference to chapter 11 and add a reference to chapters 11A and 11B in the CDC. CAM item 19-2, section 1511.10, photovoltaic PV panel systems. HCD proposes to renumber the section due to IBC renumbering, and in coordination with DSA, amend references from the Underwriters Laboratory Standards to 2025 CBC section 3111.3.1 solar energy systems.
A point of order. This is Gwen. Randall, I appreciate the effort you've put into this. I don't personally need to go through each item. Like the reason statements are pretty clear to me. And if the committee is willing, I mean, maybe we could just talk about specific things that we have questions on. I mean, for the sake of time.
Sure, whatever the committee's pleasure is.
Agreed.
I don't have anything. You don't have anything. Okay.
I know that's weird. But anyway,
I wanted to make sure you weren't just sandbagging it a little bit. Okay, so let's open up 19 for any discussion, if there is any. Public?
So we have Bob.
Hi, thank you. This is Bob Raymer again with CBIA, CAA, BOMA, and CBPA. And as we plan to do with the Building Standards Commission, we'll also be submitting comments to HCD regarding item 20. We've had an opportunity to have a little bit of discussion since the BSC presentation. While it sounds like most of the groups are, strongly supporting the addition of an informational note, I know that both BSC and HCE can also issue an informational bulletin that could have pretty much the same effect. And so either way that we can kind of get some more information out there, the better. Last but not least, I would once again like to reiterate that I agree with Gwen. When I read the new code, it seems pretty clear that site-specific case studies are allowed. But when I also hear individuals who make their living for decades in this area not understanding that, I think an informational bulletin or an informational note would be most helpful. So we'll be submitting comments, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Bob.
We don't have any other hands up, and there are no phone participants.
Okay, back on 19. Let's get that. Do we have a second for a motion and then a second for that?
We haven't had a motion, but I mean, I would prefer to, can we do items 19, 20 all the way through? Unless somebody,
20, we had some comments from ASCE about wanting to do further study. So I'll put that in the record. But let's close up 19.
okay. Move to accept item 19 in its entirety as submitted.
Second?
Second.
Thank you, Yihao.
Vote. We have a motion and a second. Need a vote?
All right.
Aye.
When it's here.
Aye.
When it's here. Okay.
Aye.
Shahen Akalian,
Aye.
Gary McGavin,
Aye.
Ara Sargsyan,
Aye.
Martin Ledesma,
Aye.
John Oglesby,
Aye.
and Yihao Clarkshen.
Aye.
All right. Thank you. Motion carries.
Okay, now we're on to item 20, which we've already started a little bit on. The only comments that I'm going to put in is that the guys that represented ASCE 722 and spoke on it recommended that it go for further study. And in lieu of that, Bob Raymer, and I don't know if you have a copy of this language or not, that he had proposed as a pointer. Allowable methods of compliance include site-specific case studies and section 1.8.7, alternate materials, designs, tests, and methods of construction, providing they're approved by the building official. Not as an amendment, but just as a pointer under that section. So I think those are the, and you know of all the other letters, so I think that's about where the comment is on that. Would you like to speak to that, Randall, and see, because there seems to be just quite a bit of a little upheaval on this particular section on the snow loads.
Randy, I can speak up. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mitchell Baker, almost afternoon, with HCD. HCD, as discussed previously, is not proposing amendments to the particular section, 1608.2.
That's correct.
It would be out of order for us to make amendments to model code language that hasn't been vetted and pre-cycle with our stakeholders. So HCD would not be proposing any sort of amendments to that section, whether it's a note or any changes during this cycle.
Got some committee comments. Gary, I think John might have been.
Okay.
She was.
John, okay. John Wayne Connolly, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I also get the impression from the AICE that they would like to provide more information to justify that why their approach give the results different from the previous, because of is that because really the data gap, or is that because the switch from the reliability that it seemed like they state that the previous approach, just based on the return interval, underestimate the load is supposed to be. So is there a process that they can formally submit more information to the public about to explain why the number is significantly different, like the commenter point out? Just try to understand the process within a 45-day period.
Further study.
Thank you, John. The folks with ASC certainly could coordinate with the commenters on that issue, kind of offline. For purposes of the committee and the committee action, the committee can take whichever motion, it determines. But just as a reminder, on item 20, this particular item, like HCD said, they don't have a proposed amendment. So just to clarify that. And then Gary?
Yeah, just a quick comment. Somebody had mentioned that the alternate means and methods went back to at least 1980. It actually, I have codes all the way back to the UBC 1927, and it's in the 1927 code in chapter 3.
Very good. Thanks for researching that, Gary.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Use of the break time.
There you go.
I only go back to 1958. Oh, so is that the end of our comments from the committee?
I mean, I think to be consistent with our action with respect to the BSC, we should just approve it as submitted.
Okay,
Did we take public comment?
Not yet.
we did not. Yeah. So this is the end of the committee comments. Do we have any comments? Okay. Public, please.
Yes. All right, public comment, going once, going twice. No hands and no phone participants.
So, call for a motion.
Move to approve item 20 as submitted.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Call for the vote.
Okay. Gwinnett Sear,
Aye.
Shahen Akelian,
Aye.
Gary McGavin,
Aye.
Ara Sarksian,
Aye.
Martin Ledesma,
Aye.
John Oglesby,
Aye.
and Yihao Clark Shen.
Aye.
All right, motion carries.
Okay. Do we have committee comments on items 21 through 34, or do we need to break that up?
No comment.
I see no one. Okay. Public,
Public,
please.
okay, no hands and no phone participants.
Would someone like to make the motion?
Move to approve items 21 through 34 in their entirety as submitted.
Second?
Second. Ara Sarkson.
Or has a second? Call for the vote. Please.
Sure. Gwinnett Sear,
Aye.
Shahen Akelian,
Aye.
Gary McGavin,
Aye.
Ara Sarksian,
Aye.
Martin Ledesma,
Aye.
John Oglesby,
Aye.
Yihao Clark Shen.
Aye.
All right, motion carries.
Okay.
That's it for HCD.
That's the end of HCD.
Thank you, committee members.
We
Thank
don't
you.
have any.
Thank you, Randy. Thank you, Mitchell.
Thank you.
So agenda item 8.
Let's see what we got here. Yeah, we should be able to go through 8 and then do a lunch break, or
Yeah.
do you want to take
Sounds
8 and
like
9?
sounds like we could maybe try. I think I heard the committee agree. We could maybe try to get through Oshpod's agenda item 8 and see where we're at for our lunch break. The committee is okay with that.
Yeah, I am.
All right, well, start with Oshpod. Look at my tag. Item 8, Oshpod 03/24.
Okay.
Please.
Okay, good. Should I start or?
I think I'm supposed to read this in.
Okay.
Item 8, Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development, Oshpod 03/24, proposed adoptions, amendments to the 2025 edition of the California Administrative Code, Part 1, Title 24. Please introduce yourself and present your proposals.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Roy Lobo, the Principal Structural Engineer with HCAI. And I have with me also Mia Marbelli. Mia, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, thank you. Thank you, committee members. This is Mia Marvelli. I'm a supervisor with OSHPOD in the Building Standards Unit and here just to provide support for Roy's package.
Okay, and also we have Dr. Ali Zuma, but I don't see him on the call today. But I will be presenting today agenda item number 8, OSHPOD's proposed code changes for the 2024 triennial code cycle, California Administrative Code Part 1. Part 1, Chapter 7 will be heard by the Health Facilities Advisory Committee. So we are only going to look at items number 1 and 2 today. So the summary of our proposal is the California Department of Healthcare Access and Information, HCAI, Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development proposes to adopt and amend Chapter 6 and 7 of the 2025 edition of the California Administrative Code, carrying forward existing amendments of the 2022 California Administrative Code. All existing requirements from the 2022 California Administrative Code that are not amended in the express terms are carried forward without change. The amendments were presented to the Hospital Building Safety Board Structural and Non-Structural Regulations Committee on March 6, 2024, and the Hospital Building Safety Board full board meeting on April 20th, 2024. I can go through each item summary or let us know how we want to proceed. So thank you for your time and consideration for approval.
Most of these look pretty much like housekeeping. Is there anything that sticks out that you'd like to spend a little time on before the committee is on?
Okay, I'd like to just give us like a brief summary on each item, items 1 and 2, and then you can let me know if I'm going too far. Okay, so for definitions, it was mostly housekeeping items, as you mentioned. Then on item 1-8, section 1.3, seismic evaluation, we removed all equivalent provisions of later editions of the CBC because we are looking at the current edition. For seismic compliance plan, section 1.4 of chapter 6, item 1-9, we've added a new deadline as to when updated seismic compliance plans are required to be submitted. And then for delay in compliance, for requirements for NPC, those requirements we have revised it because there was, it was for seismic category D. Some deadlines changed, so we just updated those. Again, housekeeping items. For delay in compliance for seismic requirements for SPC, the regulations pertaining specifically to SB 90, those proposals were repealed and they were replaced by AB 2190. So we've deleted all those requirements which are no longer part of the current statute and current code, applicability for current code. For item number 2, we basically clarified areas for work for NPC 4D compliance. It was say level 1 areas. We felt that was not appropriate. So we're saying is we just clarified that as NPC areas. And then item numbers, section 11.3.1 and 2, we removed the talk testing requirements for anchors, for existing anchors that do not experience any tension load under earthquake or seismic load. We said since we don't need to make things more difficult to comply with, so we did remove those requirements for tension testing of anchors which are not experience any tension under seismic or gravity loads, and then we moved those sections to a new section. So thank you for your time and consideration for approval, and we'll be happy to answer and go over any questions or items you may have.
All right, thank you. Committee?
I have one question.
Yeah.
Roy, on Item 1-11, which is compliance plan update change notification. In section 1.4.5, there's a date that the owner of the hospital shall submit for review and approval a revised compliance plan to the office no later than March 1st, 2025. I suspect I know the answer to this, but I would just want to make sure I understand. I mean, aren't we picking a date that by the time the code goes into effect, they're already in trouble? Is that like, is this a legislative date that was picked and it doesn't really fit with the code schedule? Is that what's
You hit the nail on the head. I mean, there is a potential legislation that's coming related to submittal of compliance plans, which would then invoke emergency regulations to include that. So since we already know that's coming, we put this in and in the code so that we preempt that issue. So if it comes in, it's already there in the code. Even though we know that it's going to be applied later, so it could be part of that. That's why we put that date in there.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Public, please.
Public, going once, going twice, no hands, and no phone participants.
Call for a motion.
I'd like to move, now Gary McGavin, since I was one of the authors of SB 1953 in its original form with Senator Alquist, I'd like to move as submitted by Oshpod.
Second.
Items? Is it both items that you're moving?
Yes.
Okay. Second, Gwenassir.
Okay, so we're voting on items 1 and items 2, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Call for the vote.
Okay. Shahen Akelian,
Aye.
Gwyneth Sear,
Aye.
Gary McGavin,
Aye.
Ara Sarksian,
Aye.
Martin Ledesma,
Aye.
John Oglesby,
Aye.
Yihao Clark Shen.
Aye.
All right, motion carries.
All right. Moving on. Item 9. Let's see if there's any magic words I have. Okay, item 9. Office of Health Planning and Development. Item 524, adopt and amend the 2025 edition of the California Building Code, Part 2, Volume 2, Title 24. And it is to you to do this section. Mia, you're listed here. But
Okay.
Roy could do it as well.
Just
Yeah.
a quick, this is Kevin, just a quick question for the committee. It is 11:53 and this looks a little bit more substantive than Oshpod's Part 1 proposal. Just putting it to staff, Dr. Lobo, do you think this will move quickly or do you think we should break for lunch? What do you think?
Okay. I have a lot of explanation on each item, which depends if the committee wants to hear it or not. But also, it's basically a summary of, the main items from each of those items, which you've already seen in the ISO. So it's nothing new information I'm going to give you. But if the committee has any specific items that they want to discuss in particular, and those could take some time, it could take a little bit of time. So it's not going to finish in very short period of time. That's my guess.
It's up to you. You want to take it after lunch?
I'll put it back to the committee. Do you think we should take a lunch break before hearing Oshpod's Part 2, Volume 2 proposal? Might be a good idea. I
Harry's
see.
nodding his head. I think.
There is good. Yeah.
Okay. And you know, we're all for the most part remote, so you know the committee can take like I think we've been doing 45-minute lunch breaks. So we want to break for lunch and come back at quarter to 1, 12:45.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
We need a motion to adjourn.
No motion for that. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, everyone. We're going to break for lunch, and we will resume at 12:45. See you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, everybody. We're going to get started in just a moment. Here we go.
Welcome back. We are on item 9, Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development, OSHPOP Section 524, adopt and amend the 2025 edition of the California Building Code, Part 2, Volume 2, Title 24. Do we have a presenter? Mia, I see Mia.
Yes, we do.
There's Roy.
Good afternoon,
Floor
Mr.
is
Chair.
yours.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Today I have with me also Mr. Eric Jacobson, who's the supervisor of the Central Region. And then we also have Mia Marvelli. She introduced herself last time, so she's also going to be sitting in here. Ali Zoomer, I don't see him, but this is who we have today. Hopefully we can answer any of your questions. Today we are going to presenting agenda item number 9, OSHPOD proposed code changes for the 2024 triennial code cycle, California Building Code, Part 2, Volume 2. The California Department of Healthcare Access and Information, HCI, Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development, Hospital Planning and Development, OSHPOD, proposes to repeal the 2021 International Building Code, adopt the 2024 International Building Code, and carry forward existing amendments from the 2022 California Building Code, Part 2 of Title 24, California Code of Regulations. OSHPOD was recast and transitioned to the Department of Healthcare Access and Information in 2021. The divisions within HCI were changed to offices, and OSHPOD was able to retain the acronym, which will not change the Title 24 banners. The amendments were presented to the Hospital Building Safety Board Structural and Non-Structural Committee on March 6, 2024, and to the Hospital Building Safety Board full board meeting on April 20, 2024. The proposed action is to make the amendments to Title 24, Part 2, Volume 2. Actually, there's also some few portions of Part 1, Part 2, Volume 1. It includes the following. Adopt the 2024 International Building Code for OSHPOD 1, 1R, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Carry forward existing amendments of the 2022 California Building Code for OSHPOD 1, 1R, 2, 4, and 5. And this applies to all the items presented here. So the first few items are for Part 2, Volume 1, and then the next items will be for Part 2, Volume 2. I'd like to know, before I continue, whether you want me to go through each item and stop at each item, or do you want me to, or do you have any questions, or how would you like me to proceed here?
Well, again, most of this appears to be housekeeping and reorganization.
Okay. So what I will do is I will start with item 1 and then keep going and give you the highlights of each item. You can stop me at any time if you want to ask any questions, and then we can take it from there.
That'd be great.
Okay. All right. So starting with item number 1. So these are the definitions, and these are given in section 202 definitions. So basically the OSHPOD banners were corrected. Banners for 1R, 2, and 5 were added, which they were missing the previous time. Section references have been corrected and new references added. The definition of freestanding building or structure is added, consistent with the definition of freestanding in the California Administrative Code. Existing references to freestanding have been updated as a result of that change. Many definitions have been repealed because they're no longer applicable. Added in a definition for incidental structural alterations, additions, and repairs because that was mandated by the statute. So it was not there initially. So we put it there. I think it's a pointer into the IEBC. New definitions for offsite construction is added for use with the sections for offsite construction in sections 1710 and 1710A. Related to planning, design, fabrication, assembly, inspection, and regulatory compliance for offsite construction. Moving on to item number 2. This is chapter. Yeah, go ahead.
This is Gwen. I did have a question on 1-15 offsite construction.
Yeah.
I had a couple of editorial changes that I think might make it more grammatically okay.
Okay.
So the definition, it's on page 3 of 153. I would change the which to that, which is a very minor thing.
Mm-hmm.
But then at the end, cannot be inspected at the installation site without disassembly, damage to, or destruction thereof. I would just say without disassembly or damage. Destruction is damage by definition. And the damage to and destruction thereof are kind of awful. I don't know. I read it. I'm like, oh God, I'm not sure what that damage to what, I guess was my question. I know it's intended to refer back, but I would just say without disassembly or damage and leave it that way.
Okay, that's a good point. I just wanted to try. These were given by the staff. I mean, just want to try to explain and see if you still have that thought was. I think it's the destruction thereof is because if you can't inspect it, you need to destroy that thing to inspect it. And I think that was the intent there. Do you still think it's needed or not needed?
I mean, the damage to and or destruction thereof is a little bit awkward, and I would just say destruction is damage. So if you just say without disassembly or damage, you've
all right
addressed that. I mean, that would be my recommendation.
Okay, understood. Okay. Can I continue or should I? Or anyone else?
I mean, so just so everyone's aware, I have questions or comments on, I think, 8 total throughout this entire 153 pages. So the next one I have is in 617 and 618. The rest of them between 115 and 617 are perfectly clear to me.
Why don't we just keep going through them and then just earmark the ones we need to get back to, and it sounds like that'll narrow it down.
But Roy, we have read the.
Okay. So if you don't need, that's what I'm trying to understand. Yeah. If you don't need me to explain, I can just answer your.
I don't need any explanation for anything.
Does anybody else need? Okay. All right, then I can just answer any questions. You said the next one is.
Well, but the rest of the committee may have a different preference.
Okay. Yeah.
Why don't you keep going through them just a little over the top? That way, that lets the public that's also listening, get a little bit depth of knowledge that they wouldn't have otherwise, not being as involved as the members are here.
Okay. So then let me just continue. Let me know, by the way, if I'm going too deep. Okay, I don't want to waste everyone's time. So for chapter 14, exterior walls, section 1413.2.1, we realign the language with TMS that requires all veneer to be tested. Test frequencies for bond shear strength was corrected. Typically, previously, bond shear strength was 5,000 square feet of square footage of floor area. That we changed it now to 5,000 square foot of the veneer, the building. So we made that correction. Then section 1413.2.2, we revised the limit masonry veneer weight from to maximum weight of 15 psf. I think the TMS says it should be 30 psf. So we revised that. Moving on to item number 3, chapter 15, roof assemblies and rooftop structures. Those are basically editorial changes there. Nothing, basically we're referring to chapter 31 for items that are already listed there. So there was no real material change. Item number 4, it was mostly editorial changes, renumbering sections for reorganization. Table 1605, the existing risk category for skilled nursing facilities and immediate care facilities and acute site facilities were retained in lieu of adopting the new risk categories in accordance with IBC 2024. Item number 5, structural. Basically, we deleted a lot of the duplicative and amendments that have now been incorporated into AAC 2022. So a lot of those amendments were deleted. We clarified in section 1605A.1.2 that the foundation resistance capacity, that's your fee factor, that is separated from the fee factor for capacity and stability. So we made that distinction, so you don't apply the same fee factor for stability as the fee factor given in the code for strength, because the fee factors are there for strength, not for stability. So we clarified that. And then we also said that the lateral loads for soils should be taken from geotechnical investigation, not from the table that's given in chapter 18. We now requiring wind tunnel tests to be submitted as a design criteria, because we're getting a lot of requests to reduce the wind pressures on cladding doing wind tunnel testing. And we may not have all the expertise. We're gaining there. We're not 100% there, and they're doing so. We said those will be considered as a design criteria, as an alternate system with requiring peer review. We've changed the in situ prototype testing for foundation geotechnical vertical capacity from it's been reduced to the fee factor to 0.75 instead of 0.8, because the cyclic testing requirement that those properties were based on, they have no longer there in ASTM standards. And so we have reduced, this is inconsistent with the AASHTO requirements. So we have dropped that. I think that's also coming in AAC 7 as a code change proposal. So we are just adopting that earlier. One good change is we are removing the prohibition for screw anchors for building enclosures. Previously, HCAT did not permit having screw anchors in building enclosures. We are now permitting that to, we have dropped that prohibition. Prescriptive, we added in the prescriptive provisions for aluminum ceilings. But you can still do the, basically we've reduced the spacing where bracing needs to be done, but because aluminum is not as strong as your steel grid system. So we made some changes there. Then also for the shear wave velocity determination for new buildings, we're saying those should be based on tests, not just based on prescriptive or SPCT or derived values from SPT or CPT tests. That's for chapter 16A. Item number 6, special inspections and tests. A lot of changes were editorial changes. And then let me see here. For structural steel, we removed the table. There was a table sorry, this is chapter 17, excuse me. For structural steel, existing amendments related to special inspections and tests for structures have been repealed to those provisions are adequately covered in model code. AIC 360 N6 is retained, as OSHPOD does not approve fabricators or erectors. So there were some amendments related to fabrication and erection that we had. We deleted all those amendments, and we just kept a couple of them because we don't approve. And we had basically transferring all the quality controls to what's given there. Instead of putting amendments, we're just going to the model code, that means AISC 360, 341 for what the quality control, or 358, whatever those appropriate sections are for structural steel. Stainless steel is now added in. So we've added in requirements for stainless steel. AISC 360 item N6 is not permitted because we don't approve fabricators. Cold form steel deck is now added into the building code. Then batch plant inspection for grout, this is masonry grout. We're putting similar for concrete. We've added that in. Then section 1705A.4.1.1, actually that should be 1705.4.1.1. At A, because we're in the chapter 17, that should not be there. And this is added to maintain current for periodic inspection of veneer. Then we've added in for non-structural components, for determination of capacity, we've said we recognizing national standards like ASHRAE 171 or FM 1950. So previously we had their 1950 only, and now we are saying we're also accepting ASHRAE 91. So ASHRAE 171. But we also have, if somebody has a different loading protocol to qualify the non-structural components, we will also look at that as well. Okay. The other main thing is we've added in on-site power resources used to replace normal power from the utility company in part or in whole are required now to be seismically certified. So if you want to go ahead and replace your normal power with an on-site power, then those systems will have to be seismically certified. Addition of a new section is added is proposed for offsite construction. So those are the changes for chapter 17. So 17A, similar to chapter 17. So I actually don't think I need to repeat any of that, except one item here is in 1705A.14.3.1. Exception 1 is revised to exempt all equipment and components rigidly attached to structures up to 75 pounds. Previously, the limit was 50 pounds. For special seismic certification, we've upped it to 75 pounds because we have not found any issues with, from all the equipment that was tested up to that limit, So we are trying to accommodate, learning from new information. We are updating our codes based on what new information we find. Moving on to item number 8, chapter 18, soils and foundations. We had an amendment for cantilever retaining walls. Now that is actually covered pretty well in AAC 7, chapter 15 as non-building structures. So we no longer having that amendment for that. Item 18A, okay, I mentioned about cyclic testing is not required. So no other additional amendments. We changed the name of CGS publication 41 has been changed. So we've put in the new name. That's all that's there, besides editorial and reorganization changes. Chapter 19, concrete. Okay, so in chapter 19, let me see what are the big changes here. Washboard amendments are no longer underlined in chapter 19 since Model Code removed itemization for modifications to ACI 318. So washboard amendments are shown italicized like all other chapters. So that's a change. So if you're going to see the new chapter 19, it's going to look similar to amendments in other chapters. So just an FYI that there's a Model Code change which is now reflected in our amendments. For that, then the other important items in chapter 19, let me see. For 1901, a note is indicated that removal and resetting of post-installed mechanical anchors is prohibited. So you can't unscrew your anchor for screw anchors, because now we're we are permitting screw anchors, and so you cannot unscrew them and do them. We have a different testing requirements now for screw anchors, which will make it more easily to do out in the field. So we basically reduced our testing requirements to make it more accessible and more practical. Then we've added proof testing requirements for anchors used in distribution systems. For repetitive use, those requirements have now been lowered for concrete anchors. So depending on redundancy, the more anchors you have, the more reliability you're going to get. I heard a lot of word on reliability today. So we reduce that testing requirement for that when you have repetitive anchors. Then plain concrete is not permitted, so we have removed any. So it's continued. It's a continued amendment, and that's pretty much the main items for item number 10. Moving on to item number 11, concrete. Okay, here I wanted to make a couple of statements. Was that HCAI recommends that item 11-18 for further study based on coordination with DSA. So for 11-18, that was basically, we made some changes because they were not very clear in model code. Sometimes they put section ACI, section something. In some places they said ACI, or they just gave the section number without saying section in the ACI. So we had an amendment just for changing the model code, but we figured that we are not going to make changes to model code. If there's an errata, the language is clear enough, so we are thinking of withdrawing item number 11-18. And then also 11-22, we recommend, so you can recommend that for further study, 11-18, so we can withdraw that item. And also 11-22, we recommend for further study. This is also in discussion with DSA. Now, for item 11-22, there's a new section that we added in called section 1909, which basically is modifications to ACI. So all modifications to ACI are now moved in new section 1909. And then at the start of that section, we added in 1909A.1, which is the general section. So this is consistent with how you're going to read the model code modifications to AEC 7 in chapter 16A. So we put that. DSA just did not like that general section. So this is something that you may want to think about in discussion. Which one is the better option? So Oxford has added in a general section, but by adding in that general section, all subsequent sections get additional points. So it's 1909.5.1.2, 1.3 instead of 1909.2 or 3, so that's basically the issue. So I will let DSA talk to that whenever that discussion comes up, if they wanted to add in the additional information on that. Okay, so that's the starting point. Let me just see if there's any other items in concrete that probably would be important. As I mentioned, we reduced the requirements for testing of screw anchors, and we have new requirements for testing of screw anchors, where you can just do a top test, which is similar to what DSA already had. So we are changing some of the requirements there. Let me see, anything else here?
Let me make sure I have this clear before we move forward. So you're recommending 11-18 and 11-23 for further study.
11-22.
11-22. Yeah, 11-22 and 11-18. Yeah.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. On to
Okay.
12.
Moving on to 12, there's nothing in chapter 12. It's all editorial items. Chapter number 13. Okay, there are some prohibitions that we put right up front that we are not adopting. So that's nothing like GFRP systems and things like that. So some prohibitions we are not. We are not adopting there. Limit design method is not around, and GFRP is not adopted. So strength. Previously, OSHPD had a minimum compressor strength of masonry as 1500 psi. That was one recommendation from CMSAN, but we've now dropped that, and we're just following what DSA has in the minimum F prime M for masonry is now 2000, and we moved those requirements into a table. So right in front there's a table which shows you what the compressive strength for masonry are. So any amendments that were related to those issues have been deleted, and now all that information is now presented in a table. We have an amendment that was amendment in section 2104.2.4 is repealed to permit self-consolidating grout for construction of masonry since it is cheaper and requires less time for construction. Then for grout height, previously we had for 8-inch walls, we had a maximum grout height of 4 feet, for 10-inch walls, 5'4". We are no longer adopting those changes for grout. We're going, whatever is there in TMS, we're just going with that. I think DSA may be continuing with that, but we are no longer keeping those restrictions on grout lift heights. Site testing requirement is removed for prepackaged mortars because inherent factory quality for these types of pre-mix mortars with a material certificate. So if you have a material certificate, you don't need to have pre-testing of pre-blended mortars. Okay, moving on to item number 14, similar changes to item number 13. So let me see, prohibited items there, prohibited items in chapter, in the A chapter. Yeah, I don't see anything, anything else here. Okay, moving on to chapter 15. Okay, there was a big change in chapter 15. Is previously OSHPD made a provision on bolted moment frames for lateral force resisting systems. We remove, because now with side plate bolted and Simpson strong tie, DR fuse, etc., all these new systems which are bolted systems and we are permitting them, we are no longer keeping a prohibition on bolted moment frames for steel, but we do look at whatever is there in AISC 358, and we make amendments based on that, so that you can use some of those systems. So, but then any changes that we want to make to those, we put in through what's called a PCS system, where pre-qualified components and systems. And so we made some amendments to what is there in AISC 358. So those amendments have now been incorporated into the chapter 22 and chapter 22A. Okay, so those are the big changes there. Side plate connections. There was something called a gap to thickness ratio, because between the side plate and the beam, and how much that gap needs to be, and based on testing and based on additional research, that testing, we have decided that we are going to, based on current practice and what we are permitting through AMCs today, we just codify that process where we are saying that if you are going to design that gap to thickness ratio to whatever is prescribed values in AISC 358, we're going to keep that. However, your thickness of your side plate may increase if that connection now has drag members in the orthogonal direction. So now to accommodate that drag member, your thickness of your side plate will increase. However, the gap to thickness ratio need not change based on that increase in side plate thickness to accommodate those outer plane connections. Okay, so we just codified some of that. Let me see, anything else? Yeah, that's pretty much for chapter 22. 22A is similar. Oh, 22A, some big changes. I told you we now permitting bolted moment came. Also, the requirements that we had where your structural steel had to yield, were yielding, and we had like a minimum inelastic rotation of your structural yield for moment frames had to be 0.03 radians. We removed all of those, and we said we're just defaulting everything to now whatever's rare in AISC 358 pre-qualified moment connection. So Now, those moment connections, you can have your inelastic rotations by either your inelastic rotation of your steel member, or it can be through slipping your friction, right? So, but now we are saying is those are permitted. So we deleted all those sections related to our prohibitions initially, and then any things that we feel that needs to change, we are putting them as amendments to AIS 358. So for a few like side plate, Durafuse, Simpson strong tie, we've added those and amendments. So that was the biggest change there. Let me see if there's anything else. Stainless steel. A new section for stainless steel has been added. We are still prohibiting cold form steel bolted connections. So cold form steel bolted connections is not permitted. Okay. Then for the rest, there's pretty much nothing else that I could add. With that, I'd like to thank you for your time and consideration for approval, and be happy to answer any questions or go over any items proposed.
Okay, committee, it's questions time. Do we have any?
I have two suggested edits to 617 and 618.
Who's speaking?
This is Glenn.
Oh, okay. I was looking up.
617. Non-structural components. I think deemed to comply should be hyphenated. Again, this is a really small editorial change because it's kind of creating an adjective that modifies the word provisions.
Okay.
And then on the next page, which would be page 42 of 153 at the top, item 3, it says on-site power resources, paren, PVs, batteries, fuel cells, etc., close paren, provide to replace. I think you meant provided. I think it's a typo. Should be provided.
Yep.
That's all I have for 6. I
Okay.
have something in 7. Give me a second. 721. That's the same deemed to comply with hyphens. And then you wanted 18 and 22 as further study.
Correct.
And then 15-16. I have a minor edit. Give me a second to get there. I don't envy you. This must be a bear to put together.
15-16?
15-16. I'm getting there now. Oh, it's on page 117 of 153.
Okay.
And it's item 15-16.
16. Yes. It's section 2202.4.4. Modifications to AISC 358, chapter 12, item 4. I think I don't know if it's a Greek U or it's just a U, but anyway, it should be offset by commas where the slip resistance mu, it's probably mu friction.
Mu is taken as 0.3, comma. Okay.
Commas on either side.
Okay.
Grammar police.
So you want it after slip resistance, comma, mu, comma is taken as 0.3. Okay.
Yeah. Then chapter 16-20, item 16-26. I think it's the same edit. Let me get there.
16-26.
16-26, same edit to 2202A.4.4, item 4. The mu should be offset by commas.
Okay.
Item 16-43. Oh, so it looks like in the CAM, Commission Action Matrix, we have a missing item between 1643 and 1644,
Okay.
which is 2209A. So I think we're missing an item. It's kind of a paperwork thing.
Okay.
And in that section 2209A,
Yeah.
there is a note under certification 2209A.3. The note says certification for racks is accepted only when racks are pre-approved through OSHPD Special Seismic Certification Pre-Approval Program.
I plan to get rid of that note.
Oh, do you want a further study on that?
Yes, maybe you can put that. I saw that there, and I don't think it's required.
Okay, so we'll do a further study. My comment was testing of anchor bolts is still required, not are still required. Testing is. And 1644 is the last one I have.
So where are we on 2209A if it's not in the list? What are we going to call it?
Yeah. See, I think, okay, let me just try to say something here. I think because it was a user note and they did not add it as code change, possibly that's why that was done. I don't know, but that's just my guess. But I don't think I want to even include that user note at all.
So should we?
Why don't we call it, let's call it 1643A. Does that work for everyone?
Mm-hmm.
Which would just,
oh, sorry, go ahead, Gwen.
It would just comprise the changes to section 2209A.
Yeah, I think we might need to, if we're going to take action on that, I see where you've identified like a missing CAM item. What we would typically do is do 16-43.1 and sneak it in there. So we could do it that way if that's all right.
43.1 works fine.
Okay.
And actually that's it for me. I thought I had one more, but it was just the fact that there was a missing one between the two numbers.
Okay. Problem solved. Are there any other comments on?
Yes. This is Gary McGavin. And on item 1 in your definitions, you have the active earthquake fault. You say Holocene time, but you also then say about 11,000 years. But the stratigraphic, International Stratigraphic Committee gives the whole Holocene time as 11,700 years. Now, the funny thing is, if you go to the Department, California Geology, they also say approximately 11,000 years, but it's been 11,700 for decades. So I don't know where the 11,000 is coming in here. And I don't think that's a big deal to really make any noise about. But I just did want to point it out. I don't know if you want to do anything with it. And then in section 5-20, and it's going to take me a second to scan down to those. You had mentioned, Mr. Lobo, bolted frames now that you're starting to do or allow them. But you say in 520, 27, or excuse me, C12.3, that special reinforced concrete moment frames are not allowed for cantilever columns. Would that mean you wouldn't even allow them to be done on a single story open walkway that would be on campus?
Okay, sorry, I'm not 100% there. Can you give me the section number that we are looking at?
Yeah,
or
it's
the page.
No, it's page 22 of 153.
22. Okay, just give me a second. 22 of 153. Yes. Yes. Okay, now I see it. Okay, can you repeat?
Yeah, the question is, you had mentioned that you're starting to allow the special rainforest. Oh, excuse me, wait a minute. Excuse me, it was 12, C12, cold form steel
Yeah.
bolted moment frames.
Yeah.
Would you not allow those for an open walkway? And I assume the cantilever column when I was talking about it below, but this is just a total moment resisting frame system. And I don't see why you would still have that language here if you're allowing them elsewhere in steel.
We are not. We are not allowing cold form steel bolted connections.
Not even for
even we made some exceptions for cantilevered column systems. We made some exceptions for that. We could look into that, whether we want to adopt that. But I mean, currently that was an existing amendment. We did not make any change there.
Okay.
But we could look into that.
Yeah, I think that you'd be hard pressed to find any failures in that kind of thing.
Harry, wait, before you
Yes.
go, I just had a question. I mean, I would agree that a failure of a really light canopy with special bolted moment frame is probably not an issue, but I also maybe wouldn't want to make the canopy out of like a moment frame out of cold form steel because it's outside, you know, and you don't really get good corrosion protection on like
we build steel frames all the time outside for walkways.
No, I get that because that could be
out of cold form steel.
You
all
build
the time.
frames out of.
Okay. Yeah, it's just you know, they have to be maintained. They have to have deferred maintenance. There's no doubt about that. And a simple thing would be just to galvanize them, for which we also do that, and do a hot tip galvanized on them. Yeah. If not, and I don't think anything needs to be changed for this. It's just for future thought. But moving back up the page, the same page just a little bit, item number 27, the special steel plate shear walls. Why is there any evidence that you have that these things are a problem?
Building special steel plate shear walls. See, these these were existing amendments we just carried forward.
I understand they've been there for a long time.
But
maybe
we could I don't know. I don't know the answer exactly. That one.
Yeah. Rather than take time on all this, if I could just give you a call sometime and talk to you so that I can eventually become comfortable with what you've done. But like I say, I think you'd be, hard pressed to find that these are a problem in the actual shaking data that they've gotten both in real earthquakes and on laboratory tables. And same thing with the steel special truss moment frames. Again, if I could just call you sometime and have you give me a little bit of background as to why Oshpod originally went to these, then I'm totally comfortable.
I think that's a good idea. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And I think yeah, I think that's it. So, Mr. Lobo, if I could just give you a call sometime, I'd appreciate it. Okay. Thank you. That's all I had.
Okay, so there's no action items, Gary.
No action items. Like I say, I just am in a quandary. I think we're still living in the phobia of moment frames that we had after 1994, somewhat. And so I'm just kind of trying to figure out what the track record is here as to why they're not permitted is all. If Oshpod wants them to not be permitted, I'm fine with that.
Okay. So,
Dan has
only-
his hand up.
Thanks, Chairman. So I do have one comment on item 5-18, which has to do with wind tunnel. I just want to make sure that there's no confusion when we added chapter 31 of the ASC 7. There's already a code amendment, not amendment, the code requirements for the wind testing. If you go to section 1609.1.1, that the wind tunnel test should be based on ASC 49 and sections 31.4 and 31.7 only of ASC 7. So the main reference document actually for wind tunnel is ASC 49, not ASC 7, chapter 31. So I don't know if there's an opportunity for us to clarify that in when we introduce this, the wording of the wind tunnel test here, to somehow also reference 49. So the readers, when they're getting the wind loading, hopefully they're going to 1609.1.1 to see how they get the wind loading, but they also comply with 49. And in fact, actually, the peer review elements of chapter 31 is not even referenced in it from the existing model code. And unfortunately, I don't have the 49 in front of me to see if there are any provisions in there. But I think for a peer review requirements, at least you're referencing existing California amendment, which should cover it. But my point again is there should be some reference to ASC 49.
Okay, so to answer your question, Gwen, do you want to say something?
Well, I'm looking at chapter 31 in ASC 722, and it mentions ASCE 49 in at least two places, in 31.1 and 31.2. Is that not sufficient?
I don't believe it is, because if you go to 1609.1.1, exception number 6, where it allows you to use the wind tunnel, it says you have to be according to ASC 49 and only 2 of the sections of ASC 7 section. So it shouldn't be understood that the 49 is a somehow alternate, you comply with 31 and 49 is optional. No, you have to use 49 and to get the loading, or at least follow the procedure of the 49 to do the actual wind tunnel testing, how you model it. That's the standard that has how you model the building, how you apply the wind, how do you perform the wind tunnel testing. That's the overall standards. But if we don't make a reference to 49, then somebody can go to 31 and try to get the loading from there, which is not complete.
So to follow up, if I go to 1609.1.1 in the IBC, which will become the CBC, and item 6 says wind tunnel tests in accordance with ASCE 49 and sections 31.4 and 37 of ASCE 7, isn't that enough to reference ASCE 49 there?
Yeah, I suppose, or alternatively, if we're mentioning the wind tunnel here, I would suggest adding in accordance with and reference 1609.1.1 section, so that it closes the loop.
Okay. Yeah.
So
Okay, let me just let me just say something. So basically, I don't think the moving to a AC 49 is been the issue at all. I mean that's not when they're doing it. We are finding is that people are submitting wind tunnel testing in accordance with AAC 49. So that's not in question. The question is that we may not have expertise to know whether that wind tunnel test that they're performing is as is appropriate, right? I mean those. So we're looking for a peer reviewer just to check whether they're putting the pressure taps in the right location, whether they're putting the forces, whether there's a witness witnessing the test that that who's going to do that. That's what we are looking for. They're still following AC 40, AC 49, right? So that I think they're still doing that. We just need somebody to verify that what they're doing is appropriate. So if you want, I mean, and that's basically why we just added it in there. It doesn't mean they're not following AAC because people were saying, oh, why do we need a peer review? Why do we need a witness? If you just follow AAC 49, you're good, for wind tunnel testing. And that
Roy, so
yeah.
if I understand the reasoning that you're doing, and it absolutely makes sense. But is it possible if somebody can come and argue to say that this section doesn't say I need a peer review if I do wind tunnel analysis based on 49? Because it doesn't say it. So can somebody come in and say, I don't need a peer review because it doesn't say 49 in there?
What does other people think on that? I thought we were clear, but maybe if it's not, then we can consider that.
I think it just will close the loop if we just mention that reference as well.
Yeah. Because see the section that you're changing. Do you know which page on the express terms? Because that is also linked with the base isolation and dampers, right? So whatever.
I believe it was page 21 or 22.
21 of 150.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Let me just see, because depending on how that is written, yeah. So it says where design is based on AAC 7
Yeah,
chapters.
go further down, Roy. Just right below that, the next paragraph down, I think is the.
It's OSHPOD 1 and 4.
Yeah.
So so I'm just saying, but it's already given there. Go to chapter 31, and 31 already references AAC 49, right? So I'm not sure whether we are missing something. That's all I'm saying. Is peer review requirements in accordance with section 1617A.1.14 of this code shall apply to design reviews required by AAC 7 chapters 17, 18, and 31. That's all it says. It does not say that. But what I'm just saying is it would be, then I'm saying is our chapters 7 and 17 and 18 also we have other issues that we want. You see, the thing is, once you start adding it in here, do you think you're going to miss something else in chapter 17 and 18, right? So then they said, oh, I'm not supposed to follow something here. I don't think that's the intent.
Gary, you have a comment?
Yeah, at Wiley Labs, when we did testing for virtually everybody, the agency sent somebody to witness the test. And it just might be a simple requirement, is just say that the agency is going to come and witness the test, and who's going to pay for it. Normally, the client asking for the test ended up paying for the agency to come out and spend a couple of days watching the test. And we did at Wiley, we did earthquakes, seismic, water flow, for nuclear power plants, for Alaska pipeline, for military aircraft, hard rock silo where they put the rockets in the ground, all kinds of things. And getting the witness for the test was actually fairly simple. It just became a part of the requirements. And if you put that in as a requirement, which it could be the peer review, that they actually go watch it.
Yeah,
Shan,
that's,
do you feel sufficiently concerned that you want to recommend this one section for further review? Sounds like you do.
I mean, if there is an opportunity for us to just modify the language to include 49, I think that will make it clear. Because the wind tunnel testing, again, it's not per 31, it's per 49. Yes, 31 mentions 49. But again, unless you already know to come in and not use certain section of the 31, you will miss the requirement. So somebody, the way it is right now, somebody could claim that I did the testing per 49. This section doesn't apply to me because it doesn't.
I see your point, but this is Oshpod 1. This is not DSA. I was thinking maybe we have to coordinate with DSA, but it says only Oshpod. So okay. We need to discuss this, whether we want to change it from, if you want, what I'm hearing is instead of saying 31, AAC 49 is what you're asking, right?
I'm okay if you include both, but because certain sections of the 31 also apply on how you obtain the loading.
Okay.
But 49 is the main document, how you do the wind tunnel.
Yeah.
So
Mia has something.
Yeah, I think we have enough guidance that if this was a further study, we could take it back to the team and tweak it if needed.
So should we mark this for further study and go through the rest?
That works for me.
Ryan?
So yes, this is Ryan Turner with DSA. I was just going to say, Roy, this does apply to DSA as well. I think that that lower portion doesn't mention Chapter 31, but the main body up above in 1.3.8 does. DSA co-adopts that with Oshpod, so we would need to look at that together. But I'm fine with a further study recommendation. We can talk about it offline. Thank you.
Is there any more comment? Any more comment from the public?
Public. I don't see any hands and we don't have any phone participants.
Okay, so Gwyneth, you had a couple items that you had some editorial changes to. Why don't you make the motion for those?
Okay. Well, do you want me to do each one individually?
Well, there were different changes for each one, if I remember correctly. You've got 1.15.
I get that. It's just a question of Kevin's got something.
Yeah, just a recommendation for the committee. What we've done in the past is if you make a motion, you could say approve everything except, and then list the items, and then we could take that in one motion, which would approve the balance of the item,
Okay.
agenda item, and then the next motion would be further study 11-18, 11-22, as long as you're amenable to that and the committee is amenable to that, and the 9-point criteria would be, the same, whether if it's clarifying language, it could feasibly fall under criterion 6.
It would be 6, yeah. Okay.
That would be an expeditious way to do it, and then we just have to do a follow-up, global vote to capture everything. But we've seen that done in the past, and that might be appropriate here.
I'm for expeditious.
I agree.
Okay, here's my motion. To accept all items and sub-items except for the following, which we will get later. But the first following one that we will get to later is 1-15. then 6-17, 6-18, 7-21, 11-18, 11-22, 15-16, 16-26, 16-43.1, and I want to get Shahen's number one,
518.
5-20,
5-18.
or 5-18, sorry,
Yes.
5-18.
Yes.
Okay.
That's all. Okay, we have a motion. Thanks, Gwyneth.
Sure.
Do I have a second?
Second, Shahen Akelian.
Call for the vote.
Okay. Gwyneth Sear,
Aye.
Shahen Akelian,
Aye.
Gary McGavin,
Aye.
Ara Sargsian,
Aye.
Martin Ledesma,
Aye.
John Oglesby,
Aye.
Yihao Clark Shen,
Yeah, you're muted. You're muted.
Oh. Yihao Clark Shen,
It looks like his Zoom is frozen. Oh, there he
Oh,
goes.
no.
oh, there we go. Yihao, we're on,
Like crazy long motion.
yes. Yihao, can you hear us?
You're muted.
Yeah, I think you're muted, Yihao. Might be having audio difficulties. And we can, yeah, I think you might still be muted, Yihao,
No, he's on the phone.
as he's trying to call. We can come back if he's having audio difficulty.
Looks like he's on the phone.
Oh yeah, I think he's on the phone. He might be calling our office. Okay, it's without Yihao's vote, it would still pass. So, we want to.
I'm okay proceeding. I mean, we have
Okay.
enough votes.
Yeah. Okay, we'll check in with Yihao to see how his audio is going, but yeah, for now it's 6 in favor, so the motion would pass. Okay. Which would leave us with the balance of those items that we just listed, which would be for further study. So maybe we should repeat those in
Sure.
the next motion. Okay.
So I move for the following item numbers to be further study. That's 1-15, 6-17, 6-18, 7-21, 15-16, 16-22, 16-43.1, 11-18, 11-22, and 5-18 for further study.
Based on criteria 6.
Based on criteria 6. Correct. And items 11-18 and 22, 11-22 are because HCI requested that for further study.
Do I have a second?
Second, Gary McGavin.
Call for the vote.
Okay. Gwyneth Sear,
Aye.
Shahen Akelian,
Aye.
Gary McGavin,
Aye.
Aris Sargsyan,
Aye.
Martin Ledesma,
Aye.
John Oglesby,
I,
and we'll check in with Yihao Clark Shen.
Aye.
Oh, great. Thank you, Yihao.
Great.
Okay. Motion carries.
and since we have a couple of them, do we need to do a wrap up on 9?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. It would just be a motion for a global vote on all actions for OshPod's Part 2, Volume 2, Agenda Item 9.
I have a motion.
Move to accept the committee's action on OshPod's item 9 in its entirety.
Second.
Second.
Thank you, Yihao.
Vote.
Okay. Gwyneth Sear,
Aye.
Shahen Akelian,
Aye.
Gary McGavin,
Aye.
Aris Sargsyan,
Aye.
Martin Ledesma,
Aye.
John Oglesby,
I,
and Yihao Clark Shen.
Aye.
Great. Motion carries.
okay. Next, we have item 10, Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development. OshPod item 624, proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 edition of California Existing Building Code, Part 10, Title 24. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have myself and Roy Lobo, Principal Structural Engineer with HCI. I also have with me Eric Jacobson, who's the Supervisor for the Central Region. We have Mia Marvelli, she's the Supervisor of the Building Standards Unit. And I also have Dr. Ali Zoomer, I see him here. He's also with us. So he'll be able to hopefully answer some of the questions you may have. So with that, I'm going to be presenting today agenda item number 10, OshPod's proposed code changes for the 2024 triennial code adoption cycle, California Building Code Part 10. The Office of Statewide Hospital Planning and Development proposes to adopt the 2024 edition of the International Existing Building Code, the 2024 IEBC, also referred to as the Model Code of the International Code Council for Codification and Effectiveness, as the 2025 California Existing Building Code, 2025 CEBC, with the California specific amendments pursuant to OshPod's statutory mandate. All existing OshPod amendments from the 2022 California Existing Building Code are carried forward without change. The amendments were presented to the Hospital Building Safety Board Structural and Non-Structural Regulations Committee on March 6, 2024, and the Hospital Building Safety Board full board meeting on April 20th, 2024. Our summary is the proposed action is to make amendments to the Title 24, Part 10, and includes the following. Adopt the 2024 California Existing Building Code, Chapter 1, Division 1, for OshPod 1, 1R, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Carry forward existing amendments of the 2022 California Existing Building Code for OshPod 1, 1R, 2, 3, 4, and 5. With the following modifications. I'd like to go ahead and continue similar to we did for agenda item 9, and I will give a summary on each of those items, unless somebody tells me no, and then we can entertain any questions.
Please go ahead.
So for item number 1, this is Chapter 1, Scope and Administration. All changes there are editorial, nothing really to say much about that. Item number 2, in section 107.1, we clarified that only one extension is permitted for temporary uses of equipment and systems. This is consistent with what we put in the CBC as well, we are only permitting one extension for temporary uses of equipment and systems. Moving on to item number 3, definitions. So we just made some rearrangement of the definitions. We clarified that the language to be using plain language, and there was really no other change there. Item number 4, we added in provisions for incidental and minor alterations pursuant to statute in section 304.3.3, and in section 312.3.1, we added in chemical dependency recovery services as a qualifying service pursuant to statutory mandate contained in Health and Safety Code section 1250.3F. So that was a new bill that passed recently, which permitted chemical dependencies to be used in buildings that are removed from acute care services. So we just made sure we put it in there. Moving on to item number 5. Let me see. Item number 5 is chapter 3A, provisions for all compliance methods. The main changes there was to permit AAC 4123 for all OSHPD 1 buildings. We've also retained AAC for size SPC 1 and SPC 40 buildings. We also retained that they can comply with the AAC 4113. Okay, so that's a legacy standard. We are saying if you have SPC 2 or SPC 40, you can follow only follow only the requirements in AAC 4113. If you want to use 4123, you can do that as well. Then we also, because of those changes from 4113 or 4117, there were changes to the pointers and the reference numbers, so all those have been adjusted. Then we added in a new amendment in section 304A.3.5.4 to clarify that AAC 4113 equation 7-6. So for people who, structural engineers may be familiar with this is the MUOT equation where you say that the MUOT less than M factors times your gravity load. If your gravity load is not M times your gravity load, which could be 6, 8, or 10. So if that is less than your overturning moment, then you are permitted to not require hold down. So we are permitting that requirement for hold downs for single story structures. You can just follow that. But if you don't meet, if your gravity is not adequate to for stability, even with those MUOT factors, then you will have to then follow the regular acceptance criteria in AAC 4113. And the similar requirement was there for AAC 4123 for hold down requirements. And then you'll have to use the M factors and all in the code for that. We also clarified that the modifications to the reference standard refers to AAC 4113. So we split it up between 4113 and 4123. So our existing modifications to 4113 we kept in place. We identified them as modifications to 4113. And then we carried some of those modifications into 4123, but they're in 2 separate sections. Okay, but the intent of both is maintained. Then again for 304A.3.6.3, the same thing, use of AAC 4123 equation 7-6, the MUOT equation for hold downs. That's the similar amendment that we had for 4123 or 4113. Moving on to item number 6. There were repairs. All the changes in that chapter were pretty much editorial changes, no regularly change. Item number 7, chapter 4A, repairs. Again, reference to historic building code has been removed because we don't have any historic buildings in our inventory. And then also in section 405A.2.3.3, the low limit for seismic load is reduced to 75% of new buildings. I think the previous one was 90%. So we changed it to 75% to be consistent with ASC 41. Moving on to item number 8, prescriptive compliance methods. Again, requirements, any references to historic building code, those are not, those have been removed. And then in section 502.1, if you looked in the new code, they said these sections only apply to sections 502.2 through 502.3, and they forgot 502.4. So the 502.4 is elements carrying lateral load. I don't know why they they said these sections do not apply for that, for additions. So basically, we are not adopting that that sentence there, where it only applies to sections 502.2 and 502.3. Basically, 502.4 is also included. Okay. The next one is Chapter 5A, prescriptive compliance methods. Let me see here. Again, the similar thing, 502.2 and 503. You know, that's the same change in 502A.1. Then 503A.1. In the general section, they also limit the sections for structural provisions will apply, and I can't remember the numbers. It goes from something to 12, and there's a 13 which is for voluntary improvements, and they eliminated that. We said so we just deleting that sentence. So depending what you're doing, you know, any of those structural provisions, if they apply, they would be applicable. The next one is 506A.1.1. Carry forward existing amendment which replaced the entire model code with OSHPOD language to adopt and print part of the model code language, specifying that compliance need only be met with specific provisions where the change in function occurs. This is where the change in use or change in function. The model code said change in use. We call it change in function, but we basically kept we kept our previous amendment related to that section. The next one is 506A.5 and existing section 506A.5. This was section 506A.5.4, access to risk category 4 structures. Okay, so that requirement we are not adopting because those would not apply for an OSHPOD 1 building, where you can have a non-OSHPOD 1 building serving an OSHPOD 1 building which need to be upgraded. So we don't have those conditions, so therefore we didn't adopt that section. And then the rest is just editorial. For item number 11, we are adopting any reference to AAC 72016. We are saying the minimum loads and associate criteria for buildings and the structures has been updated to include supplement 3 for OSHPOD 1 buildings. And then AAC 722 has been added in as well. And with that, thank you for your time and consideration for approval, and we're happy to answer any questions or go over any items being proposed.
Thank you. Committee?
I have some questions.
Yeah.
So in item 1, for example, item 1-4, if we go to that, let me find that. Okay, 1-4, you're adding note 3. This is on page 2 of 39. Under 1.10.1.1, you're adding item 3. And you're adopting applicable administrative standards, Title 24, Part 10, California Code of Regulations, blah, blah, blah. And then as indicated in the adoption matrix for Chapter 1, Division 2, it's a little weird to indicate that you have to follow the adoption matrix, because the adoption matrix states that matrix adoption tables are non-regulatory, intended only as an aid to the code user. Do we have a conflict? I realize it's been done before, like you can see it right up in number 2, but it just seems weird to refer the user, the engineer or whoever, to the adoption matrix when the adoption matrix says it's non-binding. Have you ever?
I think I have a bailout here. I think Mia.
Oh, man.
I don't know how to bail out, but I'll try.
Phone a friend.
No, yeah. This is a great catch because actually we caught this in the mechanical code. So again, I mean, you can ask for a friendly amendment and we can take care of it before 45 day, or you can give us a further study on this and we can reword it. You're absolutely right, Gwen. We shouldn't be pointing to a matrix adoption table that's not regulatory.
Okay, so I found that in 1-4, 1-8, 1-10, 1-13, 1-16, and 1-18.
Okay.
So I think I'd say for further review on those,
Okay.
just with figuring out how to take it out and not tangle the user.
Understood. Thank you for that catch.
Sure. My next question is 5-5. Give me a second. Oh, yeah, this is page 14 of 39. And the first question is on 304A.3.4 in the middle of the page. We reference ASC 41-13. And I suspect I know the answer to this, but it seems a little odd to be referring to a standard that's been superseded. You know, that's an 11-year-old standard. And we have a newer ASC 41. So do you want to just speak briefly about that one? Like why refer to the old ASC 41?
Okay, so basically the statute gives us the authority to set our own criteria, right? So like SPC1, SPC2, SPC. So we are defining what that minimum standard needs to be. So when we moved to SPC 4D, we set the limit because we knew it was going to go up in the future years. So we set the limit to 4113 as the alternate to CBC 1980 code, to the CBC 1980, because that was the time when you had to, if you complied with the CBC 1980, then you were considered SPC 4, right? So we said, so what was equivalent to CBC 1980 code was ASC 4113 at that time seemed equivalent. So we said, you know what? Because these seismic compliance projects go many years and they don't finish right away. Yep. So we said, okay, we're going to stick to one code for 4D compliance. So then gives people time to upgrade the hospital buildings to reach that standard, because otherwise code creep comes in and then we and so that caused a lot of confusion. That's why we're keeping them for those purposes only, not any new buildings. And if you wanted to bring in a new building as SPC 4D, you cannot do that as well.
Okay, so it's basically a grandfather type clause.
Fathering, yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I have a comment at the bottom of that page on 304A.3.4.2. It says for incidental and minor additions, alterations, or repairs of pre-1973 hospital buildings, which will not be used for general acute care services after January 1st, 2030, using ASC 4113.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that. I don't know what I see. You're adding the using ASC 41-13, but grammatically, like I'm not sure what that means when you just tack it on at the end. Could you maybe instead of putting at the end, put it at the beginning? Use of ASC 41-13 for incidental and minor additions and then the rest of it. Would that, it just seems like you can't like drop it at the end.
Yeah. Okay.
I
We
mean,
can-
I would just recommend it for further study.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
see if it's a different number. One. It would be 5-7 is just for further review. Next one is 5-13. This is just a bookkeeping thing. I think some underlines are missing. This is page 16 of 39 near the bottom. Halfway down the paragraph. Subject, light frame wall. The underline is missing, and I assume it
Oh, yes, yes,
should
yes,
all
yes,
be,
yes.
you know.
Yes, agree.
So that's not a for further review, I don't think. That's just a
Editorial.
editorial. Do I need to make a separate motion for that one, or can I just rely on staff? Mia's shaking her head. Okay. I'll drop that one. That's good. 5-20 is the same thing. There's some underline missing. It's the top of page 19 of 39. Same provision, basically. So again, that's editorial. Then 6-1. Okay, you lost me a little bit on this, Roy, so help me out. So when I read, this is page 21 of 39 at the bottom, very bottom, scope. Repairs shall comply with the requirements of the chapter. I get that. But then there's another sentence that says repairs to historic buildings need only comply with chapter 12. And it's not stricken. Shouldn't it be struck?
Okay, because that you're looking on page what? Page
21 of 39 at the very bottom.
21 and not seeing. Okay, one minute. Repairs of historic buildings not adopted by OSHPD.
You have that, but the sentence before that, you're not striking it out. So you're actually telling the user repairs to historic buildings.
No. I'll tell you why. Because that applies to all other. This is chapter 4. Repairs for all other jurisdictions as well. So we can't make the change for them. See, if we strike it out, then that strikes it out for all the other jurisdictions, which we didn't want to do that.
If you moved because those other ones modify that sentence to say state historical building code, right?
Whatever. Yeah. Oh, so what you're saying is that we need to look to see if we miss something here?
No, well, I think your banner maybe should go, I honestly, I have trouble understanding how this all works, but your banner, like if I'm reading along, I'm seeing 401.1, you're adopting it, and then you're making a modification to it but it's after repairs to historic buildings need only comply with chapter 12. Maybe the change done by BSC takes care of that because it points to this state historical building code.
Yeah, if I could, I don't have time to pull up BSC's part 10. I don't recall off the top of my head what it said, but if they're repealing that, if that's coming out, it actually won't be printed in the code. And so therefore,
I think they modify it.
The section, they did modify it? I'm sorry.
I think so. So
I saw Kevin flipping the pages there. So
it would look different, right?
It would look different in publication and it would be correct in publication. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. And then
I've got it if you want me to read it, Gwyneth.
Sure. Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, just as a refresher. So the BSC amendment 401.1 scope, repairs shall comply with the requirements of this chapter, period. Repairs to historic buildings, and then we've added and structures shall comply with Part 8, Title 24 CCR. So we
Okay,
did make
that's
some,
the
yeah.
that's the state historical building code. Okay. And then I guess a follow-up question, Roy, which is, so Oshpod has this sentence, repairs to historic buildings not adopted by Oshpod. Does that mean, I mean, you said there are no historic buildings that are hospitals. Is that, or they're exempt from the state historical building code? Is
No,
that?
there are none in our inventory, so
Okay.
therefore it would not apply.
Okay, all right. We can get rid of that one for me. 7.2 is the next one. 2 questions and a minor edit. Okay.
What's
On-
the ET page number by chance?
Yeah, it's 23 is the first one. Up at the top, 405A.2.1. There's at the last sentence, new structural members and connections used for this repair shall comply with the detailing provisions of the code for new buildings. There's a period there, but that's a typo.
Yeah.
Of similar structure, purpose, and location. That actually exists in section 302.4.1 of the IEBC. So you might consider striking it because it's already in a different section of the California existing building code, which would be, so it would be criteria number 1. I don't think I'm inclined to make a motion, but because it doesn't hurt to have it in here, but it's also not really necessary because it just got moved when the IEBC got reshuffled. And then this is editorial, completely editorial. On page 24 of 39, 405A.2.3.3. After all that struck out text, the T is italics and it shouldn't be italics.
Okay.
Which is extremely minor.
Catch.
And then I think the last one on this item, yeah, is the top of page 25 of 39. It's the same issue we just talked about. I'm not inclined to do anything with it, but that new structural members and connections, that already exists in 302.4.1. And then my last 2. Item, this one hurt my head a little bit. Item 8-1, page 26 of 39. Can you explain, in 502.1, the last sentence that you're adding there, structural elements shall comply with all the provisions of section 502. I have trouble swallowing that because it seems like a circular reference, because this section has structural elements that, may not be, I don't know, affected. It's just a weird, don't they already have to comply?
Yeah, so that was basically, as I said, there was a change in model code which says, if you go like a few sentences up, which says that the existing building or structure was prior to the addition, except that the following structural elements need only comply with sections 502.2 and 502.3. They forgot 502.4. Now this is now in the non-A chapter, right? So this is the 502. So we can't change model code. So that's why we put it in. So we could also say including 502.4. Instead of saying structural elements that comply with all provisions, we could just include 502.4 if that would be easier to do that. This is for
it's okay. It's okay. I guess I understand.
Okay.
It's a little bit, it seems very like I don't like it when codes say comply with all these things and this section, because you end up with this loop.
I know. Yeah. But that was the real reason. Yeah.
Okay, and then did I have one more? Oh, I think you've already answered it. On page 27 of 39, we are referring, in the middle of the page, we refer to the 1980 California Building Code. And that's just, I mean, that's crazy, but that's a grandfather. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So to recap for me, items 1-4, 1-8, 1-10, 1-13, 1-16, 1-18. Those are the for further review because of referencing the matrix. And 5-7, I think, was just an edit. And then all the others are okay for me.
Gwen, I hate to ask you, but could you repeat the 1 dashes again for me? I
Sure.
think I missed one.
1-4, 1-8, 1-10, 1-13, 1-16, and 1-18. And it's possible there might have been one other one in there. Yeah, I think I got them all, but anyway.
Thank you. Thanks.
Sure.
Is there any more committee discussion on this? Public?
Public. Nope, no hands raised and no phone participants.
Okay. Call for a motion?
I move that we accept all of agenda item 10, Oshpod 624, except for the following. Item 1-4, 1-8, 1-10, 1-13, 1-16, 1-18, and 5-7. And those will be for further review in a separate motion.
Call for a second.
Second, Gary McGavin.
Call for the vote. Gwyneth Sear,
Aye.
Shahen Akelian,
Aye.
Gary McGavin,
Aye.
Ara Sargisian,
Aye.
Martin Ledesma,
Aye.
John Oglesby,
Aye.
and Yihao Clark Shen.
Aye.
All right, that motion carries.
May I have another motion?
I move that we recommend further review for items 1-4, 1-8, 1-10, 1-13, 1-16, 1-18 for item 1 of the 9-point criteria and item 5.7 for item 6 of the 9-point criteria.
Call for second.
Second. Ara.
Thank you, Ara. Call for the vote. Okay, Martin Ledesma,
Aye.
Gwyneth Sear,
Aye.
Shahen Akelian,
Aye.
Gary McGavin,
Aye.
Ara Sargisian,
Aye.
John Oglesby,
Aye.
and Yihao Clark Shen.
Aye.
Motion carries, and now just for a global for that item, Mr. Chair.
Need a motion for the global?
Move to accept the committee's actions on all of item 10 of the agenda for Oshpod.
Second?
Second, Ara.
Okay. Call for the vote. Okay. Martin Ledesma,
Aye.
Gwyneth Steer,
Aye.
Shahen Akelian,
Aye.
Gary McGavin,
Aye.
Ara Sargisian,
Aye.
John Oglesby, and Yihao Clark Shen.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. I believe that concludes Oshpod.
I think we're
Can
done.
we thank the committee?
People.
No, I just really appreciate, I know everyone volunteers their time and there's a lot of material to go through, and we really do appreciate your technical expertise on reviewing this. It was clear that everybody read the regs, so thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for all
Thank
your
you.
work. And the
Thank
rest
you.
of
Thank you.
you guys work hard. Okay, moving right along now.
Mr. Chair, just a time check.
Take a break.
Yeah, we've been going for a little over 90 minutes, so would a 10-minute break be in order, amenable to the committee and staff?
Good with me.
Okay.
Sure.
So we're gonna break for 10 minutes. Thanks again, Oshpod, for your presentations, and we'll resume with DSA. It's 2:26, so 2:35. Okay, we'll resume at 2:35. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, here we go. All right, welcome back, everybody.
We're going to be going to item 11, Department of State Architect. Somewhere I have my little spiel. There it is. Yeah. So item 11, Division of State Architect, Structural Safety, DSA SS 04/24. Proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 edition of the California Administrative Code, Part 1, Title 24. DSA, please introduce yourself and give us a brief overview.
Great. Thank you and good afternoon, Chair Oglesby and committee members. I'm Diane Gould. I'm Principal Structural Engineer representing the Division of the State Architect Structural Safety Section. I also have here with me today Ryan Huxley, who's a Supervising Structural Engineer on my team with the DSA Headquarters Codes and Standards Unit. Thank you for the opportunity to present these proposed changes for the 2025 California Building Code and to respond to any questions you may have related to our proposals. So we're addressing item 11, the DSA SS Part 1 rulemaking package for the 2025 Title 24, which is our California Administrative Code package. And so the proposed actions in this package will adopt and amend the current 2022 edition of the California Administrative Code in order to adopt the 2025 California Administrative Code. So before submitting our rulemaking packages for parts 1, 2, and 10, DSA performed extensive pre-cycle outreach by sharing our initial draft package with various stakeholders. We shared our draft rulemaking packages with CAC, which is the Structural Engineers Association of California, the AIA, which is the American Institute of Architects, and CASH, which is the Coalition for Acceptable School Housing, among others. We also worked to align with other agencies such as BSC, HCD, and OSHPD, where we have co-adopted amendment language. We held a public workshop on April 10th, 2024 to solicit comments and feedback. DSA also has a public school construction collaborative, we call it the PSCC, and we shared our proposed rulemaking package with them for their feedback. The PSCC serves an advisory capacity to DSA to offer industry input and feedback on myriad issues related to the design and construction of K-12 schools and community colleges. The PSCC is comprised of 16 individuals who represent a cross-section of stakeholder groups, as well as 3 ex officio members whose purpose it is to ensure that DSA is considering a wide range of views and perspectives. So the package before you now reflects and includes adjustments made as a result of feedback we received during several months of pre-cycle outreach. We're also required to perform an assessment and determination whether any of our proposals would result in a fiscal or economic impact. I can report that there are no proposals in our package that result in fiscal or economic impact. That determination must be reviewed and confirmed by our department, the Department of General Services, the agency, which is GovOps agency, and then ultimately the California Department of Finance. Our 399 package, as we call it, has already been reviewed and confirmed by our department and agency, and we're preparing to send that to the Department of Finance for their review and confirmation. So with regards to our proposals for part 1, would you like me to provide, as Roy and others have done, a brief summary of the substantive and non-substantive items, or do we want to go straight to see if committee members have items they want to discuss? How would you like to proceed?
I think because we have a public participation and they may not be as well briefed, it'd be good if you'd go through all of the items briefly and just highlight anything that may need it.
Okay, I can do that. So I think what I perhaps would like to do, if it's okay, is I have prepared some notes here where I've grouped the items that are of a minor or editorial nature. And these would include clarifications that would not cause a change in regulatory effect. So I'll go a little bit out of order here, but starting with item 1-1, this item is just saying that all the existing California amendments in Chapter 4 that we're not revising as part of this package shall continue without change. We also have items 2-1, 3-1, and 11-1, and those are a modification to sections 4-205, 4-305, 4-402, and 4-405. And what that's doing is adding a reference to the new Part 7 to the list of applicable building standards cited there. And that's in response to the State Fire Marshal's proposal to establish, I believe the proposal was just heard by the BFO, CAC last week. They're establishing a new Part 7, which will be called the California Wildland Urban Interface Code to Title 24. We also have item 3-2, which is a amendment to our section 4-309A. All we're doing there is a little bit of wordsmithing in order to clarify the intent and provide consistency in the code language. We're replacing the word modifications with the words reconstruction, alterations, or additions, because that's more consistent with how our existing building regulations are applied. So no change in regulatory effect there. Item 3-3 is modifying section 4-309C. This is one of our rehabilitation triggers. This is the trigger due to scope, and we're just making it a little more concise, consolidating the language. No change in regulatory effect there. Item 5-2 amends section 4-318A, and again, these are just editorial amendments in order to remove conflict with our current practice, which uses electronic media and submittal processes. We still had some language referring to submitting paper copies of things. So just editorial changes there. Item 7-1 is a modification to section 4-342B5 to add a requirement for 48 hours notification prior to structural steel erection. While this is technically a regulatory change, we're doing it to provide consistency in notification to DSA prior to significant construction milestones. We already have similar requirements of the 48-hour notice for concrete and masonry structure, so we're adding this for structural steel. Items, there's a group of items under item 8. Item 8-1, we're repealing section 4-350 regarding records. This language is redundant and it conflicts with the Public Records Act law. So the law can stand on its own. We don't need to have a regulation about it. Item 8-2, we are also repealing section 4-351, which speaks to the location of records. This is a topic that's more appropriately addressed by policy and not regulation. So again, removing unnecessary words from the regulations. Item 8-3, as a result, is just a renumbering of 4-352 to 4-350. Item 8-4, we're establishing a reserved Article 9. And item 14-1, this is section 4-430. We're just updating a pointer to now reference a new section 4-360. With regards to the substantive items, Going back to item 3-4, we're modifying language in section 4-310 in order to align with Education Code section 81050.5. So this was amended by AB 358, which was just approved. It was chaptered during the legislative session last year in 2023. And it excludes community college student housing buildings from compliance with the Field Act. So this is similar to work that was done by AB 306 in 2022 that removed the workforce housing from review by DSA. And this I will just add as a point of note. I realized in preparing for this meeting that I need to ask for a further study here with this item because we also need to do similar work in chapter 5, which is section 5-101, which deals with the accessibility review because we had those statutory changes as well, but we have not updated the regs. So that's item 3-4. I'll be asking for a further study there. Item 4-1 is adding a definition for laboratory of record to section 4-314 in order to coordinate with language updates that are occurring with the reorganization that's taking place with the new Article 11 we're creating. Item 5-1, we're modifying section 4-317E regarding site data. This is our amendment which prohibits construction, rehabilitation, reconstruction, or relocation of a school building within 50 feet of an active fault trace. So we would be adding an exception that would allow repair of damage that was caused by a means not related to a natural or man-made disaster. So they could do repairs related to maybe dry rot repairs or if there was a vehicle impact, but they could not, do a new addition or rehabilitation or new construction on those buildings. Items 5-3 and 13-1 modify sections 4-318C, 4-319, as well as 4-420 in order to clarify the amount of refund of fees that DSA will issue when we have not yet commenced work, whether that's the work of performing the plan review or construction on a project or on subsequent increments. And so again, this is adjustments to our regulatory language to bring it in alignment with our current practice that is already stipulated in section 1.5 of our IR A-30. And so one big the meat of what we're doing in this part 1 package is items 6, 7, 9, and 10, and all the sub items below those items. We're relocating and reorganizing content that's currently contained in our Article 5, which is certification of construction, and Article 6, which is duties under the Act. And we're creating 2 new articles. Article 10 will cover inspector certification, and Article 11 will cover laboratory acceptance. So the reason why we're doing this is we wish to consolidate and clarify the inspector certification, discipline, appeals, and reinstatement requirements. So that's what's going into Article 10. And similarly, create an article that contains those same requirements for laboratory acceptance, discipline, appeals, and reinstatements. These are two programs that deserve the clarity of having their own articles. It helps and it helps delineate and keep the requirements of, how to become an inspector, how to become a DSA accepted lab, keeping that separate from the duties and expectations for certified inspectors and accepted labs. Right now, it's all the requirements of how to become an inspector and what you need to do as an inspector are commingled together, and it's a little bit confusing. So we're trying to separate those out there with those with that work. And then what else? Item 6-5 is modifying section 4-335F to require minimum educational requirements for special inspectors in order to be consistent with minimum qualifications for project inspectors and DSA certified special inspectors. And then lastly, items 12-1 and 12-2 is adding new definitions for classroom and shade structure to section 4-411. This is our DSA fire and life safety admin code provisions. This is being done in order to clarify broad terms that are frequently reflected in project designs, but there are no current regulatory definitions for those. And with that, that's my overview. What questions or comments does the committee have?
I'll open it up for comments from the committee.
I'd like to go.
There you are.
Okay. Hi, Diane.
Hi.
Item 6-1. Well, let me make sure. You want further review for 3.3-4? 3-4 is further review.
3-4.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because I realized we need to add some amendments to section 5-101 to update to remove the community college student housing. So.
Okay. All right. Item 6-1, which is on page 7 of 46 at the top.
Yes. 4-333. Yeah.
Yes. There's some new language in there that's a little awkward, and I think I'd like to see it changed to the project inspector shall have at least 3 years experience, and the assistant inspector shall have at least 3 years of experience. So instead of saying for the project inspector, he or she shall have at least, I mean, that's a pronoun issue. Some people don't use those pronouns, but it's just more straightforward if you just say the project inspector shall have at least 3 years experience, and the assistant inspector shall have at least 3 years experience. Is that
okay? So yeah, so to clarify, you're talking about 4-333.
Oh yeah, sorry,
5B.
Yeah, at the very top of 7 of 46. Sorry, I jumped there.
Correct.
It's very highlighted on my sheet, not yours.
Yeah, okay, so your suggestion is for the project inspector, or just saying the project inspector shall have at least 3 years of experience.
Yes.
The assistant inspector shall have at least 3 years.
Yes.
Again, I appreciate your feedback. I will say it was no small feat to, move things and rearrange. And so, some of this, I see that was already existing language that we had, he or she, but I'm all for making it simpler and more concise. So thank you.
6-6 is my next, and that would be on page 10 of 46 at the bottom. And A looks like it's 4-335.1 A general.
Yes, the DSA laboratory of record.
Yes, it should say only laboratories that hold a valid laboratory acceptance
Yeah.
letter.
Yeah.
Corporations are not people in my book. Again, these are minor. The next one is item 7.1. I had a question on that. This is the one where it's notifying DSA, and we added steel erection. It's on page 13 of 46.
Yes, so 4-342 B5 D as in dog. Yeah. Mhm.
Is the intent that DSA only get notified once? Like, let's say you have a tall building and you're gonna start you're gonna erect the first column. And then, 2 weeks later, you're gonna put all the floor framing in. Do you only want one notification, or is the intent to be notified every time there is structural steel erection going on? Right now, the wording as I read it is you only get notified once per project, because it's when it will.
Is that the commencement of?
Yeah. And I just don't know. Up above, it talks in like C, it talks about first placement of foundation concrete. So maybe the intent is, hey, we're starting up doing steel here. But if you wanted it to be every time they're going to start doing steel erection, so then maybe they do some for a while and then they stop and then do some more, then I would say at least 48 hours in advance of any structural steel erection, and then stop the thought right there. But I just don't know what the intent is.
I see Ryan Huxley has his hand raised, and I suspect he might have some additional information to offer.
Yeah, so those are some good comments. The intent was to, because of how quickly steel projects typically go, usually the first initial notification would be fine. However, there are some other times where the extent of the project could be what you've noted, and perhaps it would only be if it was something where it was a continual process. I agree that might be a little bit odd if they're supposed to do that just continuously, which is why in item C, as you noted, we have, when requested, then 24 hours advance of any subsequent and significant. So perhaps taking a similar approach for D is appropriate.
So D as worded, I think it matches C. And it's kind of the first, because we talk about commencement in D, that's similar to C. I'm happy to move forward without any modifications or for further review if you think that D is intended to just be the first thing of steel that's being installed. Or would you, I can also do further review just to double check.
Yeah, I think further review might be worthwhile.
Okay. 9.1 is the next one. At the top of 15 of 46, page 15 of 46. We probably want to say under 4-360, inspector certification, only a project inspector who holds valid certification issued by DSA shall be approved instead of will. That's more common code language, shall. That's all I have for 9.1. 9.6, cause for action. Let's see if I can find that. This is on page 32 of 46. 4-365. Item B. It says making a false statement or omitting to state a material fact. That language is awkward. It should either be failing to state a material fact, or it could state or omitting a material fact, but it's not omitting to state. It's, you got one too many words, I think.
Okay.
That was 9.6, 10.1. On page 37. Article 11, 4-370. Again, it's the only laboratories that hold a valid laboratory acceptance letter instead of who.
Sorry, could you please repeat the
Yeah.
item that was?
Sorry, that's item 10.1.
Thanks.
At the top of page 37 of 46. And it's 4-370. Only laboratories that hold a valid laboratory acceptance letter instead of who hold. And then a similar one at the bottom of page 39. This is item. Oh, actually, it's still all the same item. Still 10.1, 4-372.5. Again, a laboratory that holds a valid letter. And that occurs also on page 40 in two locations. 4-372.5.2 and 4-372.8 sub A. Again, the who should be a that. And page 40.
I think what happened here is we wrote our language for the inspectors, and then we copied it over for the labs. And so it should just probably just do find and replace that for who.
Yeah. Next one is page 41 of 46 at the very top, the A. So it must be 4-373A.
Gotcha.
And on page 42, let me just make sure we're still in the same item here. 372.8. No.
This 373A is item under item 10.2.
10.2. Say that again. I'm not sure 10.2. Did I snag 10.2?
Didn't you say 4-373A?
Oh, maybe.
Professional
you're
conduct.
right. You're right. Yeah. So 10.2, 10.3. It's kind of throughout this section here. So you're right. 10.1, 10.2, 10.3, and 10.4. On page 42 of 46, item 4-374, N, and that's the same omitting to state a material fact. Should either be failing to state a material fact, or you could word it omitting a material fact. On 4-375A, same page, 42 of 46, a little bit further down, 4-375A. Second line, laboratory fails to perform its required duties instead of their required duties. And then I don't have anything in 11 or 12, but on 13, which is the last page, 46 of 46. Item 4-420. At the very bottom, the last sentence, no refund will be allowed after a contract for construction has been let for any portion of the work except as provided by section whatever. I read it 5 times before I was like, oh, you can let a contract. You might want to just consider awarded, has awarded a contract, let.
So I'm laughing because this was the
Was this
source of much debate among our internal DSA instruction.
Okay.
And so that wording, the let a contract, comes from the statutory language. So that was, they said, oh, we should.
Okay.
But yes, that we had the same struggle. Should it be awarded? Should it be let?
Okay. Would you prefer? I'm okay leaving it as is. It's just a little awkward. But if you've already debated it, I'm not going to second guess that. So, okay. Thank you. So those are going to be my items.
Okay.
Okay, any more discussion by the committee? Comments from the public?
There are no hands raised and no phone participants.
Call for a motion?
Okay. I move that we accept. Get my cam. Items 1 through 13 in their entirety, except for 3-4, 6-1, 6-6, 7-1, 9-1, 9-6, 10-1, 10-2, 10-3, and 10-4, which will be for further study in a separate motion.
Do I have a second?
Second, McGavin.
Call for the vote. Okay. Gwyneth Sear,
Aye.
Shahen Akelian, Shahen, are you muted?
Sorry, I.
And sorry, just a quick point of order. We'll come back to the vote. Gwyneth, just to clarify, the criteria for the further study, I think.
Well, that'll be a separate motion, right? That's my other motion.
Oh, that's right. This is approved. Okay, thank you. Apologies. Okay, we'll continue with the vote. Gary McGavin.
Aye.
R.S. Sargisian.
Aye.
Martin Ledesma.
Aye.
John Oglesby.
Aye.
And Yihao Clark Shen.
You're muted. Yihao.
Yihao. Yihao Clark Shen.
Hit your.
Aye.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that motion carries.
Motion for the remaining items?
I move that we send item 3-4, 6-1, 6-6, 7-1, 9-1, 9-6, 10-1, 10-2, 10-3, 10-4 for further review. Item 3-4 is for criteria number 1, and the remainder are for criteria 6.
6.
Correct. And the reason why 3-4 is 1 is because DSA has requested that for further review.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Call for the vote.
All right, R.S. Sargisian,
Aye.
Gwyneth Sear,
Aye.
Shahen Akelian,
Aye.
Gary McGavin,
Aye.
Martin Ledesma,
Aye.
John Oglesby,
Aye.
and Yihao Clark Shen.
Aye.
All right, that motion carries. Now just a global vote for agenda item 11.
Call for, we need a motion on that or no?
Yes.
Motion for the global vote?
Move to accept the committee's actions on the entirety of agenda item 11 related to DSA.
Second?
Killian,
Second.
aye.
Call.
Sorry, second.
Aye.
All right,
Call for the vote?
R.S. Sargisian,
Aye.
Gwyneth Sear,
Aye.
Shahen Akelian,
Aye.
Gary McGavin,
Aye.
Martin Ledesma,
Aye.
John Oglesby,
Aye.
Yihao Clark Shen.
Aye.
Okay, that motion carries.
Okay, moving on to item 12. Division of the State Architect, Structural Safety, DSA SS 0524, proposed adoptions of amendments to the 2025 edition of the California Building Code, Part 2, Title 24. Whoever's going to do the presentation, is that Diane?
That's me again. So good afternoon again.
Yeah.
Diane Gould, Principal Structural Engineer representing DSA Structural Safety. For our Part 2 proposal today, I have a big group here who had their hands in the process, so I've got plenty of backup for your tough questions. I have Ryan Huxley, who I've already introduced. I also want to take a moment to introduce Ryan Turner, who's also a supervising structural engineer here on my team with the DSA Structural Safety Codes and Standards Unit. I also have Brian Frank, Samantha Kirsting, and Frank Lee, who are district structural engineers on my team. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to present these proposed changes to the 2025 California Building Code and for the opportunity to respond to any questions you may have related to our proposals. So what's up for consideration currently is agenda item 12, the DSA SS Part 2 rulemaking package for the 2025 Title 24. So this is our California Building Code, or CBC package. And this package reflects DSA's proposals for amendments to the regulations for the 2024 triennial code cycle. I mentioned the pre-cycle outreach when I presented our Part 1 package as part of agenda item 11. So this Part 2 package before you now just underwent the same outreach process and refinement. And oh, I'm in trouble because I forgot one of my teammates. I just realized I want to take an opportunity to recognize Karen Roberts as well, who's our also a district structural engineer. Sorry, Karen. I always get a little flustered, and if that's the worst that I did, then I'll own up to it. So welcome, Karen's here as well for your tough questions. So as I was saying, this Part 2 package underwent that same outreach process and resultant refinement based on feedback received. And so what you have before you reflects and includes those adjustments that we made during our several months of pre-cycle outreach. As you are likely aware, I want to note that DSA co-adopts a large majority of our amendments to Part 2 along with OSHPD, especially with the A chapters and Chapter 35, which is our reference standards. So in order to improve and maintain alignment wherever feasible, DSA worked closely with OSHPD throughout this process, just as we have during past rulemaking cycles. and will continue to do so for future rulemaking cycles. DSA's proposals reflected in this package include carrying forward the currently adopted amendments to the 2022 California Building Code with and without modification, introducing some new amendments, and repealing some existing amendments. In some cases, the model code, which is the 2024 IBC, has introduced new or modified code language or provisions, or the reference standards have changed versions. For example, we're now going to ASCE 722. So in response to that, and in coordination with OSHPD, DSA has gone through and proposed amendments as necessary and appropriate. We're also proposing to repeal a few currently adopted amendments that were determined to be sufficiently addressed by the adopted model building code or the referenced national standards. This package also includes proposals for editorial or minor changes intended to improve clarity, but not result in a change in regulatory effect. As I noted with part one, I can report there are no proposals in our part two rulemaking package that would result in fiscal or economic impact. And with that, I'm going to pause and see how the chair wishes us to proceed.
I think we should proceed as we did on the last, as go through, highlight what you'd like to point out, and go through that briefly, and then we can open it up.
Sounds great. I am going to pass the mic to Ryan Turner to provide an overview of the items.
Thank you, Diane. So good afternoon. My name is Ryan Turner with DSA, as Diane mentioned. I'm happy to go through part two of our package. This one might be a little bit different than the part one. We have actually 24 items, some of which have quite a few sub-items. So I would perhaps suggest maybe grouping it for items 1 through 5 to go through those first and open it up. That would be volume 1 of part 2. Would that be okay? Or at least maybe I could start with that direction and then see how that goes?
Yeah, that would take us up to like chapter 16, basically.
Correct. Yeah. And that's the first one that
Yeah,
has a
that's
lot
what
of.
you're comfortable with?
Okay, let's do that. I'll start that way. So item 1 is chapter 1. So it's our scope and administration. So we have 8 sub items total within this item. Most of the sub items, 7 of them, are predominantly renumbering due to changes in the model code, and they're mostly in editorial nature and do not. We do not consider them to have any regulatory effect. So I'll quickly go through those items. Item 1-1 is for renumbering for chapter 1, section 104.11 changed to 104.2.3 in the IBC. Items 1-2 and 1-5 are editorial changes to the title alone. Item 1-3 is really just an administrative change, and we're referencing the CBSC and to replace the words "this code" in that case. Items 1-4 and 1-6 are changes to account for renumbering in the model code. And item 1-8 is a renumbering of previous amendments, again, changing from section 104.11 to 104.2.3. Lastly, item 1-7 is a clarification regarding a new provision in section 104. This is section 104.2.3 for alternative materials, design, and methods of construction. There's a clarification that DSA is not permitting the use of a new reference standard or code. It's the ICC performance code, which created a new exception for design with alternative materials. DSA did not want to adopt that item, so we've added an exception to disallow that section. So that concludes item 1. As I mentioned, I'll continue going on to item 2 and until we get through volume 1. Okay, so for item 2, this is for chapter 2 definitions. In this item, we have 4 amendments for definitions. 2 of them are repeals and 2 are revisions. All of them are considered editorial and really not expected to have any regulatory effect. Item 2-1, we're repealing the definition for next generation attenuation West 2 because it's no longer used in the code. Item 2-2 is repealing of a DSA amendment for the definition of periodic special inspection. We realized that we actually had this definition in the previous code 2 times, so that we're just deleting one of those instances. Item 2-3 is clarifying language that's added to show that public occupancy temporary structures does not apply to school buildings. And this is related to an amendment and regulation that will be covered later on regarding temporary structures in Chapter 31, which DSA is not adopting. And item 2-4 is for clarifying language, again, for the definition of special inspection. Now periodic special inspection is included as a sub-item to special inspection. For item 3, this is regarding chapters 3 through 10 and 12, and we're just simply adopting those chapters without amendment. So there's no discussion or no changes here. Moving on to item 4, chapter 14, exterior walls. We have 5 modifications in this section. The first 2 are to address renumbering and are not considered to have any regulatory effect. So items 4-1 and 4-2 are renumbering the amendments due to IVC renumbering and reorganization. The next 3 items, 4-3 through 4-5, are regarding section 1413 that addresses adhered veneer and changes to the 2022 TMS reference standard. So this amendment is in response to the 2022 TMS 402 reference standard, and we found that the TMS reduced the amount of testing and increased the allowable weights of veneer, but DSA is maintaining the current code testing and weight limit requirements. The DSA amendment also modifies the ASTM testing specification to a test that was found to be more appropriate for testing the bonding between all of the materials and can be tested in the field as well. This includes a change from ASTM C482 to C1823, to ASTM C1823. And this was recommended from some outreach we did with industry professionals. That concludes item 4. The last item I'll be covering before we break for discussion is item 5, chapter 15, roof assemblies and rooftop structures. There are 2 editorial changes that address renumbering due to changes in the model code. These are of an editorial nature and not considered to have any regulatory effect. So item 5-1 is renumbering to match IBC with minor reference consolidation and clarifying language that's been added. Item 5-2 also adds clarifying language to sections 1511.10 for PV panel systems and 1511.10.1 for design items as coordinated with OSHPD. So that concludes volume 1, which is items 1 through 5. So with that, I'll look to the chair for further direction, and then happy to entertain any questions you might have.
So open it up to the committee.
I have 2. This is fine. Item 1-7, alternative materials, section 1. This is on page 3 of 111. Section 104.2.3. The additional language here, not permitted by DSA, I think is unclear because it follows a sentence that says the exception shall not apply to alternative structural materials or to alternative structural designs. And it's not clear if not permitted by DSA relates to the entire exception or the exception to the exception in that section. So based on your comments, it sounded like you don't want the ICC performance code to be used. So what I would say is this should say the International Code Council Performance Code is not permitted by DSA. And then it's very clear that it's not just part of the exception, or it just clarifies how to fix it.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
Good comment.
2-3 is the next one. It's an editorial, which is the public. This is page 5 of 111. Public occupancy temporary structure. What I would recommend, the way I read it, it sounded a little bit backwards. The proposed language to be added there. I would write this as public occupancy temporary structures are not permitted to be used as school buildings as defined in section 4-314 of the California Administrative Code. It was kind of like twisted backwards where you're like school buildings can't be classified as a public occupancy temporary structure. But really what you're saying is public occupancy temporary structures are not permitted to be used as school buildings. And so I think it's more straightforward to unkink that. That's all I have for items 1-5.
Any other discussion, committee?
Anything from the public?
There are no hands raised and no phone participants.
Call for the motion.
I move we accept items 1 through item 5 in their entirety, except for item 1-7 and 2-3.
Second?
Second, Terry.
Okay. Call for the vote. Okay. Gwyneth Sear,
Aye.
Shahen Akelian,
Aye.
Gary McGavin,
Yes.
Ara Sargisian,
Aye.
Martin Ledesma,
Aye.
John Oglesby,
Aye.
Yihao Clark Shen.
Aye.
That motion carries.
Call for a motion on 1.7 and 2.3.
I move that section 1.7 and 2-3, sorry, 1-7 and 2-3 be remanded to DSA for further review, further study, based on 9-point criteria number 6.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Gary McGavin.
Gary? Call for the vote. Okay. Yes, sir.
Gwyneth Sear,
Aye.
Shahen Akelian,
Aye.
Gary McGavin,
Yes.
Ara Sargisian,
Aye.
Martin Ledesma,
Aye.
John Oglesby,
Aye.
and Yihao Clark Shen.
Aye.
Okay, that motion carries.
Okay. Moving on to item 6.
Thank you. Again, this is Ryan Turner with DSA.
6 through
It might make sense to lump items 6 and 7 together since many of the same provisions apply to both chapters.
I was going to take them all the way through 11. Let you go through all of them because they are related to structure. And then we can go back and revisit them.
Sounds good. All right, so we'll start with item 6. This is chapter 16 for structural design. So this chapter applies to community college projects under DSA jurisdiction for which the district may voluntarily choose to use the alternative DSA-SS/CC provisions. DSA amendments to this chapter are limited to section 1617, but there are a few scoping items that we've included as an administrative in section 1601. Most of the proposed changes in this chapter result from the need to coordinate with changes to the model code and the adopted reference standard ASCE 7-22. There are also several proposed changes in this chapter that include removal of early adoption items from last cycle that are now incorporated into ASCE 7-22. So I'll take this opportunity to provide an overview of item 6, which does have 41 sub-items. I'll suggest a grouping for discussion purposes, and I will be very brief on the items that don't have any, that have no regulatory change. So the first few items in item 6 involve editorial changes for the scope of application and how the amendments are identified within Chapter 16 for the alternative community college provisions. This applies to items 6-1 to 6-4, and those have no regulatory change. The next few line items under item 6 that involve updating DSA amendments to coordinate with changes in the adopted standards or other sections of the model code or CBC. The following item numbers fall under this category and have no regulatory change. So this would include items 6-5 to 6-7, 6-10 to 6-12, 6-18 to 21, 6-28, 6-32, 6-37, and 6-40. The next few line items under item 6 are simply renumbered and reordered to match the corresponding Chapter 16 section titles that are being amended. And we also took this opportunity to do some cleanup and reorganization. We had a lot of sections that were previously blank and marked as reserved. So we filled those in, and it led to a lot of numbers being renumbered under. And there are several sub items that fall under this category. Again, no regulatory change. This includes 6-15 to 17, 6-22 to 25, 6-30 and 31, 6-33, 6-35, 6-39, and 6-41. The next few line items listed under item 6 that I'm going to go over are new DSA amendments or clarifications. Before I get started with this, I did want to point out one item that, based on OSHPD's agenda item earlier, was recommended for further study. That was OSHPD agenda item 5-18. The equivalent item number for DSA's package for that item is 6-26. So I want to make sure I don't forget that. So we'll move to have that one as a further study item. And again, that I'll clarify, that is a revised amendment to align with ASCE 7, section 31.6. And the comment earlier was about wind tunnel studies needing to reference ASCE 49. So we'll tackle that as a further study along with OSHPD.
That's 6.26, correct?
6-26, correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Some other new DSA amendments, item 6-8, this is section 1617.2.4. This is a new amendment that requires elevated PV structures to have the same risk category as the use underneath. This was not addressed in the new model code items that were added in that section, so we've added an amendment to cover that. Item 6-9 is an existing amendment in section 1617.3.1. And it's been simplified to clarify that the factor of safety for soil bearing values really just need to be, cannot be less than the overstrength factor of the structure above. And some other language was removed to help avoid confusion. Item 6-13 and 6-14, section 1617.8.1 has been revised to clarify that the lateral soil loads for the design shall be based on the geotechnical report. And this is for consistency with the existing amendments that we already had in chapter 16, or excuse me, existing amendments in chapter 18A. Item 6-34, this is for section 1617.12.8. This is a new amendment to clarify that the exception only applies to light frame construction braced entirely by wood light frame shear walls. Item 6-36 for section 1617.12.10 is a new amendment regarding the soil resistance factor for in situ prototype testing is revised to align with reduced test requirements in chapters 18 and 18A, which is really, I should clarify, it's really only 18A for DSA since we don't adopt chapter 18. Item 6-38, the section title for 1617.12.12 has been revised for clarity. We've also added a new amendment for a few items regarding or to align with OSHPD and reorganization of ASCE 7 and clarified exemptions to align more closely with OSHPD. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm going to move to a different grouping now. There are several items that were previously early adoption items that are now incorporated into ASCE 722. So DSA will be repealing those items. That includes item 6-27, which was adopting supplement 3 from ASCE 7-16, and that's no longer needed since those items have been built into the new adopted version of ASCE 7-22. And then item 6-29 is repealing several items that were early adopted for regarding two-stage analysis procedures and editorial changes for clarification that are now in ASCE 7. That takes care of item 6. So if the chair would still like me to keep going, I'll move on to item 7 for chapter 16A.
Please.
Okay. So there will be a lot of repeat here. Chapter 16A is also structural design, but this is the chapter that's co-adopted by DSA and OSHPD, and it's used exclusively by projects under our respective jurisdictions. So similar to the last item 6, most of the proposed changes in this chapter are resulting from the need to coordinate with changes to the model code, as well as the adopted reference standard ASCE 7. There are also several proposed changes in this chapter that include removal of early adoption items that I just mentioned on the last item. So, and a lot of these items have already been discussed and are co-adopted with OSHPD. So hopefully it will simplify things for this agenda item. So the first few items in item 7, the first few sub items are DSA amendments that were done to coordinate with changes in the adopted standards. I'm happy to list these again, or if the chair would like, perhaps I could just focus on the new DSA amendments and skip over.
For brevity.
Okay, I'm going to skip over those items. So moving on to the items under that are new DSA amendments or clarifications. So this includes item 7-2, which is section 1604A.5.2 is a new DSA amendment that I mentioned in the last item regarding elevated PV structures to have the same risk category as the use underneath. Item 7-3, again, is an existing amendment in section 1605A.1.1 that's been simplified to clarify the factor of safety for soil bearing values should not be less than the overstrength factor of the structure above. Item 7-9 is section 1610A.1 has been revised to clarify the lateral soil loads for design need to be based on the geotechnical report, and this is for consistency with Chapter 18A. Item 7-21, section 1617A.1.12 is a new amendment to clarify that the exception only applies to light frame construction braced entirely by wood light frame shear walls. Item 7-22, section 1617A.1.13 is a new amendment regarding soil resistance factors for in situ prototype testing has been revised to align with the reduced testing requirements in Chapter 18A. Item 7-24, the section title for 1617A.1.18 has been revised for clarity, and we've added some new amendment language for a few items to align with OSHPD, as well as reorganization of ASCE 7, and clarified a few exemptions to align more closely with the OSHPD for equipment anchorage. Moving on to the next grouping, there's some early adoption items, basically the same as the last item, so I'll go quick. Item 7-15 has been revised and actually this is the item 7-15 is the equivalent item for Chapter 16A that we're going to request further study in regards to the reference for ASCE 49 for wind tunnel procedures. So if you want to make a note of that, item 7-15, we're requesting for further study, which was brought up under OSHPD agenda item 5-18. Item 7-16 is repealing the reference to ASCE 7 supplement 3 from the last edition of ASCE 7 is no longer needed. Then item 7-18, we're repealing several items that were regarding two-stage analysis procedures and some editorial changes that have now been incorporated into ASCE 7. So that concludes item 7. And we can keep going for item 8, but we are going to have another member from DSA that is going to present that item. So I would ask if we want to continue moving ahead, we can do that. It will just, I'll need to turn it over to another member from DSA. What would the chair like to do?
Let's keep you here and
Okay.
just break right here and have any questions that the committee may have, because that's most convenient, I think.
Okay.
Questions?
This is going to come as a shocker, but I have some questions. This is
Go
Gwen.
Gwen?
Item 6-8, which is photovoltaic panel systems on page 11 of 111. Particularly section 1617.2.4. This is new language. I really struggled with this language. The risk category for elevated PV support structures shall not be less than the risk category that corresponds to the usable space underneath. It sounds simple, but so I don't even know what the definition of elevated PV support structures is. It looks like, based on what's in the code, IBC, that includes or potentially includes ground-mounted PV panels, rooftop-mounted PV panels, and shade, parking shade structures that support PV panels, And so I'm not quite sure how one would actually implement this, because let's say we have a shade structure over parking. I don't know what the risk category is for that parking underneath it. And if it's on a building, let's say it's, there's, it's just racks. They don't track or anything, but they're stationary racks. And there is usable space underneath there. I don't know what the risk category is for that usable space. Risk category really deals with the building as opposed to the space. And some rack systems don't have usable space underneath. So then I just don't know how to implement it. I couldn't figure out a way to fix it either. So to me, this one needs further study. Maybe going back to the drawing board a little bit. I don't really know. I don't have an answer for you, but it tied me up. I wasn't sure how to implement it.
Sure. Can I speak to that before we
Yeah,
move
yeah,
on?
absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. So there was IBC added 6 items in 1604.5.2 that address various conditions with PV panel systems. Item 3 was elevated PV support structures other than those described in other items shall be assigned to a risk category 2. And we've had a lot of cases on DSA projects where the occupancy below underneath the solar carports exceeded the values that would trigger a risk category 3. So if we didn't have this amendment, it would automatically it would be risk category 2. There are also cases where a building could exit underneath a solar carport, and the building risk category could be higher than a risk category 2. So we wanted to just make sure that for DSA projects, that if there was a space underneath the solar carport or the PV system that warranted a higher risk category than 2, then this was our way of addressing that. But if there is a better way to say that, or a better way to communicate that, I'm certainly open to further study.
My recommendation would be to say exactly what you want, right? If you have elevated support structures that are shade structures for parking, and there's a certain limit that needs to be, at which point it becomes risk category 3, then just say what that is. And if it's shade structures, PV shade structures that where an exit, leads, occupants of the building out underneath that, then that should be whatever risk category you feel is appropriate. I think that would be easier for people to follow. I wouldn't have gotten that from this.
Okay.
So 626, you want further study to match what we did earlier. 636 is my next one. And that's a question. You can get there. Oh, this is the fee. This is on page 15 of 111. And Roy touched on this, so it may not be something. I just wanted to get the explanation. This is on section 1617.2.10. And it's talking about reducing the fee factor from 0.8 to 0.75, which is a 7% difference. And I'm just not sure that 7% is worth that. Like, we're deviating from a national standard. It sounds like ASCE may be changing this in 2028, or ASCE 728. I don't know. Can you talk briefly about this thing, just so I understand the logic here?
So I don't have much to add to this that Oshpod hasn't already addressed. We were DSA was mostly just co-adopting to avoid a banner on this case, but I don't have strong feelings one way or the other. So maybe we just open this up for further study. And
Roy might.
Okay. All right.
Go ahead,
Roy.
Okay, yeah, so let me explain what the issue is, and then, as I said, I'm also not married to whether it needs to change now or change later in the code. The thing is that there's a code change proposal coming up in AAC 7 for foundations, which is going to make this change. Now, whether it passes or doesn't pass, I do not know. The reason that the changes was proposed by Dr. Karim, the reason for the change is that AASHTO has changed the fee factor from 0.8 to 0.75 because the ASTM standards that deal with the capacity of vertical resistance, those standards have removed the cyclic requirement from the testing. So therefore, to adjust for that, they've now adjusted the fee factor and say, okay, for more the static testing, we may get Jesus. Okay. Yeah, but we may get not as good reliability and behavior and performance of the vertical resistance of the soil. Therefore, they changed the fee factor. So we are just adopting what AASHTO has proposed as a fee factor for that. So
okay, that's enough for me. We are following a different standard, so that's we're still doing a national standard. It's just AASHTO, so I'm not going to object on that one. Thank you, Roy.
Thank you.
Thanks, Roy.
Next one is 638. And that's on page 17 of 111. The first one is item 7 near the top under, it goes back to the prior page, 1617.12.12, replacing ASC 7 section 13.1.4. Item 7 says cabinets shall be restrained in a manner approved by the enforcement agency if it could fail, but it really should be they, because it's cabinets plural. So they could fall and block. Again, minor grammatical. And then the second one is a little bit further down under the exemptions, same area, same page, 17 of 111. Exemption 3. The new language says the component weighs 400 pounds or less, and the center mass is located 4 feet or less above the adjacent floor or roof level that directly, it should be supports the equipment, not support. Again, that's super minor. Next is item 7.2. Oh, this is the same one. It looks like it's the same. Let me see.
Yeah, the intent is it's the same as
Same one.
6-8.
Okay, so again, I think also needs to be tweaked some for further review. 7.13. Ballasted photovoltaic. Let's see. This is page 26 of 111. This is a question. It's striking out. This is on page 26 of 111, section 1613A.4. And we're striking out. Are we striking? Let me ask you this way. Are we striking out IBC language, or are we striking out prior CBC language? It looks like we're striking out IBC language.
That's correct. There are a few words that were added or introduced in the 24 IBC, but yes, you're correct. We're not striking out an existing amendment. the idea for this was to continue our existing amendment. And there were some changes in the IBC that we're continuing to strike out as well.
Okay. It looks like we're striking out the 1 and 12 slope. Is that DSA objects to the 1 and 12?
That's correct. This has come up in past cycles as well. If I recall, ASC 7 is a 1 in 20 slope, and
Yeah.
we've continued to enforce that on DSA projects until ASC 7 revises theirs to be less conservative to match IBC. We wanted to stick with the more conservative approach.
Okay. I don't think that's ever going to happen, but okay. Yeah, that's been an ongoing issue. So, and you haven't been allowing 1 and 12.
That's correct. We
Okay.
have
All
not.
right. Then you're basically, it's status quo. Okay.
That's right.
So that was that 713? Yeah, there's 713. I'm gonna get rid of that one for me. That's okay. 715, you want further study. 722. Get through here. Oh, that's the same one. That's the fee factor again. So let's drop that. And 724. It's the same changes. This is on page 30 of 111.
The editorial changes.
Yeah,
of
the cabinet should be they. The
directly supports, I believe.
Directly supports. And that's all I have.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Committee? Anything from the public?
Public. No hands and no phone participants.
All right. Call for a motion?
I'm going to move that we accept DSA's modification, or changes, items 6 and 7 in their entirety, except for 6.8, 626, 638, 7-2, 7-15, and 7-24, which will be dealt in a separate motion.
Call for a second.
Second, this is Christian.
Call for the vote.
Gary McGavin,
Aye.
Gwyneth Sear,
Aye.
Shehan Akalian,
Aye.
Ara Sargisian,
Aye.
Martin Ledesma,
Aye.
John Oglesby,
Aye.
Yihao Clark Shen.
Aye.
Okay, that motion carries.
Call for a motion on the remaining items?
I move that items 6-8, 6-26, 6-38, 7-2, 7-15, and 7-24 be sent back to DSA for further study based on 9-point criterion number 6.
Call for a second.
Second.
Call for the vote. Okay.
Do we have public comment or not on that? Do we need a separate public comment or no? Maybe not.
Well, did we go to public comment on 6 and 7? I thought we did.
We did.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
all right.
Yeah, we're good.
Thank you.
Okay, so Gary McGavin,
Aye.
Gwyneth Sear,
Aye.
Shahan Akalian,
Aye.
R. Sargisian,
Aye.
Martin Ledesma,
Aye.
John Oglesby,
Aye.
Yi Hao Clark Shen.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes.
Hear from DSA on item 8.
Okay, so for item 8, I'm going to turn it over to Ryan Huxley from DSA, and he's going to present
So
this
8,
item.
9, 10, and 11.
If it's okay with the committee, I think Ryan is just going to do item 8, and then I'll take it back over for item 9 and on.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right, hi, I'm Ryan Huxley, and I'll go over item 8, which is the Chapter 17A, Special Inspections and Tests. This chapter is co-adopted by DSA and OSHPD and used exclusively by projects under our respective jurisdictions. Before reviewing the items, I'd like to note that sub-items 8-28 and 8-29 appear to be missing in the CAM, at least as far as the item numbering. So just a minor comment there. With regards to the actual content of changes in 17A, a lot of them overlap with what OSHPD does, though there are some where we have diverged. Many items are minor in nature, often have no regulatory change effect. Several are clarifications. Several often incorporate existing DSA policies and interpretations into code language. So I'd suggest the grouping of some sub-items to help expedite the review. These next several are primarily minor in nature. They're editorial, renumbering, often due to model code reorganization, revised or added pointer references, and clarifications. So getting into the specifics for those groupings, a few items in 8 are primarily editorial or renumbering, often due to model code reorganization or reformatting of lists. That's item 8-10. 8-11 and 8-16. There are several line items in item 8 that are primarily revisions to pointer references, often due to the model code reorganization. That's 8-14, 8-20, 8-22, and 8-27. Along the same lines, there are some items which are primarily adding pointer references. That's 8-21, 8-24, and 8-26. There are several line items in item 8 that are primarily clarifications without regulatory change intent, and that's in 8-1 and 8-2. Now moving on to more substantive changes, though grouping several line items in item 8 can still occur because these include proposed amendments to explicitly address quality assurance requirements for that section topic for consistency with existing and proposed amendments affecting structural steel. And those are items 8-8, 8-9, 8-12, 8-25, and 8-28. With that, I could find out if there are any questions that the committee may have, or I could identify perhaps a bit more some of the items that are specific to DSA, or at least there is a DSA banner within a part of the proposed amendments.
Well, I think you should at least go over the new sections and things that have been added to it for comment.
All right.
The rest seems to be, almost housekeeping, but the new amendments, I think a brief overview on each one of them would be great.
All right. So for item 8-3, this is an added amendment. This is for 1704A.3 Statement of Special Inspections. There's an added amendment to disallow the model code exception regarding non-design professional individuals being permitted to prepare the Statement of Special Inspections. And the reason for that is that the California Education Code, Section 17302, requires designs of school projects by design professionals. Next item, 8-4, 1704A.4, contractor responsibility. There's an added amendment to only require the contractor's statement of responsibility regarding acknowledgement of the special inspections when specified on the approved construction documents. Item 8-5, 1704A.5, submittals to the building official. There's proposed deletion of required submittals to the building official of the certificate of compliance for the seismic qualification of the manufacturer certification. That's item 2. 8-6, 1704A.2.1, structural steel. There are many editorial clarifications and reference pointer updates, and there's clarified references in table 1705A.2.1 that only apply when they are applicable based on the compliance requirements in other code sections. 8-7, table 1705A.2.1, required special inspections and tests of steel construction. We've added a DSA banner to that entire table. Within the table, there are many editorial clarifications or updating or renumbering of references in the steel special inspection and test table due to the model code or reference standard changes. Proposals to cold form steel related items, which are items number 3.B and 5.A in the table, increase the breadth of the requirement applicability. And then on to 8-8, 1705A.2.2, structural stainless steel, adding amendments for the new model code section regarding stainless steel for consistency with existing and proposed amendments affecting structural steel. 8-9, 1705A.2.3, that's cold form steel deck. There's a proposal to delete the existing amendments while adding new to address the quality assurance requirements for cold form steel deck for consistency with existing and proposed amendments affecting structural steel. For 8-10 and 8-11, those are minor renumbering of sections due to model code reorganization and proposed editorial changes. For 8-12, 1705A.2.9, special inspection and tests of cold form steel light frame construction. This is a new section proposed to address quality assurance requirements for cold form steel for consistency with existing and proposed amendments affecting structural steel. 8-13, table 1705A.3, required special inspections and tests of concrete construction. There are many editorial clarifications and updates to reference pointers in the concrete special inspection and test table. We propose maintaining the previous model code requirement for continuous special inspection of all other welds not specified in the preceding listed table items. I should also note that I think the formatting of this table and our express terms didn't quite turn out as hoped, so there might be some confusion on that. I can provide further clarification if needed. Item 8-14, well, that's just a revised pointer. 8-15, 1705A.3.3, batch plan inspection, adding information regarding previously lacking minimum qualifications for batch plan inspectors. 8-16, this is primarily reformatting the listing for the items. 8-17, 1705A.3.3.2, batch plan inspection not required. There's been simplification of the code language, and we've added an item for shallow isolated equipment foundations to the listing of cases not requiring batch plan inspection. 8-18, 1705A.4, masonry construction, added in an amendment clarifying that batch plan inspection requirements for grout materials in masonry construction applies. 8-19, 1705A.4.1.1, TMS 602, section 1.6, quality assurance. The amendment modifies the reference standard to require periodic special inspection for veneer of all heights, not just when it is over 60 feet, for consistency with DSA quality assurance requirements. The next few are relatively minor in nature. Let's see, 8-23, 1705A.6, soils. Proposing additional exceptions to reduce unnecessary soils, special inspections, and tests recognized by DSA for various cases over several code cycles through the appendix in Form DSA 103, which is the list of required structural tests and special inspections. For 8-24 and 8-26, those are just merely adding pointer references for cold form steel light frame construction. 8-25 and 8-28, the special inspection for seismic resistance and of structural steel, the seismic force resisting systems, structural steel elements, and then 8-28, testing for seismic resistance and structural steel, the seismic force resisting systems, structural steel elements. The proposed amendments are to align with proposed modifications and requirements affecting structural steel. 8-27, the minor correcting a pointer reference, and 8-29, 1705A.14.2, non-structural components. We're proposing deleting a reference pointer for consistency with other proposed amendments and adding a reference to include the nationally recognized standard. That's ANSI or ASHRAE 171. And with that, I'm open to what the committee would like to do next.
Questions from the committee?
I have some questions.
Go ahead.
This is Gwen. 8.6. On page 35 of 111. Under it's right above the table where the word subject to was changed to subjected to. I don't even see a number here. It's above the table on page 35 of 111. You see that?
Okay, yes,
Okay.
the adding of the ED for subjected.
Yeah, so, I mean, you are changing a nationally recognized standard. I actually think it's probably not the end of the world, but when you change it to subjected, that puts it in past tense. And the reason why they have subject to there is because that means it will or may experience the load as opposed to it already experienced the load. I'm not going to include it in a motion, but I think you might want to go back and revisit that one. And there's another one in 8.8. It's a tiny, tiny thing in all these changes, but it's on page 38 of 111 near the bottom. Right above 1705A.2.3. It says
same word there.
Yeah. So I'm not going to object to them or do further review, but you might want to think about that.
Yep, agreed.
8.12. This is on page 40 of 111. Down at the bottom, 1705A.2.9. So 40 of 111. 1705A.2.9. The sentence after the first paragraph, quality assurance application of the following provisions of AISI S240 Chapter D are not permitted. So there's two things going on here. One, it's the way it's worded now, the subject is quality assurance application. So it should be is not permitted. But the whole phrasing's very difficult to wrap your head around. So I would just delete quality assurance application and just start off the following provisions of AISI S1 to S240, Chapter D, are not permitted. It's just a straightforward, we're not adopting these, basically. The following provisions are not permitted. And then it's very straightforward. And that comes back. It's the same issue for 825 and I think 828. So page 49 of 111. Twice on this page, 49 of 111, and near the very top, it gets the same wording. So I would just say the following provisions of AISC 341, Chapter J are not permitted. And then halfway down, the following provisions of AISC 341, Chapter J are not permitted. And then the next page, page 50, exactly the same thing, right in the kind of in the middle upper portion, 1705A.14.1.1. The following provisions of AISC 341, and then right below it again in the next section, the same language. And that's all I have.
Any other comments? The committee?
On the
Anything from
last
public?
two,
All right.
yeah, on the last two, it's plural, and the following provisions, it's only one provision there. So if you wanna,
Yeah, well, if it's the following provisions of AISC 341, Chapter J are not permitted, then you don't have to change the R to an is. If you delete the quality assurance application of, if you delete those words, then it becomes better and grammatically okay.
Public comment?
Public comment. We have no hands raised and no phone participants.
Okay. Call for a motion?
I move to accept all of agenda item 8 for DSA, except for 812, 825, and 823, which will follow in a separate motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Gwyneth Sear,
Aye.
Shahan Akelian,
Aye.
Gary McGavin. Gary McGavin.
I forgot to turn my mute off.
Oh,
Aye.
there you go. Thank you. Ara Sargisian,
aye.
Martin Ledesma,
Aye.
John Oglesby,
Aye.
and Yihao Clark Shen.
Aye.
All right, that motion carries.
Call for the motion on the remaining items?
I move item 8-12, 8-25, and 8-28 be sent back to DSA for further study based on 9-point criteria number 6.
Do I have a second?
Second,
Please call the roll.
Gwyneth Sear,
Aye.
Shahan Akelian,
Aye.
Gary McGavin,
Aye.
Ara Sargisian,
aye.
Martin Ledesma,
Aye.
John Oglesby,
Aye.
Yihao Clark Shen.
Aye.
All right, the motion carries.
On to item 9. And we'll see how many of these we can take. So who's going to do item 9 for DSA?
Oh, all right. So this is Ryan Turner.
All
Ryan Turner
right.
would, okay. Yeah. Ryan Turner again with DSA, and I'll pick it back up with item 9. And we
How
may
far
be
do
able to take this all the way through to the end of part 2 if that's okay, but I'll start with item 9.
I would like to do that if we can.
That sounds fine. I'll be presenting the remainder. So, okay. So item 9 is chapter 18A for soils and foundation. This is another chapter that's co-adopted by DSA and OSHPD and is used exclusively by projects under those respective jurisdictions. There are a total of 14 sub-items for this chapter. So I'll provide a brief overview and group them together. Some of the line items constitute repealing prior amendments. This includes the following. Item 9-1 repeals the requirement to use the NGA West 2 attenuation relationships. This was coordinated with CGS, who supports this change. Item 9-2 is repealing the reference pointer to ASCE 7 in section 1807A.2.5. Item 9-6 is repealing the gray beam provision that is now adopted by the model code. Item 9-7 is repealing, actually, I'm going to group a few of these together. Items 9-7 to 9-9 are all repealing cyclic testing requirements for downward, uplift, and lateral loads. Item 9-11 is repealing of language that is now adopted by the model code. Moving on to the next grouping, we have a few additional items that are simply corrections or coordination of other referenced sections. This includes items 9-4, 9-5, and 9-12. And similarly, item 9-13 coordinates the section referenced in the latest version of an adopted AWPA reference standard. Item 9-3 amends a model code revision that adopts a new standard for post-foundation design by narrowing the citation to Chapter 8 for compatibility with geotechnical investigation requirements and continuing DSA amendments. Item 9-10 removes the connection design load limit based on skin friction because this could conflict with the continued amendment that's in section 1617A.1.15. Item 9-14 modifies an existing amendment to replace the term lean concrete, which is not recognized by the model code and can sometimes be problematic. So it gets replaced with controlled low strength material as used by the code. That covers all of the items and sub-items in item 9. So I'll keep going and move on to item 10, if that's okay.
Please.
Okay. Item 10 is chapter 19 for concrete. So this chapter applies to the community college projects that are under DSA jurisdiction, for which the district can voluntarily choose to use the alternate community college provisions. The DSA amendments to this chapter are limited to, they're all found in sections 1901 and section 1909. The proposed revisions in chapter 19 mirror and are the same as the corresponding proposed revisions in chapter 19A, which have been coordinated with OSHPD. There are a total of 9 sub-items for this chapter, so I'll go through those briefly here. Items 10-1 through 10-4 are administrative regarding identification of amendments. In coordination with chapter 19A, there's one amendment that's been repealed. It's item 10-5 concerning aggregate requirements. We have another item that's been relocated. That's item 10-7 concerning shotcrete forms. And then another item 10-8 has been renumbered because of a relocation of model code. The most substantial change being proposed in this chapter is item 10-6, and that concerns testing requirements for post-installed anchors. The revisions shown here are going to be the same as proposed by OSHPD, which are co-adopted in chapter 19A. And then item 10-9 consolidates the shotcrete provisions into a single section and aligns the mock-up panel core evaluation criteria to be the same as adopted by OSHPD in the last code cycle. That concludes item 10. I'll move on to item 11 for chapter 19A, again, concrete. And this chapter is co-adopted by DSA and OSHPD and is used exclusively by projects under our respective jurisdictions. So this item has a total of 22 sub-items for this chapter, and I'll provide a brief overview and suggested groupings. I just want to reiterate that most of the content in item 11 does not constitute regulatory change, but it's mainly in response to the fundamental change that the ICC made to Model Code Section 1905. Whereas Section 1905 previously was titled and organized as modifications to ACI 318, the 2024 IBC no longer structures the provisions as modifications to the adopted ACI code, and the section has been renamed Seismic Requirements. And as OSHPD noted earlier, the amendments to this chapter no longer need to be shown as an underlined font like they were last cycle. In response to these changes, the continuing unchanged DSA amendments, which modify ACI 318, have now been relocated to Section 1909A. So I'll go through those briefly now. Items 11-7 and 11-9 are continued deletions of model code provisions and are just included because of renumbering. Items 11-8 and 11-10 are relocations of continued amendments that modified model code provisions that have been moved. I do want to point out that item 11-10, which is section 1905A.7.2, we're asking for that to be moved for further study, as was done for OSHPD item 11-18. And this is regarding some model code errata items that we will likely withdraw, but we'll coordinate that with OSHPD. So that's
Okay.
item 11-10.
11-10, thank you.
And the next item will also be requested for further study. That is item 11-14, which is section 1909A. That corresponds to OSHPD item 11-22. And as you recall, as Roy Lobo mentioned with OSHPD earlier, there was a discrepancy with introductory section for 1909A.1 in OSHPD's express terms that has charging language that refers to the remaining modifications to ACI 318. This results in OSHPD's version having an extra number in the section title. So all of the changes are the same. We just have a difference in how it's being presented. So I would ask when we get to the discussion point, if we could get some feedback on if the committee has a preference one way or the other, and we'll work with OSHPD accordingly. Depending on how that unfolds, there may be some reference pointers to Chapter 17A that will need to be addressed as editorial items as well, but it would not change any of the regulatory effect. Okay, so items 11-14, 11-15, and 11-16 constitute relocations of continued amendments from section 1905A to section 1909A. So the remaining items are pretty minor, and I'll summarize them below, are as follows. So item 11-1 and 11-2 delete model code language that does not apply in our jurisdiction. Items 11-3 and 11-5 repeal prior DSA amendments. Items 11-4 and 11-6 constitute renumbering of continued amendments. Items 11-11 and 11-12 continues the non-adoption of Model Code Section 1906. Item 11-13 constitutes further consolidation compared to the last code cycle for the shotcrete provisions, including co-adoption of the mock-up panel core evaluation criteria used by OSHPD since the last code cycle. Items 11-17 through 11-21 propose both organizational and regulatory changes to the post-installed anchor testing requirements that were initiated and coordinated with OSHPD. Item 11-22 provides some updates to an adopted ACI standard. So that concludes item 11. I'll continue on with item 12, which is chapter 20 for aluminum. In this chapter, we have very minor editorial changes to section 2001.1.2. The amendments in this chapter are just an administrative change in item 12-1 for scoping of amendments in this chapter. That concludes item 12. Unless I hear anybody stopping me, I'll continue going with item 13. This is chapter 21 for masonry. So similar to chapter 16 and 19, chapter 21 applies to community college projects under DSA jurisdiction, should district may voluntarily choose to use the alternate community college provisions. The DSA amendments to this chapter are to chapter 21 are limited to section 2101 for some administrative changes and charging language. And the main proposed changes are all found in section 2115, which also includes a reorganization of amendments to align with the equivalent section numbers of chapter 21A. The DSA proposed changes to the provisions in 2115 mirror the proposed changes contained in chapter 21A. These proposals have all been prepared in response to public comment received from the Masonry Institute of America, as well as the Concrete Masonry Association of California, Nevada. There are a total of 30 sub-items for this chapter, and I'll provide a brief overview with them grouped accordingly. Before I begin, I did want to point out what appears to be a mistake in the CAM. It looks like we're missing an item between item 13-20 and 13-21. So I would propose that we refer to this as 13-20.1 if the committee agrees with this.
Yes.
Okay. So the first grouping that I'll go through for item 13 is for administrative changes for identification of amendments. Those that will include items 13-1 to 13-4 that have no regulatory change. The next grouping is for changes that are non-substantive and only address renumbering due to changes in the model code or the CBC and are of editorial or clarifying nature and do not have any regulatory effect. Quite a few of these items, so for sake of time, I may skip through those and just focus on the items that have regulatory change.
That'd be great.
Okay. So the next grouping is for proposed changes that are fairly minor in nature. Item 13-5 clarifies prohibitions based on changes to the TMS organization and wording and use of appendix chapters. 13-21 clarifies mortar sampling and expected documentation submissions. Item 13-22 provides clarifications for core testing to bring more uniformity to reporting and ensure that the structural engineer of record is involved. Item 13-24 revises the section title to better align with the Chapter 21A section titles. And item 13-25 is predominantly a reorganization of information and change to using imperative language with minor edits, mostly in item E for clarification of tie locations. There's really only one change with a substantive regulatory effect that's being proposed in this chapter, and that's item 13-26. And it comes about as a result of new language that was incorporated into the latest edition of TMS, the reference standard, that has lessened the ductility requirements. So in item 13-26, DSA has lowered the threshold at which hooks are not required, but has allowed some relaxation from previous versions of the codes for walls with lower demand capacity ratios. So that concludes item 13. I'll continue on with item 14.
Yeah, let's
Okay.
take 14 and then take a break there because it's also masonry.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Okay, so item 14, chapter 21A, also masonry. The proposed changes in this chapter have been coordinated with OSHPD in response to public comment, as I mentioned in the last chapter, from the Masonry Institute of America and Concrete Masonry Association of California and Nevada. There are a total of 27 sub-items in this chapter. There are several items that are non-substantive and just address renumbering due to changes in the model code or CBC. So I'm going to skip over those. There are some changes that are minor in nature that I covered in the last chapter, but I'll cover them briefly here. Item 14-1, clarify some prohibitions based on changes in the TMS. Item 14-5 is minor edits of the TMS language as applicable to DSA. Item 14-10 has a minor edit to clarify the grout key location. Item 14-17 is a clarification of reinforcement and bond beams. Item 14-20 clarifies mortar sampling and expected documentation submissions. Item 14-21 provides clarifications for core testing to bring more uniformity to reporting, and again, to ensure the structural engineer of record is involved. Item 14-22 is just minor edits to the use of plain language and coordinating with TMS. Items 14-26 and 27 are related to compressive strength information that has been consolidated into a new table 7 that was taken from the TMS. There are several items in this chapter that are new DSA amendments. This includes item 14-7 that repeals the current amendment for an admixture and multi-lift grouting, and this will align with TMS. The pour heights and grout space requirements have been incorporated into the reference standard language, along with renumbering and minor edits. Item 14-16 has incorporated amendment language in the CBC into the TMS reference standard table 7 in lieu of keeping the amendment language separate from the reference standard. So there's really little change here except for the location and the way it's presented. Then item 14-24, I mentioned this previously, but DSA lowered the threshold at which the hooks are not required for a special shear wall, and we've allowed some relaxation from previous versions of the code for walls that have lower demand capacity ratios. So that concludes the presentation for item 14. So I'll stop there and ask for next steps.
Okay, I'll open it for committee discussion.
I have some comments and questions. This is Gwen. So 1115, it's the table on page 66 of 111, table 19.2.1.1. The title, are you there, Ryan? You're muted.
Yes.
Okay. When I read the title of the table, it was a little bit odd. I was like expecting some upper limits and lower limits or something like that. But if it were me, I'd title this minimum specified F prime C values or something like that. So we're not looking for maximums or anything like that. It just says limits right now. So either lower limits or just minimum specified F prime C values, which is how we typically refer to it.
I may pull in Brian Frank from DSA on this, but I believe that table title is taken directly from ACI 318, but I'm going to see if Brian Frank can confirm that.
Yeah, Ryan, you are correct. Hi, this is Brian Frank with DSA. Ryan's correct that the previous code cycle we had when we printed the table from ACI 318, we had accidentally forgot to put the title in. And so the only change here is to include the title. That's an ACI 318 title, right?
Okay, so it's their fault. Okay. All right. I'll leave that one alone. 1319, which is the quality assurance in masonry. On page, it starts on 74 at the very bottom of 111, 74, 111 to 75, 111. And at the very top of 75, 111, we're adding the sentence, a value of 0 shall be assigned at a separated face shell interface when calculating the required average shear stress of the affected core. I have no idea what that means. Can you explain that? I mean, I know sometimes when you take a core, the face shell will pop off. But mathematically, what are we doing here?
So Samantha Kirsting from DSA, I see she just unmuted. So Samantha, do you want to try to take that one?
Sure. Sorry, I couldn't find my hand, so I apologize. So yeah, so the average, they take these core samples, and sometimes the face shell will separate from the core. And in order to get an average, they have to place a value to that side of the core, and that value should be 0 rather than them not counting that as part of the average. Basically, we're trying to make sure everyone's doing it the same, and that is how they have been doing it or been told how to evaluate these core averages. But now we're just kind of putting it in writing so that everybody knows exactly what the expectation is.
So are we crushing these cores? Are we splitting them? Is that we're splitting them?
You're basically shearing them.
Okay.
The face shell from the grout core.
On
either side of that grout core. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt you.
I don't think it's very clear, like required average shear stress. When you require an average shear stress, I don't know what that means. I mean, like a required minimum.
So when you take the shear stress from so the core, you will basically shear both sides of that core from the face shell from the grout core. And in order to get the average of that, right? So is it the required?
Well, required is odd, and then
okay.
I guess you could say without required if you just said when calculating the average shear stress in the affected core. I don't know. I think
not really in. I guess I wouldn't say it's in the core. It's of the core. You're taking a core from the building, and you're placing basically stability on the grout portion and placing a load on the face shell. to get what that load is on either side of that grout core, and your average is those two numbers, right? And sometimes when you core the wall, the face shell will delaminate from it. Exactly. And so instead of just saying, oh, I got 120 on this side, so 120 is my average. No, the average is 0 plus 120, right? That's what I was trying to get at. If that's not clear, then yeah, I'm happy to revisit that language.
It's not clear to me.
Okay.
Having some practical knowledge on this.
Sure.
Basically, instead of disregarding that particular core sample and not including it in your average, when the bond fails, it goes to 0. So instead of having 6 cores, 1 fails and you toss it out, so you really only have 5. No, you have 6 and 1 is factored in at 0. So it.
Got it. Yeah, I think it needs a little wordsmithing to indicate that, because I'm still looking at going, that's not quite what the language says. So my recommendation would be this one, and there's a similar one in 14. I think it's 21, that it's not super clear.
Okay, we can look at it again. We did run it by our masonry gurus, but they're probably too close to it also. So it's good to get that separate perspective. Thank you.
Sure. The last one I have, other than 1421, which I think is the same issue, is 14.7. This is on page 79 of 111. Under 2104A.1.3.5. Item 1, you've struck out a bunch of stuff, and then it says grout pores not terminated, and you've struck out at, but I think the at is a mistake. The grout pores not terminated at the top of constructed masonry. Did I go too fast? Page
no, I'm there. Yeah,
okay.
I see what you're seeing.
Page 79. I don't think the at should have been struck.
Seems like you're correct. We'll have to take a look at that. Yeah.
Agreed.
And 1421 is the same issue. So that's all I have for all 9 through 14.
Is
Gwen, was there
21 the same as the
it's the
community college
shearing
ones?
and the average.
Okay, very good.
Oh,
okay, thank you.
Got it.
Okay, do we have any further discussion by the committee on these items?
Mr. Ledesma has his hand.
Oh, there it is.
Hi, this is Martin. I was curious about item 9-2, why the requirements for the freestanding wall were removed.
One sec to get there.
Section 1807A.2.5.
I may pull in Brian Frank on this one again, but I'm gonna take a look at our express terms and see. Our eyesore.
Hi, this is Brian with DSA again. Yeah, all that's being we actually removed that amendment. That's a DSA amendment that had existed a few code cycles, and we repealed it last code cycle, and all that we left was a reference to ASCE 7, Chapter 15. And the reason that we repealed it then was because the design requirements are now in ASCE 7, Chapter 15, which is for non-building structures for those types of walls. And our amendment had become, at that point, contradictory. And for that reason, we repealed it, but we decided to leave a reference pointer to ASCE 7 for users. But now 3 years later, we feel like they've had the 3 years, they know it's in ASCE 7. And so we can even pull back the reference pointer. And that's consistent with what OSHPD is doing as well.
Right, so there's still going to be reference to AC 7, Chapter 15. Got it.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Any more committee discussion on this? Any public comment?
We have no hands and no phone participants.
Okay, well then I will call for a motion.
Move that we accept items 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14 of DSA's proposals in their entirety, except for 11-10, 11-14, 13-19, 14-7, and 14-21, which would be a separate motion.
Do I have a second?
Killian, second.
Okay. Call for roll, please.
Okay. Gwyneth Sear,
Aye.
Shahen Akelian,
Aye.
Jerry McGavin,
Aye.
Ara Sargisian,
Aye.
Martin Ledesma,
Aye.
John Oglesby,
Aye.
and Yihao Clark Shen.
Aye.
Okay, that motion carries.
Could I have a motion on the remaining items?
I move that item 11-10, 11-14, 13-19, 14-7, and 14-21 be sent back to DSA for further study for 9-point criteria number 6. And I'll note that DSA wanted 11-10 and 11-14 sent back, and they asked for a preference, and I don't actually have a preference to how they handle the issue they're working on. I think it's how they incorporate ACI in their wording.
Item 1, for a reason.
Oh, so they're all 6. 9-point criteria 6. You think 1? Maybe one for there
Some
too.
of them have conflicts, but
Yeah.
that's 6 covers it. Pick the one you want.
We'll do 1 and 6 for 11-10 and 11-14 and 6 for the rest. Diane has a comment.
It's a clarification. You mentioned item 13-19 as further study, but did you mean 13-22?
Oh, maybe I did.
That was the one about the core shear test.
Yeah, I was wondering the same.
Yeah, 13-19 is about quality assurance, compressive
It's a
strength.
Oh, I got the wrong. Okay.
It's a subsection from within the same section, so I don't know if that makes a difference.
Well, I messed up on the first motion then.
Well, would you like to remake your motion?
For the first motion? Or
First motion? I guess we have to amend them both, don't we?
I'm
I
sorry.
think you
Yeah.
can just make an editorial fix on the first motion to correct the sub-item number, and then, do the second motion. So we know for sure it was intended to be 13-22.
Let me look.
So that would be section 2115.4.2. The language is at the top of page 75 of 111.
Yeah, core samples.
Yeah. Correct. So you think it should be 1321? Is that
I believe it should be 1322.
22? Oh, you're right. Okay. I missed 1322. let me abandon my current motion. Let me fix the prior thing that I did. So I'd like to make a motion to fix my error, to change in the prior motion 1319 to 1322. So that's what we should be excluding and pushing to the next motion after this, and that we accept 1319 as submitted. And I apologize for that. It's way too many numbers.
Okay,
Is that
so
clear?
your current motion is?
To basically modify the prior action that we took, which was to accept the entirety of 9 through 14, except for it was 1319, but it should be 1322.
Okay, that's the motion.
That's the motion.
Do I have a second?
Second. Clarkson here.
I have a second. Call the roll.
Okay. Gwyneth Sear,
Aye.
Shahen Akelian,
Aye.
Gary McGavin,
Aye.
Ara Sargisian,
Aye.
Martin Ledesma,
Aye.
John Oglesby,
Aye.
Yihao Clark Shen.
Aye.
Okay, that motion carries. So now we're
And
back
now
to.
we're back.
Yeah.
We're back to the second motion on these
But-
remaining items.
I'd like to make a motion to send 13-22, 14-7, 14-21, and 1110 and 1114 back to DSA for further review. The 1322, 14-7, 1421 are all based on 9-point criterion number 6. And 1110 and 1114 are based on 9-point criteria 1 and 6.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Call for the roll, please.
Gwyneth Sear,
Aye.
Shahen Akelian,
Aye.
Gary McGavin,
Aye.
Ara Sargisian,
Aye.
Martin Ledesma,
Aye.
John Oglesby,
Aye.
Yihao Clark Shen.
Aye.
Motion carries. And just a time check, we're at 4:57 and we're going to lose staff at 5. So this might be a good point to stop and resume tomorrow, Mr. Chair.
It's either that or light candles.
So it looks like we got through DSA's agenda item 12, part 2, and we got through items 1 through 14. So we'd be picking up on item 15, sub-item 15 tomorrow.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we've got very little to go.
Yeah, I know. We almost made it.
In the old days, we'd still work.
Okay, well, so this is, everyone's okay with that? And then we'll have one more agenda item or a couple more agenda items after that, but we'll resume this agenda item tomorrow at 9 a.m. So thank you, everyone. And
Do we have to vote to adjourn for today?
no, it's more of a recess.
Okay.
We will vote to adjourn after tomorrow when we conclude everything.
Wanted
So,
to make sure we're.
If we finish
Absolutely.
tomorrow.
all right, thanks
All
so
right.
much, everyone. Have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m.
See you tomorrow.
you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Aye.
Bye-bye.